probable run began right here at the Big A.
Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile.
3 decades later, his legacy continues in what's now known as the Cigar Mile, to add another winner to its index today.
Phileas Fogg Antiquarian, here's the line. Phileas Fogg held on.
Bishop's Bay finding enough. Bishop's Bay won the 49er. Crazy Mason on the grandstand side to Quint's Brew. Crazy Mason in time.
For one last time on Cigar Mile Day, welcome to New York City's racetrack. Aqueduct has the history, the stories, and the legends. We'll make some new ones today in the Cigar Mile, but that's not all. New York's road to the Kentucky Derby starts here with the Remsens, 2-year-olds, hoping to take one step closer to the Garland of Roses. Renegade and Paladin faced each other in a maiden race that resulted in a disqualification, and they'll settle the score today. And about 5 weeks after Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica, Camanas Park will open its doors for the Mouttet Mile, showing the strength and resilience of the Jamaican people. We'll have live coverage from Jamaica all day today on America's Day at the races, which goes global this afternoon. We're coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack here in South Ozone Park. Cigar Mile Day holds so many special memories for those of us who work in the sport of horse racing, are fans of the sport of horse racing as well. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, as it is our final Cigar Mile to be run here at the Big A. And you better believe we're going to make it a good one. A jam-packed day full of stakes action. One scratch in the Cigar Mile this year. Grade 2, of course, 3-year-olds and up, going a mile. Here's a look at the field. Phileas Fogg, Bishop's Bay, horses that we've seen in these graded stakes caliber races, as I welcome in my co-host here today with me, Jonathan Kinchin. JK, really exciting to be able to cover the Cigar Mile and all the other stakes that we have today. What are some of the special memories that it brings up for you?
Yeah, I mean, I just, I think any of these graded stakes around one turn in New York, they get me excited, right? It reminds me of the Met Mile, the Cigar Mile as well, and Cigar, what a great horse he was to have his legacy remembered on a day like this with this race. And then, look, I'm also excited about 2-year-olds going 2 turns on the dirt to get you really excited about what's to come in next year's Kentucky chase for the Kentucky Derby.
Well, speaking of some of those contenders for the Cigar Mile today, Phileas Fogg, a horse that has been able to make his living on the front end, using that speed, adding blinkers today. Trainer Gustavo Rodriguez saying he felt that even when he won, as we're looking at the Suburban, and it's really evident here, he was kind of tiring and stopping at the end of the race.
Well, he's going 1.25 miles where he set the lead, and maybe, he might be able to go a little bit slower today off the pace. We'll see what he does. I think the most interesting part about this race is how Phileas Fogg's going to be ridden and which way this pace is going to unfold. I ended up picking him today. I don't think that's bad TV. I'm supposed to wait, I think, but whatever. I ended up picking him today, but it's not a strong lean. I do think that Bishop's Bay could jump up and get involved. Crazy Mason, another one who could be involved as well. So a very interesting rendition of the Cigar Mile.
It is, and as far as Bishop's Bay is concerned, he's a horse that has not been able to quite step up to the grade 1 level in some of those big races, but he does boast an incredibly consistent record, 8 for 12 and coming off a win, going a mile in the 49er.
Yeah, he feels like one of those types. You see he's got 6 wins and 8 starts. I would say that those 6 wins have taken place where he was kind of the bully in the playground, right? When he faces horses that are of his quality or a little bit better, it feels like he's not quite gotten over that hump. Now, he certainly could get over that hump here today. He seems to be trending in the right direction, and I would consider this kind of a big boy race for him. So we'll see if he can turn the tables in terms of when he faces grade 2, grade 1 type horses.
And then you have the likes of Crazy Mason, who we saw win the Carter back in April. That was his last win, but he's kept good company since then. He has the exact opposite running style of Phileas Fogg in that he comes from really far out of it.
Yeah, and he's going to be hoping hoping that those horses hook up, right? Phileas Fogg or Bishop's Bay, from the 6 and 7 post can get into a little bit of a heated duel to set it up for Crazy Mason. I would warn people not to make the assumption just because Crazy Mason is this late running sprinter that he's going to appreciate the added distance. Sometimes Elite Power taught us this, that their run is just even more dynamic when they're going a little bit shorter. I think Crazy Mason is interesting, but he's probably the third of the big three that I would pick.
Elite Power star sprinter Jonathan mentioned will also have a stake named in his honor on the card today. But we talked about all these exciting races coming up. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime by using Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Well, Jonathan is always dressed like he's in Jamaica. I'm wearing the velvet a little bit warmer today, but Andy Sterling and Maggie Wolfendale are enjoying the sunshine live at Caymanas Park. Hey guys, we cannot wait for the Mouttet Mile this afternoon.
That's right, Acacia. Andy and I actually just discussing our retirement plans. As Andy, we would love to have a house up there on the hills. What a beautiful setting.
You'll be able to find us up there. Give us about 5 years. Me 5 years, Maggie a little longer.
Well, we're here for the richest race in the English-speaking Caribbean. It is the Mouttet Mile, Andy, $300,000 US, and by far the best edition of this race.
Absolutely. In past years, it felt like there were like 1 or 2 main contenders. I think you can make cases for 5, 6, maybe even 7 of the horses today's race. Feels like a lot of speed as the second race is going on right behind us, and feels like some speed. Javier Castellano, obviously a big chance to win it. An excellent race, and I think they're doing such a great job down here in making this a world-class event.
And it really, truly feels like it. As you can hear, I'm sure, Acacia, the fans, they are the best horse racing fans in the world, as I think a lot of people excited, but even more maybe disappointed with the results of the second race, but so looking forward to the Chairman's Plate, as well as the new Bruce on the Loose, and of course, the Mouttet Mile coming up later.
A lot to look forward to. Andy and Maggie, thank you. We look forward to hearing your insights and interviews throughout the afternoon. You could hear that crowd behind them. The fans in Jamaica are sensational. Had the opportunity to go last year and experience Mouttet Mile Day, and it truly is a special day of racing. As we have plenty more coming up, including Ride All Day that we have to look forward to in that Mouttet Mile, co-owned by an all-female syndicate that does include 2-time Olympic gold medalist and 5-time world champion sprinter Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, a superstar in Jamaica. If you've ever, Jonathan, I don't know about you, but I loved that show Sprint on Netflix where she was featured. She is amazing and now part of a group of powerhouse women that own Ride All Day, who will be ridden by Javier Castellano.
Jamaica, they run fast. Their horses and their humans. Obviously, Usain Bolt, another one, and it's funny, athletes, and I would imagine especially track athletes probably have a great appreciation for horse racing. But I think athletes in general, talking to some of them, it's hard to duplicate that feeling that they get as athletes. The one thing that gets close to it is when your horse turns for home, and this game can provide that. So it's not uncommon, no matter where you are in the world, to see athletes getting involved in racing.
Well, she has a couple Olympic gold medals. Those are not easy to get. We'll see if she can add a Mouttet Mile trophy to the collection with Ride All Day coming up a little bit later on. Here's what's on tap. We've previewed some of the big things today, but jam-packed, as mentioned, as Maggie touched on. Chairman's Plate, Bruce on the Loose, and the Mouttet Mile from Caymanas Park in Jamaica. We have an 11-race card here in New York, fast main track. That's why we're starting so early. A little bit of the brunch edition of America's Day at the Races today. As always, today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. Plenty of stakes, as we touched on, the first of which will be the Demoiselle for the 2-year-old fillies, like the boys, many stretching out to the 1.125 distance for the first time. But we welcome in Megan Burgess. Megan just announced joining our team here in America's Day at the Races full-time. We're so happy to have you as part of the crew. What are you looking forward to today in that Demoiselle?
It's an incredible day from top to bottom, Acacia. Thank you. And it's surreal. The last time here at the Mecca, we will be holding the Cigar Mile. And of course, those Kentucky Oaks points up for grabs coming up in that Grade 2 Demoiselle. And Todd Pletcher has had a stranglehold on this race. He is looking for his 10th win, a record-setting win that would be here. He's got 2 viable options in the number 3, Zany, and the number 6, Believable, who I think have every opportunity to improve. Zaney, the ultimate test though, this 9-furlong distance is quite the equalizer for every filly in this group. As you see her there on debut at Gulfstream Park, smaller field, this is definitely going to be much tougher than what she faced on that day, but man, did she do so incredibly impressively, and looks to be a talented type, but she still has much to prove here going that 9-furlong route of ground. But she's got the speed, and in terms of Todd Pletcher cranking his horses up to be able to handle this 9-furlong distance, as mentioned, he knows exactly what he's doing. Acacia, will be interesting to see if Zaney can take a step forward in race number 3.
Big stretch out in distance. Megan, thank you. Look forward to hearing your insights in the paddock for the early show here. We're going to kick things off, though, with the opener at the Big A on Cigar Mile Day. Race 1 coming up in just a few moments. We're going to be sprinting on the main track to start things off. Kind of a key scratch with the one Princip coming out. No surprise, really. You have Brave Buck for Linda Rice at a short price coming in off the win last time out.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The 1 is a huge scratch. The 6 also, Divine Leader, who I was going to pick on top, another big scratch. It just kind of, you know, defaults me to the 5 Brave Buck, who I think probably has this group over a barrel. I wouldn't, you know, make fun of anyone who liked Cathedral Beach, which I've been known to do, and it never works out. But I much prefer the 5, especially the way this horse is drawn in this small field.
4 to 5 right now, as Linda Rice currently leads all trainers with 162 wins on the NYRA circuit in 2025. The record for most on the NYRA circuit is 164, which Linda did in 2023, that she shares with David Jacobson, who set that in 2013. She reached 165 in 2023, but unfortunately one of those horses was disqualified. So should she reach 165 potentially today, that would be a new NYRA record.
Wow, that's a lot of wins.
Yeah.
You know, you look at people's stats in the daily racing forum, and you see some trainers with 13, 14 wins on the year, and here comes Linda rolling in with 160 plus.
Amazing. Just at the NYRA circuit, which is arguably one of the toughest circuits in the country. We'll talk a little bit more about what's taking place in Jamaica. Hurricane Melissa may have rocked their shores, but continued recovery. That story after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready to kick off our live racing action with the opener from New York. Just a claiming race, but it takes all kinds, as there's trainer Greg Sacco. He's kicking things off with this race, but of course has Crazy Mason coming up later in the Cigar Mile.
He's got that suit on and that pea coat. You know, I'm thinking about becoming a pea coat guy, so I can do the old pea coat with a hoodie look that I see running around.
I love a good pea coat.
Yeah. My wife's been trying to get me to get one, but
I think you could pull it off.
all right.
Vote of confidence. Jovanina, I'm on your side. Race 1 coming up. Horses stepping on to the track. Post parade took place moments ago. Let's meet the field, kicking things off with the number 2, Cathedral Beach.
Yeah, it just doesn't have a lot of early speed from that inside. We'll need to break a little cleaner than last time.
3-1 right now, coming in, trying to get back to some of those races out of town. There's Greg Sacco's runner, OP Firecracker, first off the claim.
Yeah, has some back numbers, but just go in the wrong direction. But sometimes just a change of scenery to a new barn can wake one up to find those past races.
And a big cutback in distance. That's been going a mile and an eighth recently. Scaramanga gets a drop in class.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of dirt races, but this horse has been running on the turf in the last few starts. I wouldn't be shocked, but it's hard to lean on.
At least a bit of a price at 6-1. Next will be your favorite, Brave Buck.
Yeah, I just think this one has the style drawn towards the outside that's going to be able to help. The last race was pretty good. And I just think that this one's gotten better for Linda.
6 is out, and there's the 7. For some reason, it's a good horse name.
Yeah, for some reason, this horse is taking a little bit of money. You know, I just think that some of the better races were for Dave Donk and hasn't done much running for the new connections.
Does have some speed, at least to the outside. We'll see what that one can do. Trying to stretch out, or I should say cut back a little bit in distance. There's the 2, Cathedral Beach, getting some attention. The biggest concern that I would have with this horse, Jonathan, is that the last couple of races here in New York do not seem to be as good as the ones out of town.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to pay attention to. The other thing, too, is the races out of town, I will say, though, the horse is shorter prices, right? He's been 4-1, 11-1, 10-1 here. So, you know, the problem I have is the lack of speed in the last couple of starts. And I think from the inside in a small field like that, it's not ideal. I guess a small field's better than anything, but in terms of being inside, but he's gonna have to work out a trip. There's someone's gonna likely get loose and comfortable, and that's the biggest issue that I have. I just think the 5 is more tactical, probably a little bit better drawn, and has a pace advantage.
The 3, OP Firecracker, trained by Greg Sacco, as we saw in his Crazy Mason. We touched on that deep closer. He won the Carter. He got up there in time. He's very exciting to watch. I forgot what a dreary day that was when he won the Carter. He was so far off the screen, and he comes running late. It's just, you wonder, is he going to always get there in time?
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that makes these situations tricky. But I will say this about Crazy Mason, is that it seems as if he'll have some pace to close into with Phileas Fogg and Bishop's Bay being drawn out there. You'd like to think that it will at least be honest enough. And while I don't think that it's a foregone conclusion that he'll handle the extra distance to the mile, it certainly is a possibility that he'll enjoy the added distance. I just don't think it's an absolute if you're looking for that to be a late running sprinter who wants to stretch out.
He did win going a mile and 40 yards at Tampa, going 2 turns at the beginning of his career, but we've come to know him as that exciting closing sprinter. We'll see what Crazy Mason does in the Cigar Mile later, but the barn kicking things off here in the opener with OP Firecracker as we head down trackside. Check back in with Megan.
Yeah, Greg Sacco. We all have the black coats on today. It's like Men in Black or something. It's a brigade. But it's kind of funny, Jonathan, with the Jamaican wear, and then we pan to me, and it's just fur. But this is an interesting race. You know, these $10,000 claimers, the meat and potatoes, this is what makes the world go round on these big cards. It's nice to start off with this group. But the number 3, OP Firecracker, is one that is getting a significant cutback in distance, as mentioned for Greg Sacco, who first off the claim in routes to sprints the past 5 years overall is 0 for 9. And obviously that's a smaller sample size. You can take that with a grain of salt, and solid 22% overall. First off the claim, and physically, you know, you see amongst this smaller field, he looks more as a horse that would just appreciate a bit more distance. But it's just far as him as an individual, especially at the price you're getting up there at 7 to 1. I find him incredibly interesting. I'm a sucker for a turn back angle in general, so when I see one come about, I usually get extremely intrigued, particularly in a smaller group like this where you're fetching a fair price. So obviously distance questions, but I think that he does fit nicely in this group. The number 5, Brave Buck, he just looks the best of this group. You know, as far as these lower level claimers are concerned, they're quite cyclical in nature and their form. And as far as them physically, you kind of want to see them. Some of the others in this group just kind of looked dull in their coat, certainly looked like they were trending towards the winter months, as they often do, kind of dull and not as fresh in their physical. But the number 5, Brave Buck, looked fantastic. To me, a deserving favorite up there at 2 to 5. And I think that he certainly fits the bill, Acacia, as far as the physical is concerned.
And he's your favorite at a short price, Megan. Thank you. Brave Buck coming in off of a win last time out. Too short a price for you, Jonathan, or do you feel like that's fair?
Well, I mean, I've been saying this a lot lately, but it's something I truly believe. It depends on what it is you're trying to accomplish. Like, I wouldn't bet this horse to win. But if you like some horses in later races in this pick 5 sequence, the pool's currently at $277,000. This is the horse I would single. I would single this horse. But then again, it's also the opportunity too, is that if you don't like the 5, that you can single the 2 in here and pick up a lot of equity in the pick 5. You'd probably get better than 4 to 1 that you're getting in the win pool. So who you play and how you play them really depends on what your goal is moving forward. So betting the 5 to win, not so much. Would have no problem singling in a pick 5.
We have an early pick 5 kicking off here, 2 to 5 on the number 5, Brave Buck, as trainer Linda Rice chases that NYRA record. Opening race on Cigar Mile Day. Chris Griffin will have the call for all 11. He gets ready here. Here's Chris with the opener live at Aqueduct.
For some reason, last to go in. All set. And they're off on Cigar Mile Day at Aqueduct. And for some reason, hard sent from the outside, and Scaramanga, these two hook up early. Scaramanga now with a neck advantage over For Some Reason, comfortable to stalk from second. They're already 4.5 lengths clear. From Brave Buck, who moves forward, has taken third, is to the outside of Cathedral Beach, and the lone trailer, Christopher Elliott, on OP Firecracker. They work up the backstretch and into the far turn, 22-4. A pressured opening quarter. Scaramanga, and For Some Reason, they go at it, and they're head and head. Brave Buck, the favorite, starts to warm to the task, is alone in third and has a pace duel in front, is in pursuit, and now within 4 lengths of the lead. All in at the back is Cathedral Beach, and OP Firecracker, For Some Reason, has now taken the advantage over Scaramanga, who's back to second. They reach the top of the stretch, For Some Reason. Omar Hernandez Moreno trying to sprint away from the field, and they're doing just that. Brave Buck starts to pick this leader up now as they approach a final furlong. Does For Some Reason have enough? Brave Buck is catching with every single stride. Here comes Cathedral Beach on the grandstand side. Inside the final 16th, For Some Reason. Brave Buck takes the lead. Brave Buck wins the opener. Brave Buck over Cathedral Beach in a photo with For Some Reason in 1 minute 11-4.
Brave Buck gets the win just in time. That wire came up. Maybe not necessarily like a 2 to 5 shot should, but he gets the win.
That was a nervous stretch for those who had the 7, those who had the 5, and even a little bit those who had the 2.
Yep.
You just never really knew what was going to happen. It kind of was one of those races in the stretch where it goes back and forth. Like right here, you're like, okay, the 5's going to come get him. And then it's like, wait a second, the 7's still got some left. The 5's not really picking up. And then you change, at least for me, who watches a lot of races, I went back and forth on what I thought was going to happen at least 6 times in the stretch. It looked like the 5 was going to kind of hang a little bit, level off. It looks like he was coming to get him right now. You go back and forth, and the 2 gets momentum. Stressful first race. We got 10 more.
Maybe, yeah, exactly. Watch your heart throughout the day. As 1 to 2, Brave Buck went off at maybe just $10,000 claimers, but hey, they made it pretty exciting here in the opener. It was 5-2-7-3 when they crossed the line. So Linda Rice and Kendra Carmouche teaming up for the opener, meaning Linda is now 2 away from the NYRA record.
Wow. She's got enough in today.
She had 7 of 11 races she's represented in today.
Could certainly happen today.
Yeah, we'll be following that throughout the afternoon for sure. But a favorite to kick off the card here in the opener, Brave Buck getting the 4th win of his career at a short price to start off the day. Maybe you took Jonathan's advice, singled in the pick 5, so you're alive heading in. But as JK mentioned, big cards still to come, 10 more races, including that Cigar Mile and including the Remsen as well. Getting a chance to see those 2-year-olds coming up, and I think a lot of eyes will be aboard the rematching Renegade and Paladin. With some drifting in that maiden race, resulted in a DQ. Paladin placed first, but they'll get to duke it out on the track again today. Rematch in the Remsen coming up.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
We each have our own motivation.
Patrick Mullins lead the way to the second private hurdle.
History, heritage, a desire to win.
Graham Waters may never do anything but win.
A shared vision, without which success has no meaning.
Just about 2 seconds they have here.
Brown Advisory, investing in the present to raise the future.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. Maybe a little bit cool for a cruise along the Hudson, but as our friend Richard Migliore always says, it's always warm in the winner's circle.
Always warm. Look at that. You can take your jackets off.
That's right. In the opener, the favorite gets the job done. Brave Buck at 1-2. Sat just off the pace, but for some reason, he was part of that early pace. Actually dug in pretty well, though getting caught for 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, they ran a little bit in front. So while it looked like a little bit of a dicey situation for a horse that was 1-2 throughout the stretch, I think the horse actually overcame a little adversity in terms of the setup. It didn't really set up perfectly, but he was able to get it done. It was just better on paper than the rest of these.
And turns out that on the track, he was better than his foes in there as well. Race 2 in the books just went official. 1-2 shot. Brave Buck getting the win in the opener. Again, it was 5-2, 7-3 in race number 1. In the second race, fun 2-year-old maiden special weight race. There's the prices. First, $3 winner in the opener with Brave Buck getting the job done for Linda Rice. Again, chasing that Naira record. 2-year-old maiden special weight coming up in race 2. Maybe they have not broken their maiden yet. They're not quite up to the level of the Remsen, but some later developing types, they could potentially be in their future.
Yeah, I mean, Linda Rice with the 4 streaming it here could be involved. I went to the inside with the 1 double act. This is one that took money on debut, ran well, and then got a little bit more distance, ran well again for Belmont. Takes the blinkers off, feeling like you're going to probably get his best performance of his life in this race so far, and I think that if he can do that, he could be tough to beat. I think the first-time starter for Chad Brown, the 7 Mr. Miracle, is a little bit tricky at 8-1. I think they'll probably come down off of that, but one you want to keep an eye on.
Talk a little bit more about this second race in a moment, but speaking of the Remsen, that's coming up later on for the 2-year-olds going the mile and an eighth, and it came up a big field, a really competitive field, and a really fun one in particular because we're going to get a chance to see the rematch of Paladin and Renegade. It ended up becoming a disqualification because of the herding in the stretch. Renegade coming out to Paladin at a pivotal moment in the race, but that being said, Jonathan, I thought both of these horses ran exceptionally well in this tough maiden field.
Yeah, I was impressed with Renegade's professionalism as well. Like sitting in behind horses, you see him there. He's got his face and chest covered in dirt. They both ran well. They're both talented horses. They'll both probably improve. I wouldn't be shocked if both of them show up in a handful of graded stakes next year for 3-year-olds on the road to the Kentucky Derby. They also kind of solidify this group. I think sometimes the Remsen can be a little bit tricky. Sometimes it produces really talented and forward moving types, and at other times it can just kind of be this 2-year-old was ready. These two horses look like the types that are going to train on, so it's going to be exciting to see. Very similar to what we saw with like Sierra Leone and Dornick a few years ago.
Yeah, Dornick winning the Remsen, being able to wire the field. He'd go on to win the Belmont Stakes. Sierra Leone closing from second, of course, eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner. So talk about a live race in this field. We'll see what kind of future stars are in there. We'll also get a chance to see a rematch between Courting and Grittiness, both of whom are trained by Todd Pletcher. Grittiness, a horse that seemed that he had some high hopes pinned on him, and he hasn't really quite gotten there yet. He's getting the blinkers on, whereas Courting, you think maybe the likes of Paladin at 1.9 million was expensive, Courting a $5 million yearling.
Yeah, I mean, but look, you can't create a better pedigree, right? I mean, it's a full sister to Clairiere, a Grade 1 winner, a horse that loved added distance. Yeah. Let's not forget who Clairiere was, the type of horse that if they had races at a mile and a quarter all the time for her, she probably would have been very tough. This horse is going to get better as the distances get longer. This horse is screaming, I want this mile and an eighth more than anybody else does right now. And I think that she'll continue, or he, will continue to kind of go in that direction of improvement. I feel the same way about Paladin, Courting, Renegade, and even Talking to a certain extent, that they're all pretty good and they're all going to continue to take steps forward. It's about which one is going to make that step the earliest.
Well, speaking of Talking, he is a horse that has faced Grade 1 company before, Megan, as he's kind of making that gradual jump out to the mile and an eighth distance today.
Right, and let's talk some Talking here. The number 11, as you mentioned, for Danny Gargan, a good magic colt. Of course, Danny is very fond of him, a good magic colt, as Dornock won this race, as mentioned, Grade 1 winner. But as we take a look at Talking and a Grade 1 Champagne last out, he was well beaten by Napoleon Solo. But I will say, it's difficult when you're just outpaced and outrun the way he was early. He was just up against it that day. And as far as skipping the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup, as far as skipping that race, Connections didn't want to ship cross country with him. They wanted to really point and target to this race, which I find really could be to his benefit. He's been working well with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. And as far as what was reported in the DRF, you know, he's a bit lazier of a type of horse, and he's been really responding well. But he comes out of some incredibly live races. That debut at Saratoga, getting the better of Grade 2, later on a Grade 2 winner in Further Ado. I certainly think he classes up in terms of this group. But Acacia, he does face a wide draw, and it's going to be interesting to see what kind of position he can make out on kind of as far as getting to that first turn, going this 9-furlong route of ground.
Gonna need to work out a trip from that draw, short run into the first turn, going the 2-turn, mile and an eighth distance. Megan, thank you. Talking, pointing to this Remsen, as she mentioned. Co-owner Dean Reeves told me right after the Champagne, the following race, nope, we're pointing to the Remsen. So this has been the plan all along.
Love it when a plan comes together. Mm-hmm. You know, and I think the interesting about him is he's not the quickest away from there, and drawn out on the outside, that does leave you in a situation where you got some time, but you ain't got that much time to try to get over.
He did win at 7 furlongs at first asking, and he showed a little bit more speed that day, too. He had a wide draw, 9 of 9 in the Champagne last time. We'll be curious now with a little bit more racing under his belt what he does.
Absolutely. I mean, these horses, like they said, these 2-year-olds are going to all continue to improve, grow up. One of these could go on to be a Derby winner, and one of them could end up being a claiming horse in the next five months. You never really know which direction they're going to go.
Plenty of stakes coming up on the card today. We talked about that Remsen. One of the highlights goes around 3:08. That'll be on our FS2 coverage a little bit later on. Of course, the Cigar Mile, the highlight. Looking forward to that Remsen and the Demoiselle just a couple of races away. Our first stake on the card. But first, we have this maiden special weight. Race 2 coming up. Bill Mott currently has the favorite, but there's Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt teaming up with a first-time starter, Mr. Miracle. More on him in the field after this.
The rider says go, and Legacy Isles holds a two-length lead. Fun Can't Done. Here is Commandant kicking in on the outside. Pack Plays racing in behind them. Desert of Malibu outsped down against the rail. Legacy Isles put to the left-hand stick. Fun Can't Done now begins to bear down on the outside. It's a Legacy Isles driven to the max. Fun Can't Done. It's a head bob. They drive toward the line. Fun Can't Done wins the Mouttet Mile.
Fun Can Done winning the 2024 Mouttet Mile. He'll try to defend his title today in the race for trainer Jason DaCosta. You can hear the celebration. And since this Mouttet Mile started, this was the first locally based horse to have won the Mouttet Mile, Jonathan. So just a real celebration for the local Jamaican team.
Oh yeah. You look at the winner's circle there. There's a lot of folks in there.
That horse was amazing, by the way. The crowd just swarmed him.
He didn't care.
No, he didn't care.
It's always warmer in the winner's circle, even
That's
down
right.
there.
It's really hot down there. As Fun Can Done will try, as mentioned, to defend his title. He'll break from the rail. Robert Hallandine, who rode him to victory, saw that success and celebration last year. As we head over to Jamaica, Maggie Wolfendale, joined by a special guest.
So please be joined here by Solomon Sharp, chairman of Caymanas Park. And Solomon, You understood the assignment today. Celebrating 1970s, that's a theme, as we've seen you do on every Mouttet mile. So talk a little bit about the progression of this race and what it means to Caymanas Park.
So let's get the record straight. I was not born anywhere near the 1970s. I think I'm an 80s baby.
I like that, me too.
But basically, it's been awesome. You know, like sometimes it's so overwhelming because you set a vision to do something massive. You know, you go to Hong Kong, you go to Ascot, you come to Saratoga, you come to Belmont, and you try to replicate that. And these fans here are the most awesome fans in the world, and they deserve the best. And they let you know it, you know. Oh, we saw this on TV, we saw that on TV, and this is what we want. So one of the things that we already have the greatest atmosphere for any racetrack anywhere in the world. It's unrivaled. So we've just tried to bring the right thing, to get the right horses, to get the right purse, to get the right package. You know, you guys are here from Fox and Naira, and that's awesome. So we're almost there with the right package. You know, it's constant tweaking, keeping the theme going, and we kind of love a party here. We love excitement, and this is what we're all about.
You also have a rooting interest, although you did sell Ride All Day, but a horse that is coming in with a lot of momentum and one that you and I'm sure a lot of local fans can be excited about in this year's Mouttet Mile.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter whether we sold him or not. You know, sentimental values are there. I flew up with trainer Philip Fiani to Ocala Sale in June last year. We bought him. I fell in love with him immediately. I kind of looked on him, and there were a couple other horses that I looked at that I liked, and then the trainer said to me, "No, look at that. There's a turnout here. There's a turnout there. Oh, I don't like that knee." And he's like, "Oh, there's something about this horse. There's something about this horse." And then he kind of had some ugly feet, you know, but Philip is like, there's something about that horse. And he's like, "All right, I don't know if we're going to get him, but let's go bid." And then when we got him, I was like super excited. You know, I couldn't figure out if I was to sign a book or Philip was to sign a book. But, and then, you know, we said we wanted to run him last year in the Mouttet Mile Day on a 2-year-old race. And the trainer kept saying, "Well, you know how this drill is, right?" Not sure. We're almost there, maybe. So he went in the race saying, "Yeah, it's about 85%. And then he won on that day. So I told them that day, I said, "We'll be here next year in the big one." And he's here in the big one. So you know the whole storybook, you know, and then we've been courting these ladies for a long time because it was specific. You know, we bought these horses, we bring them in, we're bringing new ownership, and it was all part of the plan. So you can't get too sentimental even when you know this horse is that good, because you know you came for a purpose, and then we got the new owners in, 7 beautiful Jamaican women, and it's been awesome.
Well, keeping the dream alive in more ways than one. Best of luck with him, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much, and big up to all my friends in New York. Big up to all the fans in Jamaica. We're the greatest. Thank you.
The Jamaican fans really are the greatest, and Solomon, such a character, such a wonderful host, and so happy we have this partnership with them. And yeah, pretty special. That's the horse, of course, we talked about. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, Olympic gold medalist, one of those women in the all-female partnership that purchased Ride All Day. So pretty exciting stuff to look forward to.
Absolutely. You know, you can just tell how much it means down there, and I love the idea that they're going to all these other big races across the world to figure out what others are doing and to make it a destination event. And kudos to them for the efforts, and it seems like it's progressing in the right direction.
Yeah, it definitely is. The horses are in the paddock getting the call for riders up for race 2, a mile maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds, currently double act, still the favorite right now. Stretched out to the mile last time out where he finished 3rd. I mean, this is a horse that had so much more of a pedigree to go longer. The blinkers coming off, I think, interesting today.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, okay, the blinkers were there to try to get some focus and order, and now that we've got that, we can take them off and let the horse run where he can see everything.
The dam, the sister to Kentucky Derby winner. I'll have another. Speaking of pedigree, Schoolyard Superman, his dam is the sister to Crazy Mason.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he ran well last time at odds on, but a little bit disappointed, which is why I ended up going with the rail horse, and I had a little bit more interest in the first-time starter for Chad as well.
Stream It went by 3rd behind Courting last out, and here's Good Illusion stretching out in distance.
Yeah, took no money on debut and didn't do any running. I think you're getting 12-1, 11-1 because IRAD shows up.
It was very green first time out as well. Buntus Folklora has a few starts under his belt.
The race 2 back was pretty good, but there's 2 races surrounding that weren't very good. That's just pure math. I'm going to go with the 2 not very good races to identify who he is.
And Mr. Miracle, first-time starter for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse. It's a curlin. Obviously, distance is suggested there. The Dam also won first time out going 5, so there's some precocity there as well. I think this horse is sitting on a good performance.
Jet Off gets onto the dirt for the first time since the debut.
Yeah, Jet Off for Black-type thoroughbred Swinbank Stables. Debuted on the dirt. Clearly was meant for the turf that day. And a couple of starts on the turf. Maybe they're just guessing if this one wants the dirt.
When you see that, be sure to opt in at NairaBets.com and get 10 times loyalty points for every $1 you bet on all the races at Tampa Bay Downs. There's a look at first-time starter Mr. Miracle debuting here. 2-year-olds warming up. Let's check in trackside with Megan.
Yeah, and that's where we'll begin with the lone first-time starter in this group, the number 7, Mr. Miracle, for the Red Hot connections of Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt. And this is a pricey, well-bred son of Curlin, who is the type that I find they can be slow burners a bit. This horse was training pretty well over at Saratoga and seemed to be maybe one of those well-met Saratoga debuters before he missed some time there. There was a gap in training. He got back on the tab in mid-October, and he's been training well with the likes of Paladin, who we'll see later on in the Remsen, as well as that impressive winner Time to Win earlier in this week. So he's kept good company. To me, though, I find he looks to be a bit distracted. I thought he looked good physically. I mean, you get what you pay for. He's an athletic, well-made type, well-muscled. I just find, he was professional when he got the tack on, but afterwards he had 2 handlers, and he just looked like he could be a type that is a bit busy in the mind. We'll see how he stacks up against a group that does have the experience on him, but we'll check in with the number 4, Stream It, for Linda Rice. And now I think that he really showed a big step forward out of that race last time out, where slow fractions early, I think in a short compact field, and what was with the likes of Courting and Grittiness that day, who we'll see again later on in the Remsen. I thought he made a good appearance of himself. He's tactical, he's forward, he wants every bit of this route of ground, and I like him at a price last time out, but there is a propensity for him to break a bit slow. He's a big colt, and sometimes they get a little claustrophobic in the gate, all that size and scope to him. He's not the best when it comes to breaking, but I think that, he's very well bred, a Tapit colt out of a stakes winning mare sprinting. He's actually a half to Cocktail Moments, who ran second in the Grade 1 Ashland. So I think that he's sneaky there at 9-1, but the number 1 is taking some money as well for, again, Hot Connections in Double Act there for Bill Mott. And another that is just so busy. He was kind of yelling in the paddock. He just seems that, today he gets the blinkers off. I can totally understand why they wanted to put them on, just from a mental perspective, what I saw in the paddock. But I understand the more ground, the better for him as well. Buy into Mischief out, of a Medaglia d'Oro mare. Wathnon Racing paid a pretty penny for him, and he has been beaten by some pretty solid foes in the likes of Rebel Instinct, and I'm not willing, Acacia, to accept an overly short price on him. He's certainly in this kind of group.
He's no longer the favorite, co-favorite now at 2-1 Double Act. Megan, thank you. He was screaming and incredibly green first time out, so certainly not the best sign that he has not mentally developed and moved forward. There's the 6, though, Buntus Folklora. Bit of a long shot on the board right now, but jockey John Velasquez is looking for yet another Cigar Mile victory. Right now he's tied with Jerry Bailey for most wins in this race, looking for his own record today to try and get his 6th later on.
One of the most impressive things in racing is John Velasquez's longevity. A lot of times you'll see athletes kind of stick around into the last quarter of their careers and kind of be a shell of themselves. The opposite could be said about Johnny. I think some of Johnny's best performances still happen around here, and it's just been very impressive. We're very lucky to have him in the game as well as a great ambassador and leader for the riders, and it's fun to watch him, and we'll miss him when he's done. but it doesn't seem like that's anytime soon.
No, he'll ride brazenly in the Cigar Mile later on today, looking for another victory. 7-5 now in the first-time starter, Mr. Miracle. Does have the lovely pedigree, well spotted here. It's still a bit difficult to go a mile on debut. Quickly want to touch on the 2 Schoolyard Superman. Do you find sometimes that when they have an incident like he did first time, it rattles them a bit?
I mean, it certainly can. I know one thing that I don't like is I don't like when Chad Brown horses are odds on and get beat.
He's 3-1 today. The Chad Brown firster, 9-5, Mr. Miracle. Race 2, maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds. Coming up next, we have a pick 4 kicking off. Chris Griffin has the call.
Jet off. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Very slow beginning for Stream It at the back end of the field. Buntis Folklora's got early speed and jet off towards the far outside is now a close-up second. Also, here comes Schoolyard Superman, the gray at the rail. That's the top trio. Just in behind them, Mr. Miracle, and behind them is Good Illusion. So that's the group of 5 on the front end as they come out of the chute and hook up at the backstretch. Buntis Folklora is in front, is up by a neck. Schoolyard Superman now moves through at the rail as a challenging second with jet off towards the outside in third. Patiently ridden, Arad Ortiz Jr. and Good Illusion. They're saving ground towards the inside in fourth, followed to the outside by Mr. Miracle. Then comes Double Act and slow starting. Stream It is the trailer. 5 lengths off the lead, and the lead is Schoolyard Superman. Schoolyard Superman with a neck advantage over Buntis Folklora. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Jet Off is encouraged to keep up here from third. Still patiently ridden at the rail. Good Illusion waiting for the cue. Mr. Miracle starts to circle rivals, and here comes Flavienne Pratt in the blue silks. Mr. Miracle tugging Pratt to the front. Schoolyard Superman with a head advantage. Good Illusion still looking for room. Mr. Miracle ranging up on the outside, but Schoolyard Superman is sprinting away. Schoolyard Superman's got more and hugs the rail and kicks away up by 4. 5 lengths now. Mr. Miracle to the outside of Buntis Folklora. Double Act trying to run on. Schoolyard Superman is approaching the final 16th and soaring away. Schoolyard Superman. Manny Franco dominant in victory. Schoolyard Superman wins it over Buntis Folklora. Mr. Miracle double act in a photo with Good Illusion in 1 minute 36.68 seconds.
Schoolyard Superman gets the win, clearly not rattled as he gets another race under his belt, stretches out in distance. He was much the best in this field.
Yeah, really good, right? Showed some speed, took pressure. They loomed up to him, and he kicked away again, rebroke. It's a horse that you'd like to imagine the connections and Chad, or, you know, they got the Remsen a little bit later, but you have a horse win like this, going a mile, against a group like this with the types of horses that are in here, you start thinking about stakes races next and working backwards from, you know, a race like the Wood Memorial or Bluegrass or something along those lines.
And we'll see what the future holds for Schoolyard Superman, but for right now, he really was the Superman, at least of the racetrack. At 7-2, Manny Franco wins the opener, and it'll be a big day for this family. As mentioned, the dam sister to Crazy Mason, though he has a bit more speed than Crazy Mason.
He sure does, yeah, the opposites, right? But he feels like one also that you know, he's taken money in his last 2 starts. There's obviously a ton of talent there. He had an excuse in his first start, and maybe he just wanted to get a little bit more ground, and that's what happened in the second start. He got that extra ground, and he gets the job done at 7-2.
He was in very tight first time out. The winner of that race, day 1 starter, who we'll see run in the Remsen a little bit later on. But today, Schoolyard Superman gets his own victory, 2-6-7-1. We talked about John Velasquez. Well, that big warm-up he gave Buntis Folklora paid off as that horse was forward and able to hold on for second over first-time starter Mr. Miracle.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, obviously winning is important, but I think when you have these horses that are developing, these developing 2-year-olds are going to be turning 3 here in the next few weeks, you want to see performances like this, that you are right, they deserve to be in the company of types like this, and they can continue to progress on.
7-2 winner, third time out for Schoolyard Superman, breaks his maiden in race 2. Still to come, Jamaica's continued recovery following Hurricane Melissa. That story after this.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. New York City skyline, as we come to you live from New York City's racetrack. Into the winner's circle, Schoolyard Superman gets the victory with Manny Franco aboard. Much the best in this salty maiden field, trained by Chad Brown, who's standing by with Megan.
Well, you said it best, Acacia. He was best in this group, Chad, the number 2 Schoolyard Superman, and certainly didn't have the best experience on debut. You have to be encouraged that he's continued to put that behind him and put it all together today.
Yeah, in hindsight, I think it took a little time for him to get over that. That last race, I decided to sprint him again just to sort of give him a do-over, even though I always thought he was a route horse. And, you know, he ran a nice solid race last time, but his last couple works, I started to see the horse more confident again galloping out. And it just looked like that ugly incident was more in the rear view, and he showed it today.
Well, you are busy, as often as you send your 2-year-olds out here and concurrently coming up in the Demoiselle. You've always thought that she was going to be able to manage this route of ground distance, and she's also one that's been getting better and better.
Yeah, another one in debut didn't quite go right. I had that wrong on the turf, so we got her back to the dirt, and she's really run good 2 times in a row. But she got to get faster. I mean, there's some horses in here with faster figures than her, so I'm hoping, though, 2 turns equalizes it a bit. She's always been looking for a mile and 1/8, so we'll see what happens.
Well, speaking of equalizers, coming up in the Remsen with Paladin, it breaks well, all things considered, but $1.9 million, how has he been able to develop and come into himself?
You know, he's been just a classy, straightforward, you know, high-quality horse since he stepped in the barn. He came in from Dave Scanlon down in Ocala, and the same group that owned Sierra Leone owns this guy, and he's always been ranked in the head of that group, and he's done nothing to disappoint in the morning, and his debut was good. He just didn't cross the line first, but he ran a really, really solid race, and I've seen him get a lot out of it in the mornings. His last couple of works, he's moved forward, and he's going to need to. It's a pretty strong group, and he's going to have to navigate a mile and 1/8, but I don't see any reason why he wouldn't do it.
Well, best of luck. Congratulations here, and hoping to continue to see you in the winner's circle later on this card.
Thank you.
Acacia?
A busy afternoon coming up for Chad Brown, as is to be expected. Gets the win here in race 2 with Schoolyard Superman, $9.22 winner. Pretty impressive win here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it really does seem that he wanted to get some extra ground. He got that extra ground. He was in a great position early in the race, you know, attending to the pace. And then when they turned for home, he really kicked away.
Excited to see what the future might hold for that Son of Practical Joke, but it's our first stake on the day, the Grade 2 Demoiselle coming up. As Megan mentioned, Chad will be represented by currently 5-1. Are you surprised to see that Zany, stretching out from a 6.5 furlong win, is right now 3-5?
I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I like Zany. I'm going to pick Zany. I think that this is an unbelievably confident move for Todd Pletcher to take a horse who won first time out sprinting and then to stretch them out immediately at this point of the 2-year-old year. There's a lot of races next year that Zany can take a little break and get ready for. I think this says that Todd has a lot of confidence.
Short price right now, the Grade 2 Demoiselle coming up next. But it's been about 5 weeks since Hurricane Melissa slammed into Jamaica and many parts of the island. Although there's still a long road ahead, the pride of Jamaica is still strong with those recovering every day.
So the reality of this storm was that we had a few days of preparation more than we normally do. It was very slow going. We weren't sure where it was going to hit, and we weren't sure how strong it was going to be when it was going to hit. We had quite a few days of developing of the storm.
Hurricane Melissa, now a Category 5 storm.
A Cat 5 storm with max winds around 160 miles an hour.
What country could be prepared for 185-mile-an-hour winds and an historic hurricane?
This is definitively the biggest storm I've ever seen in my lifetime. This is one of the strongest storms in history. Our first initiative was to pack care packages. There are immediate needs after a storm. People need water, they need food, they need hygiene packages, they need some kind of shelter. So far, we have done over 1,000 care packages to over 18 communities across the hardest hit areas of the island.
We limbed trees to an extent, but there are quite a few, so we did what we could near to buildings. We boarded up all of our houses with ply on the windows, made sure water tanks were full, checked and serviced generators, and made sure that vehicles were parked in safe places, all fueled up and ready. When it got really bad, about 132, and it was like 185 plus, that's when roofs started to lift and move and go. But it was pretty devastating to really see it. I rebuilt this place after Gilbert in 1988, and Jamaica as a whole got very badly hit because it traveled from one end to the other. This kind of just came across here. It was just me and my father at that time rebuilding. Now I've got 2 boys to help us with, and my wife, who's been absolutely amazing. She's held us together. She's provided direction and focus. We just provide the energy. So my wife has been amazing. My 2 boys, Cameron and Douglas. Incredibly proud. The guys of the community, our workers, have rallied around. They've been here long hours, hard work. Chainsaws, well, just, it's been a struggle, but they've been amazing.
Jamaica is an incredibly blessed place. We are truly unique. I think we are one of the smallest countries with the biggest impacts globally. We have a tough road ahead of us. The important thing is that we're all ready to work and we're all ready to get back to where we were. So certainly while it's not going to be a short-term recovery, it's certainly going to be a recovery where Jamaicans are committed to getting back there.
It's been a struggle. But I'm very proud of everybody.
To support Hurricane Melissa relief, visit supportjamaica.gov.jm if you can find it, to support an incredibly worthy cause. And hats off to Eldon Phillips there in Jamaica, filmed and put this feature together and did a sensational job telling that story.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a sad story, and like you mentioned, if you're able to help you know, I think it's always something that I've felt good about, and the opportunities when you have to help people that are going through something, and they clearly are based on the tragedy that was Hurricane Melissa.
Support Jamaica.gov.jm, but the strength and resilience of the Jamaican people really on display today as they celebrate a marquee race day with the Mouttet Mile. As you heard from Maggie and Andy earlier, the richest race in the Caribbean still to come later on today. Horses in the paddock for the Grade 2 at Demoiselle. 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight. There's Zany. She'll stretch out to the 1 1/8 for the first time today.
Four of them are stacked across the track as they come into the stretch. Magic Circle is down at the rail. Venti Valentine is all out in second. Nest is on the outside in third. Nostalgic putting in a late run, but just 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And it is Magic Circle racing a bit erratically here in the stretch. Nest driving up on the outside. Venti Valentine is in between. They're coming on for the finish. It is Nest on the outside, then Venti Valentine, and it is Nest.
Nest in the 2021 Demoiselle. She would go on to be a very good 3-year-old and 4-year-old as well, as we saw her run second in the Belmont Stakes, second in the Kentucky Oaks as well. Won races like the Coaching Club American Oaks and the Alabama. She was Hickory.
Such a cool horse, and she ended up just turning into such an outstanding horse after this, right? I mean, a lot of times you see these Demoiselle winners as they were just better at 1 1/8 at this point of their careers, and then they don't really necessarily go on to do great things. But like you mentioned, she went on to do great things.
She really did. There is Believable, 1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher as he's saddling her. And Todd, you see that list of his Demoiselle winners. He's got 9 of them.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy to win 9 of any race, especially a race like this that takes that has so much prestige. That's one of the reasons why I'm trusting Zany in the fact that he's making the decision to stretch her out to the mile and an eighth off of that maiden win sprinting.
There she is. She's a daughter of American Pharaoh. The damn Mo Green, she won the top flight going a mile and an eighth. So there is pedigree to suggest that she will be able to handle going longer, as both she and Believable will be in those Rapoli silks, just like Nest.
Absolutely. And I think that there's an interesting way that she could be ridden with Believable in here, right? I mean, I think they could be a little bit more aggressive with her, because in the situation where the pace falls apart, it could pick up the pieces pretty nicely, set up nicely, for Believable.
There's your favorite Zany note, 3 to 5. Let's get a paddock report for Megan for this grade 2 Demoiselle.
As you mentioned, the 9 furlongs is a great test. It is the same distance that they will face next May as these fillies embark on the road to next year's Kentucky Oaks in Louisville. And as far as number 3, Zany, is concerned, many folks that I do respect in this game have great opinions of her. And I wanted to haven't seen her before, and now putting the physical to what I see as far as her visually impressive debut score at Gulfstream Park, I like what I see. She looks fantastic. I find, seeing her in person, she's got the frame to stretch out. And obviously, as mentioned, Todd Pletcher's immaculate record in this race, winning with the likes of classy fillies, as mentioned, a Nest, Malathat also winning this race a few years ago. And as you mentioned, as Acacia had mentioned, I find she also has the pedigree to stretch as well. One of 2 daughters of American Pharaoh in this field, as mentioned, out of that grade 3 winner who won the top flight at 9 furlongs in a half to 3 winners, all have done so routing. So I liked the way she was able to pull away so impressively in that field at Gulfstream Park. And now being able to see her in person, I'm pretty confident in her ability to go this route of ground. But checking in with the number 2, Schilling, who I've just always been a fan of here for the Kenny McPeak barn. She's just been a huge overlay in her recent races as she took the Tempted last time out. And, Jimmy Jerkins had said that the cancellation of that race had kind of given her some time, maybe to her benefit. And I find that she's another with some speed breaking from the inside that could be extremely competitive here as well there for the Kenny McPeak barn.
Coming in off that Tempted win, Megan, thank you. She's 6 to 1 right now, 4 to 5 on Zany, and we'll meet the rest of the field beginning with Jumping the Gun. Homebred coming in from Delaware to the inside.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I like about Jumping the Gun is she got a 73 buyer in her last race. Although it was a Delaware, that's very competitive with what everything else in this group has run.
There is Schilling, took advantage and set the pace last time in the Tempted.
She did, and she was able to hold off Believable, but she's going to have a little bit more pressure to deal with from this horse to her outside.
And there she is, Zany, stretching out in distance. So imagine she would be aggressively handled in her second start.
Look, if Todd Pletcher's won 9 of these races, that means he knows what a Demoiselle winner looks like. I trust that this horse is ready for the added distance.
There's Concurrently, last out maiden winner.
Yeah, I mean, this one ran well enough last time. She's right there from a figure standpoint. I wouldn't talk anyone off of her at 5 to 1.
Ivy Girl coming in off a maiden claiming win.
I would talk someone off of her.
And Believable, blinkers on to the outside. Do you think that'll make a difference?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be like a rabbit situation with Zany, right? She's 4 to 5, but I do think that there is a level of team tactics that can be played here. Is that they can kind of let it loose a little bit and use Zany's weapon, go out to the front if they can clear Schilling, and if they go too fast, they'll set up beautifully for Believable. If they don't go too fast, then Zany can get comfortable on the front end.
That's the field. There's the one Jumping the Gun. John Guarneri's Imaginary Stables actually bred this horse. They went with the mare, who was a stakes winner. She was more of a sprinter, but they went to Gun Runner. And this one wasn't the quickest from the outside last time out and ended up being second best. But as you said, ran a figure that would put her into the mix in here. So you can certainly understand wanting to take a chance.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand the argument, right? You look at strength of schedule and you say, well, Delaware Park's maiden races probably, and their stakes probably aren't as good as ours in New York. But the truth of the matter is that speed figures were designed to take the guessing away from that and to make the evaluation of races at different places, on different surfaces, at different distances, put them all on the same scale. And based on that, she fits with this group. She could take another step forward. I don't love her rail draw for a tactical horse and speed to her outside. She's going to have to get lucky and work out a nice trip, but she is certainly not impossible.
There is the 6 Believable. She's actually the full sister to multiple grade 1 placed Tenfold, finished second behind Justify in the Preakness. She won first time out, holding off concurrently as we take a look at that race. She actually stumbled a little bit at the start, but still was able to get to the lead and settle. Last time out, I know she ran second. Schilling took advantage of really nobody wanting to go. I wonder with the pace dynamics in this race, what tactics they will employ with the blinkers on.
Yeah, I mean, I would think they probably want her just to be a little bit more attentive. I don't think the blinkers on is like a, hey, show more speed. She did show speed on debut, but she's drawn well enough to be able to kind of sit back and to take her time into what it is that she wants to do. And like I said, she's got a stablemate in here that has some speed that should be able to kind of keep the pace at least honest.
She's 4-1 right now to the outside as we go back to Megan trackside.
Yeah, and speaking on those two familiar foes, as mentioned in that last race, or the couple races back with the number 4 concurrently and the number 6 Believable, but I've always been a fan of the number 4 concurrently, as I was in the paddock for her last race where she was able to break through, and I really saw her progress. I thought she looked fantastic that day. I think she looks even better today coming off of that race. She's a real athletic type of filly. She's fit. I just think she's moving in the right direction, and as Chad Brown had just commented, really flourishing, and she does have to get faster, and she does have to meet this group at this grade 2 level, taking another step forward. But the same could be said for every filly in this race. I find she's the type that's going to be able to achieve this 9 furlong route of ground. And while Chad Brown hasn't won a Demoiselle in nearly a decade, back in, I believe, 2015 with Lewis Bay, she certainly looks to be competitive there. I think she'll be tactical, especially as I think that there could be quite a bit of speed in this compact group overall. But the number 6 Believable is a filly that off a bit slow. She's a bigger filly, and sometimes, as I mentioned in the last race, they can kind of get in that gate and not quite be as agile busting out of there, but she's good sized, and as the blinkers do come on, and I really like seeing that because she's the type of horse that I feel like has to be asked, you know? She has to be gotten after a bit, sharpening her up, hopefully being able to put some more pieces together. As mentioned, she's out, she's a full sibling to that grade 3 Pimlico Special winner Tenfold, who won going 1.25 miles. So a Curlin filly out of a Tappet mare, I certainly don't believe the distance is going to be an issue whatsoever. I did prefer her stablemate, as many agree, as far as the money is gravitating towards the number 3 Zany, but I'm interested to see the step forward that the number 6 Believable could possibly take today, Acacia.
9-2 on her right now. Megan, thank you. Yeah, big filly by Curlin. It's one of those cases as we take a look at the road to the Kentucky Oaks. 10 points today in the Demoiselle. This is the New York road, obviously, onto the Basanda, the Busher, the Gazelle, Wood Memorial Day. And of course, May 1st, early Kentucky Derby this year in Kentucky Oaks. First Friday in May for Kentucky Oaks 152. One of those cases, and I think Believable kind of falls into that category, where she's that kind of big Curlin she's not very quick. You know, she doesn't have that speed and that kind of early being able to win sprinting in Saratoga type of vibe that you'll see sometimes.
Absolutely, and then going the 1 1/8, drawn outside with some pace to close into. This is kind of going to be probably her most ideal situation, at least to the start of her career. And like I said, I don't think the blinkers are being added as like a, hey, we want to show more speed. I think it's more of just like we want to show a bit more focus, you know, a little bit more finish, a little bit more punch. And I think we'll see that from her. This is a nice little group, right? I think there's a lot going on here. I think a horse that can pull this one off, like I mentioned, occasionally the Demoiselle and the Remsen come up as races where there's just horses that are ready to go 1 1/8 earlier than some of the others. It seems to have changed over the last couple of years, and some of these horses that are real contenders for next year's classics are showing up in spots like this.
You know, we talk about the Breeders' Cup and the Juvenile Awards for the fillies and the colts. Of course, those are big goals if you have a talented 2-year-old. But sometimes these 2-year-olds are just a little bit later developing. Maybe they want distance, maybe mentally they need some time. And you find that horses like that tend to end up in these races.
Absolutely. I mean, and the other thing, too, is like there's a big difference from a 2-year-old. That extra 1/16 of a mile from 1 1/16 that you'll see in the Breeders' Cup versus 1 1/8. It's different. It's a different situation at this point. Yes, older horses, it's not as impactful, but it surely matters for these types.
3-5 on Zany as she stretches out in just her second start. Todd Pletcher looking for his 10th win in the Demoiselle. Grade 2, our first stake on the card coming up. Chris Griffin has the call for these 2-year-old fillies.
Concurrently, Ivy Girl and Believable. Believable. Goes in. All set for the grade 2, Demoiselle. And they're off. Slight bobble for jumping the gun, but did break quickly. And here comes Schilling, forwardly placed, and Christopher Elliott puts Schilling right on the lead. And it's an easy one. Schilling got to the front, is up by a length and a half. Stalking from second will be Zany, as a close-up second with at the rail jumping the gun, and out wider comes Believable. Concurrently, a tight hold, second to last, and the trailer is Ivy Girl. Unopposed, Schilling. Schilling with an easy 24 seconds flat opening quarter so far. Has a half-length advantage on Zany, who starts to pick it up and cut into the margin now. Believable close up right there in third, is going to watch the top two. Another 2.5 back to jumping the gun, and at the rail with a tight hold still on Concurrently, just waiting for the cue, second to last. And they're 3 in front of the trailer. Manny Franco on Ivy Girl. 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Schilling starts to pick up the pace, and right there to the outside is Zany. Believable, encouraged to keep up. Concurrently, in between horses, about to split rivals. Jumping the gun is right there. They've now taken third and fourth. That moves Believable back to fifth. At the back gets Ivy Girl. Schilling caught that breather. Here comes Zany. Within range, has been there the entire journey. It's Schilling with a head in front, but here comes Zany. Arad Ortiz Jr. just took a look in behind, and Zany reaches the top of the stretch, and Zany comes calling for the lead. Schilling will battle on towards the inside, lugging in there with Zany, who approaches a final furlong, and Zany starts to run away. Jumping the gun Concurrently. They are battling on here for second and third, but Zany has a 16th left to go, and she's a talented filly. Zany dominates in the Demoiselle. Jumping the gun second, then came Concurrently, and Schilling in 1 minute 50.55. Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher with 10 wins in the Demoiselle.
An incredible record with his 2-year-old filly's 10th victory in the Demoiselle. Zany gets the job done in just her second start. Look, when we see any horse win a graded stake like that, Jonathan, but going from 6.5 furlongs to 1 mile and an eighth, extra impressive.
Yeah, that's that horse right there. Let me think for 2 seconds before I say this. Yes, that is your early Kentucky Oaks favorite based on that performance. She's only going to get better, right? And here's the thing about this performance is leading into this race. Todd Pletcher has won this race 9 times. Do you think he's going to be fooled by a 6.5 maiden special weight first time winning horse wire to wire that they can't do what she just did? She was outstanding. She rated, she popped away from there, she sat off of a horse in Schilling, who's a nice accomplished horse, and blew her away. Look where Schilling finished, right? 4th. It wasn't like she ran her down, they ran 1-2 like a merry-go-round around there. She put away quality speed and ran away from them. This was very impressive.
She sat just off the hip of the pace setter Schilling, and really in a perfect spot for horse stretching out. Irad Ortiz keeping her close to the pace. Like you said, Schilling ended up fading to third. We did see when Zany kind of switches leads, maybe lugging in a little bit. She's still a bit green, still figuring things out. But right there, she kind of comes over. But when she pulls away, you love to see a horse finish like that. And you mentioned the importance of speed figures. Jumping the gun coming in from out of town, checked in second.
Yeah, she ran well as well, right? Coming in from Delaware. She had shown, based on her figure, that she fit with this group. And when I say this group, I am not including Zany, because Zany is not in this group. She's in a different league, at least at this point of her career.
There's Todd Pletcher. I would imagine on the phone with Mike Rapoli if he's not here, as he had a very just a stranglehold on this Demoiselle. And yeah, we'll get a chance to see it a little bit closer here. When Zany switches lead, she kind of lugs in a little bit. Shilling is fading already at this point. It actually took place just a bit earlier than that, but still green, still a little bit figuring things out. Has to make you excited that the future is pretty big for her.
Yeah, I mean, look, you get the mile and an 8 test under your belt. When it comes time for the spring and it comes time for that first Friday in May, or I guess it might be the last Friday in April this year, but when it comes time for the Kentucky Oaks, some of these horses are still trying to pass that mile and an 8 test. Zany will have passed that test as a 2-year-old in December.
Ridden to victory by Rad Ortiz Jr., who just recently broke his own single-year earnings record, looking to become the first rider to eclipse $40 million this year. A Grade 2 win today.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Friday on America's Day at the Races, join Lafitte Pincay and Megan Burgess for opening day at Oak Lawn Park. Kick off the season of full fields and great racing live from Hot Springs, Arkansas, Friday, 1 Eastern on FS2.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff.
Going on to take the Distaff.
Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Just saw a very impressive performance in the Grade 2 Demoiselle as America's Day at the Races continues. Zany answered the distance question with no problems, and I think she answered the class question pretty easily as well.
Oh, she sure did. She answered every question that was asked of her today. Let's just say that. Talented, obviously has a much higher ceiling, in the right hands. Rider and trainer, a lot to like at this time of the year for a horse who you'd like to think has the Kentucky Oaks circled as her mid-spring goal.
She's already shown she can go the mile and an 1/8 as we see those Rapoli Silks. Zany, very impressive, getting the win here in the Grade 2 Demoiselle. It was 3-1-4-2. Go official momentarily. Trainer Todd Pletcher now with 10 wins in this race, as he adds a pretty impressive one to an already pretty impressive list.
Yeah, and look, and the good thing about this is he knows how to win this race, but he knows how to get him to be good moving on. Malathot, Ness, Stop Charging Maria, Unlimited Budget, Ashado, they're all horses that trained on.
Some big names there. See what the future holds for this one, but Todd and Irod standing by with Megan.
Well, here in the winner's circle with some elated connections that have a talented filly on their hands in the number 3, Zany, who takes the Demoiselle. And Irad, she was obviously cruising, but you got her on her lead and she managed to just straighten out, and you didn't touch her in the late stages of this race. Incredibly impressive here.
I mean, it was a little impressive, honestly, the way she did it. At this age, you don't see too many fillies do what she did today, so I'm pretty happy with her. Very thankful for trainer and owner for giving me the opportunity, and she did awesome out there. She do everything very professional.
Well, congratulations here. It looks like you have a talented filly on your hands moving forward. This is the first time you've been able to be a boarder.
Yeah, like I said, I'm happy to be on her. Look like she has some ability, and hopefully she stays sound and keep going forward. Exciting future.
Well, great ride. Congrats here.
Thank you.
And Todd, your record 10th win in this race. You've sent out some very talented fillies in this spot, and she sure looks to be one as well.
She really does. I mean, team at Gulfstream did a great job getting her ready for her first start, and you know, we knew it was a little bit ambitious to stretch her out to a mile and 1/8, but she just trained so well and showed so much promise. We thought, you know, I had to talk Mike into it. He didn't want to do it, but anyways, we couldn't be more delighted. She ran an awesome race today.
Well, there for the boss, Mike Rapoli, if you're watching, she certainly paid off being able to stretch out here to the 9 furlongs. But coming up later in the Remsen, you'll send out courting. And last time out, Johnny had mentioned that this colt is certainly putting some pieces together, maybe figuring things out, maybe not as an accelerated rate as many other 2-year-olds might, but certainly has the ability and obviously the pedigree to match here.
Yeah, we think he's a very talented colt. I think he's still learning. You know, he's a Curlin. He's designed to go 2 turns, go further, get better as he gets older. I think his last race was maybe a little better than some of the, you know, speed figures are suggesting. It was the first race on the card. It rained later in the day. I think the track changed throughout the day. I thought it was an impressive race. I like the way he did it and the way he galloped out. He's come back and trained well, and you know, we think he's going to appreciate the 2 turns.
Well, best of luck there, and congratulations here, Todd.
Thank you.
Acacia?
10 wins in the Demoiselle. Absolutely amazing. Megan, thank you for it. Todd Pletcher and Zany. Very bright future. She's 2 for 2, this daughter of American Pharaoh, with the big win.
I think a lot of people might find that interesting. What Todd said there is he had to convince Mike to run in this race.
Usually it's the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. So congratulations to Rapoli Stables, Todd Pletcher and his crew. Like he mentioned, the crew down at Gulfstream got her ready.
Yeah, his assistant, Anthony Smeta, been a long-time Florida-based assistant for the Todd Pletcher team. Big congratulations. Great, always great to see those Rapoli Silks again. Makes you think of Ness, who we just took a look back on. Turn the attention, though. Race 4 coming up next. Despo's Dream, currently the favorite as Irad Ortiz looks for another one. And Linda Rice tries to go closer to that record. Lost the rider last time out, and this is a horse that you can certainly make a case for with some of those back races.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a kind of a wide open spot here. I like the 7 Megs Foxy Gray, who is drawn towards the outside. I thought the horse ran well last time. Last race was down on the inside, getting pressure. Now gets that comfortable outside draw. I think Megs Foxy Gray at 6-1 right now makes a ton of sense.
Bit of a price towards the outside as we get closer and closer as well to our Caymanas Park coverage in the Mouttet Mile coming up a little bit later on today over in Jamaica. And a big field, you know, we talk about big fields. How about a field of 15 for you in the Mouttet Mile today as we take a look at this group here. Nautical Star 7-2, last year's winner Fun Can Done at 9-2 to the rail. Wide open group, Supernatural Power also intriguing. Should be a fun one.
Absolutely. Look, I don't follow a lot of these horses, so for me, ride all day. I love the story with the ownership. Obviously, Javier going down there. We could represent a little bit, so I'll be rooting for the 11.
See what he can do later, but the man that knows a lot about each of these horses is track handicapper, Michael Kane, who Andy got a chance to catch up with.
Well, if you've been watching the race at all at Caymanas Park, you know this man well. Michael Kane, he says he's just the racing analyst here, but he is so much more. You do so much great work, and a trainer of the biggest long shot to win this year at Caymanas Park.
Yes, definitely. That was Hio Primero, 75-1, ridden by Jaheim Addison, of course, and that was a thrilling victory. My biggest odds winner in my short career so far as a trainer.
I'm not going to lie. I got a text from Michael shortly after the race bragging about the win. I don't blame you. So, Mouttet Mile, big day here. Tell us a little about the race, who you like, who you think the couple horses are to beat in the race.
Well, I think that Supernatural Power, the handicaps, 51 kilos, getting 6 kilos from the highly thought of Nautical Star. She's going to be getting 3 kilos from Fun Can Done. She's going to be getting 4 kilos from Legacy Isle. So she's getting weight from all of the major contenders. And she has run the fastest mile time, 1:36.2, this season and from many seasons prior. So she looks to be the type that should be in the catbird seat. What I'm expecting to be is a strong pace, and she should be able to pounce and make the lead. Whenever she makes a lead with that weight, they're going to have a lot of running to do to get back to her.
And looking at the race, going through it, it looks like a very competitive running of the race. Certainly the strongest running we've had since we've been coming down.
Definitely so. The speedy Dothraki, he definitely going to play a speed trap for the other horses who would want to be for the place. And of course, the other Jason Acosta horses, Fun Can Done, the defending champion from last season. And there's also Gorvano, who's improving at the right time. And he has also beaten Fun Can Done. So he's going to be a deep closer at Gorvano. So there's a lot of depth in the race. We have speed, we have pace, we have stock, we have deep closers, we have it all.
Well, Gorvano's my long shot picking the race. Michael, when are you coming up to Aqueduct to do Talking Horses?
Well, I'm looking forward to doing so next summer.
All right. We'll love to get you up here, Michael. It's always great to see you. Good luck today and a successful Mouttet Mile Day.
Thank you very much, Andy.
Andy, thank you, and thank you, Michael Kane. See that Jamaican flag, a little breezy over there at Caymanas Park with the warm weather. But Michael does such an amazing job. We really relied on him for a lot of insight on these horses coming up in the Mouttet Mile. The Cigar Mile also coming up, as is the Remsen. And don't say it now, but we have a little trivia question.
Really?
If you know the answer.
Let's see.
We're going to tell you when we come back who is the only horse to ever win the Remsen Stakes and the Cigar Mile. Don't say it if you know. We'll see what Jonathan thinks. We will give you the answer. Don't Google. Try to think back on it. The answer when we come back as we get ready for this upcoming 4th race on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Did you know the answer to the trivia question? Who is the only horse to ever win the Remsen Stakes and the Cigar Mile?
I did not know, and I didn't cheat. So I didn't. That's why I still don't know. But now I do.
To Honor and Serve.
He was a good one.
Behind earlier is coming up late on the outside. Time running out for Himbook. It is To Honor and Serve.
2011 Cigar Mile winner, To Honor and Serve. I bet that Andy would have known that answer. He's our trivia man here. Richard Migliore might have known too.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think they both would have remembered. Those are just two big races, you know, here. And they don't get lost in the shuffle of like a Saratoga, right, where there's 800 different things going on.
When the 2010 Remsen would come back, win the Pennsylvania Derby, the 2011 Cigar Mile was a grade 1 as well. He also won the Woodward. Very, very good horse for Bill Mott and Live Oak.
No, he was, and he's, you know, he was one of those horses that had that speed and the stamina, which are the things that you need to win races like the Cigar Mile.
Absolutely. Very good 2-year-old, very good older horse as well. There's the Remsen Stakes. It's one of a couple kind of boards in the paddock where you have the past winners' silks displayed. And we'll see who's going to add their silks to the wall. Of course, be the final Remsen at Aqueduct. Be pretty bittersweet as well.
Yeah, you know, there are a lot of memories at this racetrack, including, you know, like you said, the horses like Honor and Serve and Secretariat. Was, you know, the list goes on for what they like to call New York's racetrack.
Absolutely. So we take a look at the Cigar Mile field for this year. We'll add their names to that wall. Doc Sullivan coming out. He was only about 50-50 to run in this race anyway. Phileas Fogg, though, getting blinkers on. Joel Rosario going to climb aboard, and reading that he's actually worked this horse with the blinkers on in the morning to get acquainted. Always love when a jockey has that experience in the mornings.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he's ridden today, right? He's a horse that most of his successes have come at longer distances, getting loose on the front end, but he's been consistent in the way that he's run well in his last, you know, 3 or 4 starts. So I'm curious to see how the one-turn mile plays in his hands and if he's going to be able to find himself into a comfortable position.
Phileas Fogg, graded stakes winner, cutting back in distance. It's one of the fun things about the Cigar Mile. We talk about this a lot at the Met Mile. Belmont Stakes weekend, too, is that you get some sprinters stretching out and some horses that have been going longer cutting back in distance, and they kind of meet in the middle.
Yeah, it makes for an exciting race, and you'll see that a little bit here. Not as many of the stretch outs. More of the horses that are going to be participating here have kind of been in that mile situation. Crazy Mason, of course, but no, it's what makes those one-turn miles at this high level so much fun.
As always, you can play all the action, especially the Cigar Mile, over at Naira Bets, and bet the Cigar Mile today with a money-back guarantee. Hit a $20 win bet on the Cigar Mile at Aqueduct and get your $20 back if your horse finishes second. Opt in at nairabets.com today. Despo's Dream, currently 9-5 for race 4, going 6 furlongs in this allowance. This is a filly I remember. She was claimed for $40,000 by Linda Rice 2 starts back. She was taking so much attention, I should say a reclaim for Linda as well. So much early money, and I was kind of wondering why. And then she actually ran a good third that day, and the last time lost a rider. I think there could be opportunity for her to kind of get her first real try with Linda Rice and sprinting.
Yeah, I would think so. It's one of those situations where, you know, she had some previous good races, and you know, she was bet a little bit last time too into a pretty tough spot. So I don't love her down on the inside though at this short price, right? I don't think that she's the type that has enough early speed to guarantee she'll be able to successfully navigate that inside draw.
And do know it's a long shot, but just got a text from Chris Griffin. Late jockey change on the 3. Jorge Pinejo will now be aboard on the number 3, La Gran Artesana. 2-1 though on Despo's Dream. You mentioned you had some interest in the 7, Megs Foxy Gray as an alternative. Was able to wire the field last time out.
Yeah, has a lot of speed. You get the aggressive Ricardo Santana, and I like when Ricardo kind of draws horses like this in this post position, right? I think the best trip you could have at Oaklawn Park is that kind of, you know, 2 or 3 wide stalking trip on the dirt, and that's exactly what he projects to get here. Quick enough to stay connected, horses enough to the inside, have enough speed to be able to sit off of those. So I think the 7 horse could work out a pretty darn good trip.
There is the 6, Layered. This one's interesting. This is actually a horse with a pedigree that I know quite well. Is the half-brother, or I should say full and half, to 2 horses trained by my husband, Spirit Prince and Intricate Spirit, both of whom are turf horses. So I can understand why Chad tried this one on the turf last time out. Turns out, he's the outlier of the family.
Yeah, I mean, this first race was pretty good on the dirt. Comes back, and you know, I guess probably ran a little bit disappointing based off of that first effort. And then when you have one like this, with like you mentioned, who's got the horses right around the corner that have the pedigree that they have, you know, it makes sense to try a horse like this on the grass.
Ran okay last time out, but certainly not as well as he did on the dirt when he won at Monmouth first time out 7-2 right now. And he's also going to be cutting back in distance as well. For Laird with Flavien Prat in the saddle. Looks like we have a slight delay going on there in the paddock. Not sure what's taking place, but we'll get you an update as soon as we have more information. Let's check in with Meg. Meg, what's going on down there?
Yeah, Acacia, there is a bit of a delay going on down here with the number 3, La Grana Artisana there. And the jockey originally is scheduled to ride Juan Diaz overweight. There will be a jockey adjustment. And last time I checked, she has not been attacked either. But developing situation will be a bit of a delay, but looks like they're sorting it out. A new jockey will be aboard here coming up on the number 3, La Grana Artisana, Acacia.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there she is. And when there is a situation like that, Jonathan, each rider has their own saddle. So they will go into the jocks room with a valet, a different valet than maybe they typically use, to make sure that everything's going to be properly listed, properly explained, and they'll weigh with their tack and then bring that tack out to the horse. So if there's a jockey change, they'll need to go back in, re-weigh, get the proper saddle, get all the proper tack for the rider that will be riding.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's unfortunate you got a delay like this, but you got to get all the things right. And here comes someone with that, or maybe, yeah, with the 3 saddle cloth. You can see there.
So there's the proper tack. Again, Jorge Pinejo, late jockey change with the number 3, La Grana Artisana. Looks like they will get her tacked up here in a moment. There's the number 5, Practical Love. She obviously faced some tough company in the last couple of starts with Senza Parole and with the Angels. She had that big win in Saratoga, Jonathan, and then she just hasn't been able to run back to that number.
Yeah, but it's there, and you know, you'd like to think that there's a way to get back to that. I mean, the race hasn't been all that productive outside of that, so you can start to question it. I think she's sitting right there. If she can find that number, and sometimes a little change of scenery can do that, hopefully she can figure something out, but she just has not run well since getting downstate.
12-1 right now at a big price. We saw there is Jorge Pinejo coming out. He's got the proper silks on. They've got the proper tack out there as well. I remember once I was in the paddock at the old Belmont, and it was Fergal Lynch coming in, I believe, from Maryland, and obviously a jockey that doesn't ride here in New York that often, and they'd brought out the incorrect saddle, and he came out and he said right away, "That's not my saddle." It's like having, you know, your personal things beyond the weight and everything. It's something you're used to. The stirrups are the proper length. It's comfortable. You know it. And he knew immediately.
Oh, I'd imagine. I mean, I imagine they know every little piece of it, and it's their comfort zone, you know, when it comes to getting on these 1,000-pound animals going 40 miles per hour. You want everything to make sense to you, you know?
So slight delay in the paddock due to the jockey situation. There's Jorge Pinejo, and they've got the proper tack out for the number 3. We've seen one stake thus far, the Demoiselle, and it lived up to the billing, that's for sure. And we're really just getting started. There's still plenty more stakes action to come. The next one will be in the 8th of the New York Stallion Series, followed by the Remsen and Cigar Mile, and of course all the Caymanas action.
Yeah, a full day of fun is what you got here. With we saw the 2-year-old fillies go the mile in an 8th. Now we're gonna get a chance to see the 2-year-old boys in the 9th in the Remsen. So a lot more action left for the rest of the day, and then of course the Cigar Mile. You can't forget about the Cigar Mile.
You cannot forget about that. There's the 4, Mila Candy. Do note it's listed that she wore blinkers last time. She did not. She just wore that hood that you see. So can understand it's difficult for chart callers sometimes to discern. So she did not wear blinkers last time. She's not wearing blinkers today. It's just a hood covering those ears. Muffle out the sound. Keep her relaxed. So no equipment change there with Mila Candy as she goes back into the Ilkay Cantermasi barn. Meet the rest of the field, though, beginning with the now 3-1 choice, Despo's Dream.
Yeah, obviously had some issues last time when she lost the rider, but she's got some back races recently for a couple of different trainers. That's always comforting.
There's Army Gal, another Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the horse to beat, in my opinion, but I do think she is beatable. There's an opportunity here to beat this type.
And La Gran Artesana, we've got Jorge Pineo aboard.
Yeah, 49-1, and probably deserves to be that.
Mila Candy with that hood, easy to spot in the red.
Yeah, has some okay turf races, but there's some dirt sprinkled in there that puts her in the mix.
Big warm-up for Practical Love.
If she can find that race, 4 or 5 back, she's in the mix here as well.
Back to the dirt for Layered.
Yeah, trying to figure out what this one wants to do. The pedigree suggests grass, but her best running has been on the dirt.
Meg's Foxy Gray wired the field last time.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land with Ricardo Santana drawn perfectly for her style and what she has inside of her.
And a horse with speed, blinkers on, Sandy's Garden to the outside.
She does have some speed, but I'm just not sure she's fast enough against this group.
She's a generous price at 15-1. That's the field. We've got them all out there. Let's check in trackside with Megan.
Yeah, finally getting everybody to the track after that delay, Acacia, but want to check in with a couple of runners here. The number 6, Layered, is a Chad Brown filly that trying to find the identity, you could say, of this horse, and does have the upside, to me, of this group up there currently at 7-2. I love the cutback in distance, and overall, she did come off of Lasix in that lone stakes start at Monmouth, where she didn't have the best trip that day, chased the whole way, and she's quick, though. She doesn't have to, break on top, which I find her tactically to be quite interesting in this race. And you mentioned it. She's got turf pedigree, obviously Acacia there, 2 Clement runners in the barn, both from that family. But I like her here I think that she's going to take fine to the main track. We will see how she fares. First off, a bit of some time since that October 4th try off of lengthier layoff in June. But we'll touch base with the number 7, Meg's Foxy Gray. I think they took my notes of the names that I would have named some horses. But I love this horse. She was a very astute claim, $35,000 when she was claimed back in August, and she has just continued to offer value. I find her to be incredibly interesting. She's just a big stout filly that I think will take to this distance just fine. She ran very well last time out, setting contentious fractions in that starter allowance race. And Acacia, I think she certainly earned this uptick in class.
Stepping up to the next level of competition, Megan, thank you. Surprised Meg did not pick Meg's Foxy Gray. You're representing, though.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I thought she would too. Hunch play. I like where this one's drawn.
Yeah.
I think that goes a long way in terms of how this race is going to play out. A lot of them look very similar, and so I think having one with this tactical advantage drawn where she is, and a rider in Ricardo Santana, who of a lot of the riders in the room, I would trust to get the trip that I feel like I need for this horse to win. I'm going to go with the 7.
Army Gal, now the favorite, was third behind Senza Parole last time in her first start in a while against Open Company. We'll see if she can find the winner's circle today for Linda Rice, who's represented by 2 in here. Mila Candy balking at the gate a little bit. She has never been a good horse in the gate. That's a little bit revved up, a little bit antsy, as she's not being the easiest. Gate crew taking off that hood there. She's going to run without it. Yeah, the red hood there. Taken off. Into the gate they go. Race 4 coming up next. They've got Mila Candy in. Chris Griffin has the call.
All set. And they're off. Meg's Foxy Gray and Sandy's Garden. They've got Durley Speed. They're 1-2 on the far outside. Also trying to join them is Mila Candy at the rail. Is now shoved along, but is going to have to steady as the front 2 crossover. Sandy's Garden with a neck advantage. Now a full length. Taken back was Meg's Foxy Gray. Quickly switches to the outside. Practical Love is on the move. Has taken third. Layered is to the outside of them. Is a close-up fourth with at the rail in tight. That's Mila Candy. Just in behind them, Despo's Dream. Army Gal at the rail second to last. And the trailer, La Gran Artesana. Well into the far turn, 22.53 for that opening quarter mile. And it's Sandy's Garden still up by 3/4 of a length. Meg's Foxy Gray to challenge towards the outside. Ground-saving journey. Here comes Manny Franco, Mila Candy. But Sandy's Garden at a big number now sprints away. It's Sandy's Garden trying to pull off the upset, is up by 2.5. Here comes the run from Meg's Foxy Gray. Up on the far outside, Practical Love right there with Army Gal. Despo's Dream late, but it's still Sandy's Garden for a final 16th. Sandy's Garden by 2. Sahin Savachi, Sandy's Garden. upset the field. Then came Meg's Foxy Gray. Practical Love for third in a photo. That's Army Gal with the oncoming Despo's Dream in 1 minute 11.07 seconds.
Sandy's Garden, 17-1 upset. Speed is so dangerous as it's an all-gray exacta. Hastily held together.
Yeah, if I would have known there was a horse that was going to wire the field from the outside and you told me the horse was gray, I would have bet even more on the 7. Look, Sandy's Garden didn't look on paper like she had this performance in her, but she absolutely did. Very, very impressive the way that she did it. She held off the run from the horse that I liked, the 7, and she actually ran away from a mall late. Very impressive.
Blinkers going on. She stepped out, went to the front end, and great to see Sahin Savachi back. We saw him riding well here last winter, got injured, unfortunately sidelined for a while. He went back to Woodbine, was riding exceptionally well there. Came back to New York, got injured again. And luckily, able to be back pretty quickly, and great to see him winning races.
Yeah, and it helps, I think, to get to get wins like this when you're coming back from an injury early, to show everyone that, hey, everything's good, I'm here, I'm ready to go, and it can help lead to some more business along the way.
There's trainer Joe Lee. If you ever talk to Joe, he'll probably call you Cowboy.
Oh, yeah? Even me?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
He calls everybody Cowboy. It's great. Sandy's Garden with the win. Sahin Savachi in the saddle, holding off Meg's Foxy Gray, who did run well. 8-7-5-2. Ace holding together there and wired by Sandy's Garden. Gray Mare getting the job done at 17-1, an upset, biggest price we've seen thus far here in race 4. Prices when we come back. We'll also preview a little bit more about what's taking place in Jamaica, including Javier Castellano, 7-time Travers winner, Eclipse Award winner, taking his talents to the Caribbean.
But Elite Power does it again.
75.5 in the bank, 550,000. Thank you.
Down a minute to get down, anybody else ground and to get all through. Well done. $1,050,000. $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake. Thank you.
Jugmont.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. We saw a 17-1 shot upset in race 4. Sandy's Garden takes them gate to wire under Sahin Savachi.
Yeah, absolutely. Broke from the outside, took command, and advanced her position throughout the stretch. And she actually won pretty easily in the end. Turned away the 7, who I liked in here. No one really even made up any ground. So a pretty good performance from her.
I know that we saw Zany kind of be just off the hip. 4 races in now. Have you seen maybe being forward might be a benefit on the track today?
Well, it's tricky. I think Zany might just be pretty good. But I think the thing is in dirt racing in general, being forward is where you want to be. So a lot of times I think it's a little bit deceiving that there's not necessarily a bias. It's just that horses are taking advantage of their speed and getting to spots, and from a pace standpoint, that make a lot of sense. So I wouldn't jump to that conclusion quite yet, because I think, like I said, Zany's pretty good.
Yeah, she was impressive in the Demoiselle. Well, Sandy's Garden gets the victory, though, at 17-1. $37 winner in race 4, pulling the upset. And the all-gray Exacta back into stakes action for race 5, the Grade 3 Elite Power. Fun to see a stake named for such a talented sprinter.
He was awesome. Back-to-back winner of the Breeders' Cup, and he was a horse that really taught me a handicapping lesson, that just because he's a late-running sprinter does not mean he's better going 7. He was outstanding going 6. Real pace to close into and an ability to really have a sharp late kick. He was very, very good.
Gotten a chance to see some of his weanlings at the sales. He's now standing stud, and they look pretty fast. It's early yet, we'll see, but have heard some very positive reviews.
That's exciting. It's always fun when a good horse goes to stud, and then you get to see all their babies, and you get to remember every time they run. It's always a lot of fun.
Big scratch in the Elite Power. Subrogate coming out right now. Linda Rice's El Grande O, big favorite to the inside as he draws the rail for the 3rd consecutive race.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And remember, El Grande O's last race kind of had everything his own way, right? He was facing Bank Frenzy in a situation where the distance probably fit. Excuse me, I don't know why I got confused there. El Grande O down on the inside is one that was extremely good last time, but that race kind of jumped out of nowhere. I got El Grande O mixed up with the horse that scratched out of Cigar Mile for a second.
Oh, Doc Sullivan. They're both New York breds.
See,
that
that's
would
what
have been
happened.
taking out stakes. I see where your mind was going. Of course, we have the Elite Power coming up, but we also have the Mouttet Mile a little bit later on this afternoon from Jamaica. Big field of 15. We've talked quite a bit about Ride All Day. He has plenty of stories surrounding him with the ownership, leading trainer, and Javier Castellano, 7-time Travers winner, going down to Jamaica to ride All Day. And Maggie Wolfendale got a chance to catch up with Javier.
The Mouttet Mile has become so popular that it's attracted Hall of Famers here to ride. Is Javier Castellano. And Javi, you had been invited a couple times, but this year you accepted the invitation. You're down here in Jamaica. Talk a little bit about the decision to come down.
That's exactly what you say, Maggie. I have opportunity the last couple years to ride the horses, and unfortunately I have a commitment to ride because we had the same day, the Cigar Mile, it ended up on the same day in the calendar. But I'm very fortunate to be here today, very blessed to be here, participate with beautiful tribe, beautiful fans. They're very passionate for their horses, and I'm looking forward, very excited to be here.
You are riding a couple, including last year's Chairman's Plate winner in Run Julie Run, but as well as kind of the hometown hero, if you will, Ride All Day in the Mouttet Mile. Talk a little bit about getting on these horses. Obviously, Ride All Day, a son of a coma, horse you're very familiar with.
Yeah, I'm so excited when I see the replays. It seems to me, oh, I know the horse. I think
he looks just like
him. Long, beautiful stride. And I like it. I watch your replay. It seems to me very competitive horse. It's a mile race. That's that's the best wiper. And, you know, he always like to be that distant. And I seem to me like it tried to break out of the gate, get a good position in the race, and go from there.
Wishing you the best of luck, and it's so good to see you down here.
Thank you. That's why, Maggie.
Maggie, thank you. So great to see Javier Castellano there. Racing underway over at Caymanas Park, and I'm sure a real thrill for the fans there to get a chance to see Hall of Famer Javier Castellano riding this afternoon.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously they're down there. They've got their own racing, but they're fans of American racing as well.
Yeah.
And to see Javier there has probably been a joy for a lot of lifelong racing fans in Jamaica.
Like he said, so much passion there in Jamaica as well. And the beautiful sight with the mountains in the background. It's almost like when you go there, it feels like the Caribbean Santa Anita, you know, with the mountains in the background. It's beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah, that's where Andy and Maggie are retiring, apparently, right up top there, overlooking the track. The Elite Power coming up next at Aqueduct. El Grande O, currently the favorite to the inside. We'll talk a little bit more about that and Caymanas Park when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where we get ready to pay tribute to Elite Power, son of Curlin, who stands at Hillendale.
Elite Power making his presence felt with a 3-wide bid as the field turns for home. Dr. Schibble is next, and then the Chosen Bronze Speedboat Beach comes to the 8th pole in front of Gunite, who's trying his best. Nakatomi, and Elite Power is cut loose now, and Elite Power runs right by, and he's going to defend his championship. What a magnificent sprinter Elite Power is.
Greg Miramati with the call. Elite Power, he was such a talent, such a good horse. Back-to-back Breeders' Cup wins.
Absolutely, and it's just the way, you know, those sprinters that you feel like they become really dominant, they're dominant forward. They're tactical types. You know, you think of horses like Mouttet and others that we've seen in recent years, but Elite Power was one that came from out of it, and he always seemed to find his trip, especially when he was going 6 furlongs.
Such a good horse. Multi-Breeders' Cup sprint winner, found his home sprinting despite being a son of Curlin. Like you said, he was so much more dangerous going short than going long.
Yeah, the assumption would be that, you know, based on his style, that a little bit more added ground would be better, but it just wasn't the case. The shorter, the better for him. And he just really came rolling in those 6 furlong races.
Two-time champion male sprinter, the Grade 3 Elite Power coming up next with a good group of sprinters here. And it's El Grande O to the inside that's currently the favorite with Flavian Pratt. It's kind of, with Subrogate coming out, you feel like it becomes El Grande O's race to lose with that triple-digit buyer speed figure last time out.
Yeah, you would think so, but the thing is he's just a little too inconsistent for me from that post position at that price. I just think others make a little bit more sense. I'm going to pick the 4, Just Beat the Odds. Just Beat the Odds in his last race, or 2 races back, got a 103 buyer speed figure. 2 horses behind him, Reason Analysis and 24 Mamba, both came back and ran faster. 24 Mamba ran a 91 in their shared race, came back and ran a 96. Reason Analysis ran a 77 buyer, came back and ran an 89. It makes me think that 103 is a real number, if not even maybe faster.
And just beating a neck to the tough Surveillance last time out. He does have a layoff to contend with, though, in this spot. Has not run since April, and not easy to come back off the bench into a Grade 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to take into consideration. But if you look to his past performances, you know, he's run well enough off of breaks. And so that gives me a little confidence as well, too.
He's 9-5 right now as we get a paddock report for the Elite Power from Megan.
We get another stake here on an action-packed card, and Linda Rice with 2 entries as she's on the cusp of setting yet another record, 164 wins on the NYRA circuit as she looks to do so here, while also achieving her first graded stakes victory of the year potentially here in the Elite Power. But we'll start with the first of her 2 runners, the number 1 El Grande O, and physically I haven't really seen him that often, but going through the notes, and if I wouldn't have done that, he is a horse that is a good doer. He's a big burly type of horse that just carries his weight. Certainly looks like a sprinter. I thought he looked fantastic, and if I hadn't have gone through and kind of seen him characteristically carrying his good weight, I might have thought he was a touch underdone as far as fitness, but that's just him. I thought he looked fantastic. He was one that I think is certainly a competitor from the inside, but at the same time, speaking to Linda Rice before this race, trying to pinpoint where the speed is going to come from, as she's described him as a better closing type sprinter as he does draw from the rail. So tactically, I thought this race was incredibly interesting, seeing who was going to go be a bit more aggressive, as you mentioned earlier on, that the speed, of course, has been doing well, and of course is the ultimate commodity when it comes to sprinting here on the dirt. But we'll take a look at the number 3 Acoustic Ave, who does stay in this race, was cross-entered in an allowance race back on Thursday at the 7 furlongs, but I felt that there was a chance he could have ended up there, just judging on how much he's run in October. He's ran 3 times in the month of October, but Linda is so astute in knowing where to place her horses, so confident that he ends up here. I like that. I find he could have the propensity to kind of naturally end up on the front end in this particular group. And he kind of always shows up and runs his race. And I think in this group, that could be just what he needs. And while back in October the 9th, he faced his stablemate in El Grande O, as he does have to get around him today. Slower pace without the favorite kind of helped him a bit there. I thought he ran very well despite losing that day. And Acacia, I expect him tactically to potentially inherit the right kind of position in this group.
See how it plays out. Megan, thank you. It's 3-2 now on Just Beat the Odds as he comes back off of that layoff. Not having run since April, coming back into this spot, not the biggest field. You can absolutely understand Greg Sacco's thinking and wanting to take a shot.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I don't have a problem with it at all. I mean, like I said, he's run well enough in the past, off of breaks. So he's kind of got a proven situation knowing that he shouldn't have too much of a problem handling it.
There's El Grande O. Yeah, he never looks fit, ever, in his life. He is one of those horses that carries his condition, coming in off of a win last time out over Acoustic Ave. Got that triple-digit Beyer speed figure, and I know it was off the bench to back, but Baby Yoda ran one of his Saratoga tremendous races, and the 7 furlongs, even longer, I just think not the ideal for El Grande O. He's a sprinter.
Yeah, I think probably shorter is better for him, but like I said, he kind of had that big performance, that jump up, and he's had a lot of inconsistency, right? I mean, he wins really impressively, and then, you know, it gets to sloppy racetrack, not so good. Maybe the muddy racetrack after that. Maybe he doesn't like the moisture in the track, and that leads to his inconsistency. But at a short price, down on the inside, for a horse that doesn't have a ton of speed to be able to hold that position, likely, in my opinion, especially with some of the horses to the outside, could get shuffled back a little bit. I think a lot has to do with the break for that one.
You saw Greg Sacco and those Donna Wright Silks, as she's, of course, co-owner. Crazy Mason coming up later on in the Cigar Mile. Just Beat the Odds, though. We saw this horse back in the spring. As mentioned, he was in good form. This is his win when he ran that 103 Beyer speed figure back in March off of yet another layoff.
Yeah, and it just feels like that was a real performance, right? A real race that you can trust that it's possible that he could come back to that. And like I mentioned, he's got some experience coming back and running well off of a layoff, so that doesn't really concern me too much. I like where he's drawn as well. I think this horse is sitting on a big race, and he's one that I trust even though he is coming in off a break.
Has shown he can run big figures off a layoff before. See if he can do it in graded stakes company as they start to head out for the Grade 3 Elite Power, coming up here 3-2 right now on Just Beat the Odds with that fast race that he showed back in March. Also did have a wet track last time. Surveillance is also kind of one of those old war horses too.
Yeah, you can't really knock him for that for that performance. And they're going to get a dry track here today.
Photographers ready, getting the shots of these graded stakes winners coming out. El Grande O to kick off the post parade, 1 of 2 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple of races where it didn't seem like he liked the sloppy racetrack or the muddy racetrack. He's going to get a dry one here today. I don't love his post position.
Here's Full Moon Madness, is a stakes winner.
Yeah, he's one that I think is interesting. Could work out a nice trip, saving ground on the inside with some horses that likely should cook it up a little bit in front.
Won that Grade 3 Tom Fool back in March. There's Acoustic Ave, the other Linda Rice.
Yeah, another one that's going to need some pace to close into with that style.
Just Beat the Odds, the favorite off the bench.
Yeah, this is where I landed. A horse that I think ran that 103 Beyer. I think that's a real number, and I think if he duplicates that, he'll be tough to beat.
And St. Jude coming in from out of town for Ben Perkins in good form.
Yeah, I mean, the horse ran well last time, but I don't trust it. That race just seems a little bit better than what he typically produces.
How does that form stack up against these? There's Full Moon Madness, as mentioned. Won the Tom Fool back in March. We saw him win a stake a few races back at Delaware, coming off of a third-place finish in the Bold Ruler, where he was actually the favorite that day. This is his Tom Fool win back in the spring.
Yeah, I mean, if you look all the way back to that Tom Fool, it was a while ago, but he ran extremely well. One of his best performances. You know, he's one of those horses that has enough tactical speed in certain situations to be forward, but I think it's going to best serve him in this spot to just kind of sit, let them run ahead in front of you, and just hope that you can pick them up along the way. I would imagine that's what Ricardo Santana's plan will be. I don't think that he wants to revert to some of those speedy type races to get involved with some of these other horses that might have a little bit more natural early speed than him.
I mentioned Surveillance a couple times. That was Surveillance, the gray, nearly white, finishing second that day to Full Moon Madness as he and Ricardo Santana stop and take it all in. Always love when jockeys give horses an opportunity to do that and look at their surroundings. Finishing up their warm-ups trackside, let's go back to Megan.
Yeah, and checking in with the number 2 Full Moon Madness for the Michelle Nevin barn, and got to catch up with Michelle here in the paddock last time he ran, last time I was here, when he ran in that grade 3 Bold Ruler. And he's just always, to me, a fun horse that just shows up and is a good doer. And one that Michelle had mentioned to me last time I spoke to her about him is she feels that he's gotten even better with time. But he's one that, to me, makes him so competitive in this group, coming off last month's grade 3 Bold Ruler, Damon's Mound, and Bucarino not opting to come back into this group. But you know, Jonathan kind of mentioned it as far as the pace and the tactics with him. He's, you know, can sit off of things, make his run. As far as, you know, his trip in the Bold Ruler, he sat mid-pack, was urged off the pace. He was 4 wide on the turn and ran on, but just wasn't able to manage them late. His career best did come earlier this year in the Tom Full, where he was hustled, as Jonathan had mentioned, and used early. And he was able to be more forward in a way that he hasn't done well. He hasn't done since. Ran incredibly well that day. And I do disagree a bit. I think that just playing the break is so key in this race. It could really turn into a rider's race on trying to figure out who is sent and who inherits the lead, because on paper, there's just not a real controlling type speed per se. So Ricardo Santana, I don't think is going to shuffle him back and run into that dark night. I think he's going to be able to play the situation and keep him in a tactical spot there in this compact group. But I think he's better at 6 furlongs. This is a strength. And when he's good, he's good. But checking in with the horse that is coming off the layoff here, number 4, just beat the odds, and certainly a class test. Hasn't been seen since April, his first graded stakes attempt here. And he has put together some strong performances in the allowance ranks that have him competitive with this type of group. You know, they gelded him in March before his return, really responded well to that. He came off the heels last time out in that allowance optional claiming race. Came off the heels of a blowout 6-length win, a triple-digit Beyer speed figure earned that day. And listen, per his trainer, Greg Sacco, in those media notes, he says that some horses need a race, but he is the type that has come around quickly this time. The layoff shouldn't bother him. He's a really solid dude, and I'd agree with him. He looked great in the paddock. His last works have been incredibly solid here at Belmont, and I agree with Greg Sacco when he mentioned, you know, it's either this or an allowance group, and it seems as if the class is pretty similar in kind of what he has to run and what he has to do to meet them at this level. So I think that he's going to be pretty formidable up there, obviously contending with the layoff Acacia, but he certainly looks the part in this grade 3 elite power.
And the betting public agrees. Megan, thank you. Just beat the odds 8-5 right now. Slightly favored over El Grande O. Let's go back to Acoustic Ave. We haven't touched on him much. He is a horse that actually in defeat and behind his stablemate El Grande O did run a triple-digit Beyer speed figure as well. However, he came back and ran twice since then, including a 3rd place finish in the Hudson last time out. As Megan touched on back in the paddock, he's had a pretty tough campaign.
He has, and he's been, you know, the last 2 efforts are kind of disappointing. You know, he was 5-2 and ran 3rd. He was even money and ran 2nd. You know, he's been set up in his last 2 starts, and now he faces a group, to me, that I think is probably a little bit more tough. I don't quite trust him in here. And I just, you know, but look, he's actually a pretty fair price, though, at 6-1, if you are a believer that maybe he's going to right the ship.
9-1 on St. Jude to the outside. He does seem to be the outlier on paper, making his first start into stakes company. And as you said, the races don't really look quick enough versus what he's facing, but you do have to appreciate that he's in good form.
No, certainly. I mean, it's one of those situations where with races like this, they all have races that make them eligible to kind of win a race like this, most of them. And so really it's all about who's in the best form and who's going to be able to run that performance today. For me, I'm going to go with the 4. I think that this horse is the fastest in the group, and I love where this one's drawn.
Into the gate they go for the grade 3 elite power. 3-2 on that horse right there. Just beat the odds off the bench. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
$250,000. Grade 3, the elite power. All set. And they're off. Acoustic Ave broke sharply from in between horses to the outside, just beat the odds. Tightly packed here. Full Mood Madness in the early mix, and at the rail, El Grandeo, and they battle back and forth, and now just beat the odds emerges with the front end, but they are right in behind this leader. El Grandeo, tight spot for Full Mood Madness, will back out of there. Acoustic Ave is now a stalking second. St. Jude is close up too. 22.46 for the opening quarter mile. Just beat the odds has been confronted and passed by Acoustic Ave, who's now a nose in front. Just beat the odds. Still patiently ridden here at the rail. They're 1-2. Full Mood Madness had that trouble, is back for more. In between horses, nowhere to go yet. St. Jude towards the outside. El Grandeo, 2 lengths the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch, 45.64 for a half-mile time. Just beat the odds. Starts to sprint away from Acoustic Ave, who tries to battle back on the outside. Full Mood Madness is third there with St. Jude. Just beat the odds. Acoustic Ave continues to give game chase inside the final 16th. Just beat the odds wins the Elite Power. Acoustic Ave second, St. Jude up for third, and El Grandeo in 1 minute 9 and 4.
Just beat the odds. He beat the layoff today. He was very good, as it's all smiles from Greg and Will Sacco, as it should be, off the bench and winning a grade 3.
Yeah, in fairness, around the turn, he was getting some pressure. He didn't look like he was traveling all that comfortable, right? The rider hadn't asked yet, but he looked like he was losing a little bit of ground on that turn. But then when they straightened away, man, Manny cut the corner, and when they came off the turn, he was about a length ahead, and he never gave that length back throughout the entire running of the stretch. He came in here fresh. He was ready to rock and roll. That number that he ran 2 back, I think, was a real one. We'll see what he gets here today, but that's a very nice performance off a layoff.
7-5, he went off at, give some credit to Acoustic Ave, never switched leads, as he sometimes will do, but he kept chasing after the tough fall campaign that he's had to finish second.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can't knock what Acoustic Ave did either. I mean, he showed up here. He's just consistent. He's going to have to find the right group, I think, to be able to pull it off, but he's putting himself right there in the mix every time.
4-3, 5-1. Grade 3 Elite Power goes to Just Beat the Odds. Or Greg Sacco, of course, has Crazy Mason still to come. In the Cigar Mile a little bit later on, Manny Franco with the victory. Prices and reactions when we come back. An exciting finish and stakes action here.
Now bid now 650. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
We're back on America's Day at the races. We just saw a great performance from Just Beat the Odds, beat the layoff. Second win today for Manny Franco, and he did a great job putting this one into position. He was fresh off the bench.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, right about here, he looked like he could have been in trouble, and then in 1, 2, 3 jumps, he's a length ahead. We really cut the corner there. Greg Sacco had this horse ready to run off a break, and he's a very interesting type. You know, this is what this day is about to me. It's kind of like that preview of what's to come for 2026, of where these horses can, you know, whether it be in this race, the Remsen or the Cigar Mile, they can kind of take that next step into moving into the next kind of, you know, level of their groups for 2026.
Really nice performance from Just Beat the Odds. Of course, the team has Crazy Mason still to come in the Cigar Mile. Manny Franco riding lights out, though, as well. That was just race 5. He's already won 2.
Yeah, he's when Manny gets in his zone, he's so strong, he's so athletic. He can really, and he gets good mounts too, right? I mean, he's at that point of his career where he's earned the right to be able to be on good competitive types rather than, you know, 5, 10 years ago when he's out here, you know, battling to get mounts.
100%, and picking up graded stakes win already today. Just Beat the Odds with the victory. See the Sacco family in there. We don't get to see Greg too much in New York. We see his name represented, his son Will, an assistant, overseeing the New York string, and he's been doing a fine job at it.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's you'd like to imagine that there's a communication and trust there that allows those situations to work out really well.
See him represented a lot down at Tampa, too. Monmouth, of course, but doing very well here in New York. Just Beat the Odds with the win. Still plenty of stakes action to come. Another horse that's forwardly placed. We're going to see Greg Sacco's Cigar Mile runner, Crazy Mason, though, coming from very far last. And Manny Franco really seemed to figure that out when they won the Carter together. He said, I just don't want to get in his way.
Yeah, he's the type of horse that you don't want to try to change who he is. That's his style. It's what he likes to do. Let him do it. Unfortunately, you do need things to go your way from a pace standpoint when you have a style like that, but there's nothing you can do about that.
And we see a little bit of musical jockeys today. Irad Ortiz will have the call for the first time on Crazy Mason later. That's still to come. As far as the Sacco family, though, all smiles as they're in the winner's circle with Megan.
As you mentioned it, an elated winner's circle again here in the Grade 3 Elite Power. Going to the number 4, Just Beat the Odds. I am in the winner's circle, coated up, fully suited up with the Sacco family here. On my right with Will Sacco, and you're an assistant to your father. You really are so ingrained in the business with him. Can you just speak to this particular horse and just trying to prep one coming in off of the layoff alongside him?
Yeah, I mean, this horse is he's the toughest horse we have. I mean, he's had a couple setbacks now, and his form starting from the first start to today, he's never been off the board. He's always been there for us, and so proud of the horse and so proud of the team for getting him back. Bruce Jackson did an amazing job when he went there for his rehab and come before us. He did a perfect job. The horse was just a couple works away from a race, he said, and that was perfectly true. Pablo Fergoso, great job with him. Arturo, his brother, the groom. I mean, just so proud. I mean, the horse he loves to be out there, and we're just so proud of him and this comeback and his first career stake win.
Well, it's certainly a team effort, family effort. Congratulations, Will.
Thank you very much.
But Greg, I was mentioning to you off camera, you were my first ever interview. Yeah, so got some good luck, yes. But so sweet to do it here with your son, your entire team. And you spoke that he was really coming into this effort, sitting on a big one.
Yeah, you know, Will did a great job with our staff here in New York. All the credit goes to them for preparing him. He was ready to roll. You know, Will told me every work was, you know, better than the next. He's a super talented horse. We were glad to get him back, and we're elated with his performance today.
Well, you have to be, and he's kind of a lighter race sort, so putting things together here. But I want to touch on Crazy Mason coming up later in the Cigar Mile, one that is just such a fun horse to watch, but also gives himself quite a bit to do. How's he coming into this race?
He's coming in super. We think the one-turn mile will be right up his alley. He's had a tremendous year. Even in defeat, he's run well. We're hoping for another big effort today. He's answered the bell all year for us. We're very proud of him, and see what happens.
Tough horse. Best of luck there, and congratulations here on this stakes win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Acacia?
Big victory. Congratulations to the team. Just Beat the Odds. It gets the Grade 3 Elite Power off the layoff. Nice win there. Good to see that celebration. $4.94 winner in the 5th. Just Beat the Odds with the victory. Running back, as Jonathan mentioned, at that big race we saw from him 2 starts back in the spring. Race 6 coming up next. We're going 7 furlongs. New York bred maiden claiming for $30,000. Right now it is the number 9 Fire Agate. That's the favorite. I know you've got Flavian Pratt, but this is a horse who has never stepped on the dirt, at least in the afternoon. So trying something new for the first time.
Yeah, I thought this race was really tough. I mean, there's no horse to really lean on in terms of one that you feel you could trust. I picked the 10. But there's not with much confidence. I think the 1 pretty interesting on the board right now at 15-1.
Yeah, Charmeuse, a generous price. Jose Gomez and Dave Donk teaming up. Thought that horse was a little bit intriguing as well to see if she could take a step forward. Talk about this race more in depth when we come back. We'll also look back on the Cigar Mile and the history as we celebrate the Big A and its very talented namesake.
As we get ready to say goodbye to this historic racetrack, we thought we would take a look back at the great races, moments, people that have defined Aqueduct Racetrack over the years. And what better place to start with one of its most signature races, the Cigar Mile. It began in 1988 as the Naira Mile, designed as a year-end showcase for the best milers in the country. A one-turn mile on the Aqueduct dirt, fast, fair, and often decisive. Then came 1994, and a bay colt named Cigar stormed down the stretch and dominated by 7 lengths.
And Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile.
That win ignited one of the greatest streaks in racing history, 16 straight victories, and forever linked his name to Aqueduct.
3 years later, the Naira Mile officially became the Cigar Mile, honoring the champion whose legacy began right here at the Big A. The Cigar Mile has crowned some of racing's finest. Discreet Cat in 2006, setting a blistering record time of 132.46.
And Discreet Cat with another dazzling performance.
Kodiak Cowboy, who used his 2009 win to clinch an Eclipse Award.
And it's Kodiak Cowboy!
And Tonalist, the Belmont hero who proved his versatility in 2015.
The four of them come down to the line. Look like Tonalist got there.
Year after year, the Cigar Mile is a final proving ground for the best sprinters and milers before winter settles in. And as Aqueduct prepares for its final chapter, the Cigar Mile remains a living reminder of what makes this place special: tradition, toughness, and timeless performances.
Final Cigar Mile day here at Aqueduct. Well done on that piece, and of course very fitting to hear the history from the one and only Richard Migliore, who's won more races at this track than anyone.
Yeah, there's a handful of people in this world that if I had a question about Aqueduct that I'd want to ask, and Richie would be one of them. Yeah, he's it's a special place for him. I mean, while a lot of us went on to high school and college, Richie went to the racetrack.
Yeah.
And those are his memories of Aqueduct, Belmont, Saratoga, and New York racing in general.
Loved getting a chance to see that history feature there. But speaking of racetracks and speaking of good memories, notable Cigar Mile winners that we've seen over the years. Belmont Stakes winner Tonalist, kind of what we talk about, horses cutting back in distance, being able to win at the mile, was the final race of his career. Juaner and Serve, who we now know, the only horse to have won the Remsen and the Cigar Mile.
Yeah, some good ones in there, right? It says a lot about a horse like Tonalist too, right? Like being able to win the mile-and-a-half Belmont Stakes, and then to be able to be sharp enough to win a mile race on the dirt in this type of group too. So it's a pretty cool list of winners, right? A lot of horses that are still stallions too. That says a lot about it.
Yeah, it definitely does, and we'll see who's going to add their name to the history books today as great victories from the Cigar Mile. Coming up, though, next week, we're going to see opening week at Oaklawn Park. Megan, you're going to be spending some time down there this winter. What are you most looking forward to for the Oaklawn meet kicking off?
Well, firstly, I have never been to Oaklawn Park, and I am so excited. It's a track that I grew up watching with my mom growing up. While I haven't visited it, I am very eager to be able to cover just such an incredible meet. Such lucrative purse opportunities, big fields. Not only is it a handicapper's Disneyland, it's just going to be such an exciting proposition for Connection, sending those quality dirt runners to Hot Springs for those opportunities. And Mark Cassey has already declared some of his top runners, the likes of Nitrogen, Sandman. They will be putting in their preparations at Oaklawn Park. Steve Asmussen, of course, a force in Hot Springs as he has carried so many wins into each and every time he sends horses out at Oaklawn Park. He's just such a force. And of course, we will reminisce on the loss of Dwayne Lucas, who was also just he almost built Oaklawn Park, obviously was there for a duration of his career. But it's going to be exciting to cover some opening weekend stakes. I know I'm very, very excited to dig in to this car. The entries came out yesterday as we look to opening day. Lafitte Penkai, I see you over there. I'm very excited to team up with him and tackle this opening day card next Friday, December the 12th. I cannot believe the time has already come, but Richie Migliore will also be there as well. Not to fret, he will come in March on Rebel Day. But yeah, Acacia, I cannot wait to get down to Oaklawn and cover all things Hot Springs.
We're looking forward to seeing you down there, and enjoy Hot Springs. It is such a wonderful place, and the fans are awesome there as well. They kind of say it's like the Saratoga of the South, and some great restaurants, as we discussed the other day as well.
Yeah, anytime there's a racetrack that's like right in the middle of the community and you go to the gas station and someone asks you about the races, it's always encouraging.
It's awesome. We love to see that. Of course, Oaklawn opening week coming up next weekend, and we'll see some special victories as well as that Kentucky Derby prep races at that series, moving on to the Kentucky Derby with horses starting off down at Oaklawn Park. We continue on with live racing. Coming up next, it's race 6 here in New York. New York bred maiden claiming. Again, going the 7 furlongs. Here's a horse I know you had some interest in, Olivia Mavis, coming back off a nose defeat for Jamie Ness.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where you look down, there's a lot of horses that are 0 for a lot. This one's 0 for 23. However, the one thing that you do like to see is that there's only been 5 starts with the current trainer, so there's still an opportunity for this horse to improve.
And at least one thing you can say is it's only had 3 starts in the maiden claiming ranks. The rest have been against maiden special weight.
Right. I mean, that goes a long way, but the starts in the maiden claiming ranks have not been good, which is a little bit discouraging. So, but the good news is for the 10 who I'm going to pick on top is that all of these horses have similar stories of kind of being a little discouraging.
2-1 on the number 9, Fire Agate. We've seen this. We saw this yesterday with that horse asking for a friend who actually had one race on a dirt track, even though it was an off-the-turf race that was very good, and he just was taking so much money in what appeared to be a more wide-open race because it was Flavien Prat and Mike Maker.
Yeah, I mean, you don't love to see a horse like this who's had a bunch of chances on the surface that it feels like they prefer going for maiden 50. But I do think that this is probably a softer spot, so they don't have to love the surface. They just got to handle it.
Maybe just be a little bit better than their competition. Meet the field as horses step onto the track. First, we'll start off with a big price. He might have a little bit of an outside look. There's the one, Charmeuse.
Yeah, just a little lightly raced, just a little bit interesting with a couple of dirt races.
18-1. As Jose Gomez is going to climb aboard for trainer Dave Donk. There's Lady Merengue going to the dirt for the first time.
Yeah, another one that you'd like to say is just not really exposed. Only had one opportunity, so there could be much better to come.
I should say that's probably Lady Meringue, as the dam was Lemon Meringue Phi. Frog Hollow Summer, the 5.
Yeah, another one that just spent all this time on the turf. You'd like to think that was the preferred surface as well.
Oh, we keep with the theme with Cat Stormy. That's the same.
I wanted to make a case for this one just because the horse has taken money and been running in a couple of maiden special weight races, but this one is another one that I'm a little bit worried about.
Back to dirt for AP Slingshot.
Yeah, AP Slingshot is another one who's got a couple of good dirt races in terms of figures, but they just haven't been all that impressive.
Argentiera for Kevin Bond.
Yeah, another one. It feels like it's an ongoing theme. Turf, 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 turf for a lot of these horses.
And same with Fire Agate, 5-2 now.
Yeah, I mean, this one just feels like probably the classiest, but you're gonna get, you're gonna do a little. You're not gonna do great from a timing standpoint or a price standpoint because of the connections.
Nose defeat for Olivia Mavis left out.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I landed, just hoping that maybe there's something in here to help this one improve a little bit.
And Purest Performance, first time in the dirt in a while.
God, another one. I mean, this is one of the hardest races I've looked at in a long time. None of them are inspiring. I have no idea who's going to handle what. It really is a guessing game, and a very interesting guessing game to get started for this pick 6.
2-1 on the 10 now, Olivia Mavis, as we see Jamie Rodriguez warming her up on the track. Let's check in trackside with Meg.
Well, I completely agree with Jonathan. This is a maze of a race here, kicking off the pick 6, and you want to cover yourself in this one. And speaking to the number 10, Olivia Mavis, as one of your favorites, I cannot possibly want to take this horse at a short price, particularly considering what I saw from her physically. Just really dull in her coat, did not impress me whatsoever, just in terms of the way she's carrying her condition and her fitness. She just looked a bit scrawny. I know this time of the year, these horses getting into the winter months, they can kind of dull out a little bit, but I just wish there was more to her. Just not very powerful from her hind end. I did not particularly love what I saw from her, and it kind of gave me a negative impression when it comes to opting for such a short price in such a wide open group. But want to touch on the number 9, also taking money there for trainer Mike Maker, Flavien Prat. And I thought if I was going to accept a shorter price, that this was the horse I was willing to do so. And, Jonathan mentioned it. It's a puzzle. We don't know if some of these horses are even going to take to the main track, some of them having those turf efforts. And this, though, I love the turn back angle for this filly that has not been able to really hold her own in her route tries here in the number 9. And I think sure her pedigree suggests that she's going to be able to handle things. Her dams wins came on the dirt sprinting. Her dam is actually a half to a multiple stakes winning mare Malibu Beauty, who is nearly a millionaire. And her this Justify half sibling, while yet to debut, sold well. So should be some pedigree in the pipeline. Bet down as the second choice last time out with Pratt aboard as she gets him back. Always nice to see him taking the mount, but didn't save ground. Slow pace wide each and every step of the way, and while obviously breaks from the outside, I'm hoping that she can get some chance to save ground, as she did not last time out. But overall, as I mentioned, like the cutback, and while yes, Miguel Clement dropped her in for a tag on debut and she hasn't exactly inspired, I do find she could be one in a sea of mysteries that could take to the dirt. Acacia.
Maybe she's just better than what she faces today. Meg, thank you. There is the number 2, Lady Meringue. This horse debuted on the turf, and you typically don't anticipate seeing a Linda Rice first-time starter win. They often need a starter too. Any case to be made for this one getting onto the dirt for the first time?
I mean, nothing that really jumps off the page, right? I mean, there's some the best of the siblings were better on the grass. Yep. Linda thought enough to debut on the grass. Like I said, but the perfect scenario is that all these horses are just kind of like give the same vibe of, God, that doesn't feel like they want to win. Doesn't feel like they want to be in this and on this surface. There's not a whole lot to grasp onto. I would just say the 9 and the 10 from a class standpoint are right there in the mix.
Mm-hmm. And we talk about it, but you're going to see it a lot this time of year when turf season has ended, especially for New York breds, which these are. Trainers want to find out, can my New York bred handle running on the dirt so that I can keep them around through the winter, try to pick up a few checks, maybe win a couple of races, or do I need to put them on the shelf and wait for the spring when turf season comes back?
Absolutely, it's a time you have to try to figure it out. You got to try to work through it and understand what do we have here? Do we have a horse that we feel like can participate on the dirt, or do we need to kind of make some other plans for what we're going to do, either whether it be some time off or heading down south to a Florida?
We have a pick 6 kicking off here as well. We had a carryover in the pick 6 the other day that had some really nice returns. Let's see what takes place in the pick 6 sequence today. Good luck if you're playing, getting involved, any sort of bets that you're doing this afternoon. 2-1 favorite now on the number 10, Olivia Mavis. The number 9, Fire Agate, taking attention as well. Anybody else with some prices you thought was a little bit interesting to use?
Yeah, I mean, like I thought. I mean, the 1's interesting, but honestly, if I'm being honest, it just feels like one of those situations where you're like trying to make a case for somebody. Yeah. I don't love the 1 in here. To me, it's the 9 or the 10 are probably going to win. Neither of them are all that inspiring, but it feels like a likely scenario.
See what takes place graduation day for one of these New York bred fillies. Maiden claiming coming up next in race 6. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Frog Hollow Summer. Here's Fire Agate. Cat Stormy. Olivia Mavis. Purest Performance to the outside. Jorge Pineo last to load. Purest Performance goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking smoothly was Frog Hollow Summer right towards the front, and here comes Lady Meringue to the inside. Lady Meringue now puts a neck in front of Frog Hollow Summer, who's a stalking second. Purest Performance just off of them in third. Olivia Mavis, center of the racetrack, is in fourth, and Cat Stormy in between horses in fifth. Then in sixth, progressing is Fire Agate, up on the far outside. Another length in front of Charmeuse, who's towards the back end, and the 2 trailers. That's AP Slingshot with Argentietta. They work up the backstretch, 23.27 for the opening quarter mile. Lady Meringue with a head advantage. Frog Hollow Summer still right there. Purest Performance 3 wide. Cat Stormy, Sahin Savachi tucked in at the rail. They're in fifth with Olivia Mavis with a wide run. Going to be 4 wide, but Olivia Mavis is on the move. Fire Agate is now within range, is in sixth, but progressing nicely as they are approaching a quarter mile left to go. Backing out of it, Lady Meringue. Olivia Mavis is now challenging for the lead, and Olivia Mavis has a quarter mile left to go and is now in front by a full length and a half. Frog Hollow Summer trying to hold second. Down on the inside, Cat Stormy starts to rally. Far outside, Fire Agate, and from the back, it's AP Slingshot. But with a furlong left to go, Jamie Rodriguez had a wide run, but Olivia Mavis is well clear, is up by 7 lengths now. It's all Olivia Mavis to win it. AP Slingshot up for second, then came Fire Agate, then Cat Stormy in 1 minute 25 and 4.
Olivia Mavis delivers off that nose defeat. Last time out, she was much the best against this group, and she had some dirt form, whereas there were a lot of questions about many of the others in here.
Yeah, I mean, she did it the dirty way too, right? Went wide all the way around there. I made that move. I can tell you, even though I picked her, I did not. This was not on my bingo card for the way that she was going to do it, but she did it in extremely impressive fashion, and it just feels like she was one of the ones that handled it while the rest of them didn't.
Yeah, they're definitely fair to say. 8-5 on Olivia Mavis. Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle. I know just a maiden race, but Jamie recently having moved his tack to New York, you want to win races, no matter what kind of races, on these big days when everybody's tuned in.
No, it's definitely the place to do it because, like you said, everyone's paying attention, and these owners watch races. And when they watch races, they tell their trainer, hey, I want to try to get so-and-so, or can we get so-and-so, and is so-and-so open? And when you're winning races like this, it goes a long way.
10-7-9-6. It was AP Slingshot who managed to check in second, getting back onto the dirt and the blinkers on, but no doubt about the winner, Olivia Mavis, 8-5. She was much the best there in race number 6. Now we're on for a few more minutes on FS1, and then our coverage is going to shift over to FS2. You can catch live coverage of the rest of the stakes, including the Cigar Mile over there. But Jonathan, I want to know, who's your Cigar Mile selection?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Phileas Fogg. It's not a warm and fuzzy selection. It is a situation where, you know, in multi-race wagers, I'd want to have Phileas Fogg. I'd want to have Bishop's Bay. I'd want to have Crazy Mason. But if who I'm going to pick on top, it's the most consistent horse. And to me, the most consistently good horse, at least in the last 4 or 5 starts, is Phileas Fogg. So I'll go with that one.
He has the speed, blinkers on as he cuts back slightly in distance. As Megan will bring you into this conversation in a moment when we will get a chance to get her Cigar Mile selection still to come, but I think just really looking forward to this race. Obviously, as we've talked about it, the final Cigar Mile to be run here at Aqueduct. It's going to be a special one no matter what. The true history of this race. Personally, though, I'm most looking forward to that Remsen.
Yeah, no, the Remsen's always fun, right? It gets you excited about what's to come in next year's 3-year-old races, right? Don't forget, a couple of years ago, we saw Sierra Leone, a horse that was very close to winning the Kentucky Derby. We saw Dornick, who won 2 Grade 1s for 3-year-olds. So you got to love a race like the Remsen.
We'll get a chance to see Paladin and Renegade rematch after the disqualification that took place in that maiden special weight race, but a big field. Plenty of horses that could step forward. I thought Igniter a little bit interesting too. We have not talked about him at all. Rick Dutrow saying that the 10 or so weeks in between races by design pointing to this Remsen. Bit interesting stretching out.
Yeah, I thought that Paladin was interesting. Obviously courting, Renegade, talking, and as well as you, I thought Igniter was one that was like just kind of on the fringe, but his style seems to make sense for this type of race.
Well, speaking of Cigar Mile and the selections overall, let's head down to Megan. Megan, who do you like in this year's Cigar Mile?
Well, my pick isn't exactly the most inventive, but I went with the number 7, Bishop's Bay, and he is just a horse that shows up each and every time. And, you know, while this is a grade 2, I feel like this isn't the strongest group here in the Cigar Mile. I think that he's just one that has just shown up each and every time, coming off of that win in the grade 3 49er. And listen, he is bet down pretty much each and every time he runs, and I can forgive 2 back in the 4 ago. I think him getting to this 1-turn mile is just exactly his cup of tea. Tactically, I find he fits, breaking from the outside as well. And while he does have to get around a quality stakes contender in the Phileas Fogg, as Jonathan had mentioned, he just shows up each and every time, and one that I find confidence in looking ahead, Acacia, to this grade 2 Cigar Mile.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought that Bishop's Bay was kind of the horse to beat. He's a miler. I think there are still some questions with Phileas Fogg about him maybe wanting to go longer, being able to control things, and then Crazy Mason, just his style and the way that he just leaves himself with so much to do. But I agree, if you're playing multi-race wagers, you want to use all of the big three. Over at Caymanas Park, though, we have the 7th race coming up. That'll be the first one on our live coverage. That's the Grade 3 Chairman's Plate. Maggie and Andy with us in Jamaica. Looking forward to getting that live racing coverage coming up on our show.
That's right, Acacia, as we just got the riders up call here in the paddock. And Andy, the champ from last year, Run Julie Run, she's back to defend her title.
And she's going to be very hard to beat in here. First of all, picking up Javier Castellano, obviously
doesn't hurt.
Not going to hurt her at all in this race. But also, there's not an abundance of speed in this race. I think there's so much more speed in the Mouttet Mile than here. And maybe much like Aqueduct, which apparently Speed's been very good at today, Speed's been pretty good here, and I think Run Julie Run just might be better than these horses.
And it's not like she's a need the lead type,
I
but
agree.
she puts herself in a forward position.
And I think Javier is going to do just that. You know, when you get a Javier Castellano coming down here, he knows what he has to do. She's going to be tough to beat. If there's an upset, I'm just not sure who it's going to be.
I really couldn't find anybody either. Acacia, looks like the racing has been wonderful up there at Aqueduct, but can't beat the weather here.
Amen to that. We miss you guys here. Of course, it's just not a big day in New York without Andy and Maggie, but I'm sure they're having a great time and enjoying the wonderful people of Jamaica. We look forward to seeing their tans when they come back. Horses getting the leg up there for the Grade 3, the 4th running of the Chairman's Plate over in Jamaica. As mentioned, we're going to get a chance to see Run Julie Run, Javier Castellano climbing aboard. Over on Fox Sports 2, we will have the Chairman's Plate and the continuing coverage from Jamaica, as well as Cigar Mile Day, the Remsen, the Cigar Mile, plenty more to come from New York as well. We hope you will change over to Fox Sports 2 and join us over there for continuing coverage. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way for our continuing coverage on America's Day at the races. There's plenty more still to come from Cigar Mile Day.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear. World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Friday on America's Day at the Races, join Lafitte Pinkai and Megan Burgess for opening day at Oak Lawn Park. Kick off the season of full fields and great racing live from Hot Springs, Arkansas, Friday, 1 Eastern on FS2.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield digs down deep to win it. And Maxfield fought off all challengers easily to win the Foster.
Here's Maxfield. He's now 5 for 5. Maxfield, magnificent in the mine shaft. He won by 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races with live coverage from Aqueduct. It's Cigar Mile Day, the final Cigar Mile at the Big A, as we also have live racing coverage from Caymanas Park here in Jamaica. The Mouttet Mile, the richest race in the English-speaking Caribbean. But we'll kick off the live action here as we are trackside. Maggie Wolfendale along with Andy Serling with the chairman's plate. Andy, as they have just taken the track for this race in which we see a horse coming back to defend her title in Run Julie Run.
And picking up Javier Castellano as well, so it's not bad for her. She really looks like she's going to be tough to beat. And, you know, I know they just left the paddock, but we're on Jamaica time down here. And
it's island time.
Jamaica time's a little bit different, so I'm not sure the race will be going off just yet, but shortly it'll be going off. And Run Julie Run, she's got speed, but she doesn't need the lead. There's not an abundance of speed. There's a few other horses potentially could be forward. She just might be too good for these horses, Mag.
And she's just so consistent. Granted, she's not winning all of her races, but she's right there. She is, you know, right, being forward, I think always puts her in that right position to be able to win. And honestly, I just don't see anybody else that necessarily classes up to her, especially at this 9 furlongs.
I agree. You know, you look at a race like the Mouttet Mile, which I think is much more wide open.
Agreed.
I mean, you and I, there's like 5 major contenders, and you and I both think there are fringe players that can win. This race, I'm not going to try to beat Run Julie Run.
No.
And to be honest, I mean, Javier is a world-class jockey, and no disrespect to the others. It's a big edge to getting Javier for this race. He's ready. I did heckle him a little bit in the paddock. I just want him to feel at home, you know? I didn't want him to feel like, you know, he's in a special place.
I totally felt as though he felt at home, we're saying like relaxed Javi.
Yeah,
he is on island time too.
He was as joyous in his interview with you as we've seen him in a while. Happy to be down here. And I got to tell people, it really is great being here. I mean, so many great fans. You walk around here, it feels like we're in Saratoga. You know, the fans are just terrific down here, and it's such a fun day of racing.
I am going to have to try to cram Andy's head into the plane because it's got to be so big, as many fans as he has here at Caymanas. So, yeah, Andy, good luck getting on that airplane tomorrow.
We can't sit in the same row.
No.
There's just not enough room for the both of us.
There's no room.
We got a special compartment in the plane. But, you know, coming back here, my 3rd year here, can't say enough about the hospitality. And I tell you what, I hope you guys watched earlier and you got to look at that Solomon Sharp outfit because he's looking awfully good. And I think they're heading to the track, or they're heading towards the gate. They're actually getting ready to go in. And the 5 Run Julie Run, currently 1-2. And I'll tell you what, she looks like a 1-2 shot on paper, Mag.
She does. I mean, now dipping down to 1-5. Andy, the only horse that I thought might give her a little bit of a challenge was number 6, Divine Force. But at the end of the day, he looks like a horse that's kind of more or less a slow plotter. Maybe he can pick up the pieces late. I did like the look of him in the paddock. I love the notes down here on the form. They actually do my job for me. Tongue tie off tells you all of the equipment. So last time out, he was just, you know, wired by 2 horses who are more forward than he was.
And that's really thanks to the incredible work that Michael Caine does here. I can't say enough. The guy does absolutely everything around here, including putting the charts together and the PPs. He's an indispensable part of the racing down here at Caymanas Park in Jamaica.
Exactly. There is a horse in here that sometimes will hold up proceedings at the gate. That's number 11, Unruly Mo. He is breaking towards the outside as we just see Run Julie Run heading into line. She will look to defend her title at 1-5 in this chairman's plate. Looks to be about 3 horses out here, Andy. I think we're kicking things off pretty chalky.
Yeah, I think so. And Unruly Mo, you mentioned, one of the few horses not yet loaded, could be forwardly placed in this race as well, but is absolutely the heavy favorite Run Julie Run's race to lose.
Oh, we'll send it up to track announcer here at Caymanas Park, Brian Rickman, for the call of the chairman's plate.
So Unruly Mo, being unruly, perfectly named. Neo Star also lining up for 4. So 2 to load, Neo Star and Unruly Mo. Unruly Mo looks to be in. Neo Star is in, field in line. This is the chairman's plate. 9 furlongs, 25 yards. Starter ready. They're off for the chairman's plate. Sheer Delight steps off just a bit slow. Several horses want that lead. Immeasurable Joy is down on the rail. Provident moving ahead. Neostar also rushing through as they make their way down the far side and leave the near side and leave the mile pole behind them. Neostar out in front. Unruly Mo, I Dream Again racing in the slipstream. Mac and Rome on the outside of Run Julie Run. Blue Vinyl is further back along with Provident held up for a late kick. Divine Force races next with Pretty Perfect and Immeasurable Joy as they take to the far side and run toward the 6. Oil Machine second from the back, and last of all it is Sheer Delight. 6 furlongs remaining in the chairman's plate. They're on the back stretch, and Unruly Mo now ekes out a narrow lead. Run Julie Run right alongside running the rail, that's the grey. Neostar is next. I Dream Again taken off the fractions. Mac and Rome begins to make ground. 2.5 to 3 lengths separates the first 5 as they charge to the half mile. Blue Vinyl is next with Divine Force. Oil Machine has made good progress. Provident is there too. A gap of some 5 lengths back to Immeasurable Joy as they quicken up, leaving the half mile. Sheer Delight making some progress, and Pretty Perfect now struggling last of them all as they come toward the final 3/8 of a mile in the chairman's plate. I Dream Again with the lead. Neostar attacking on the outside. Run Julie Run being urged to get closer. Mac and Room a left back. Blue Vinyl now looks to be circling horses, but they're about to come thundering into the lane. It is Neostar in the center, kicking in on the outside. Here is a Blue Vinyl, and Blue Vinyl now grabs the lead on the run toward the final furlong. It is a Blue Vinyl now dashing away from them. Neostar has cried enough. Run Julie Run needs to do more. Oil Machine and Sheer Delight racing on the outside, but it is Blue Vinyl inside the final 16th. Radish, the sneaky Fox Roman, will take the chairman's plate easily in the end on the Blue Vinyl. They win by maybe 5 over Sheer Delight. Then Provident, Oil Machine, Run Julie Run is 5th.
Andy, ridden by Radish Roman, who is one of the leading riders here at Caymanas, trained by Gary Subrati. Bit of an upset and off of a layoff. He was much the best.
Not just an upset, an absolutely easy winner in this race. Circled the field. Javier made an early move on the inside with a favorite, and I think a lot of us thought maybe that's going to be all she wrote. Well, it was all she wrote for her as she struggled home 5th. But a decisive win with Blue Vinyl getting the job done really, really easily in this race. I feel like it was a 10-8-3, and if you add that try in there, you're going to collect well. We, on the other hand, were chalk-eating weasels and got nothing with Run Julie Run.
You know, I wonder, Javi kind of sensing an slow early fraction that he decided to push her through, but that was not the answer today. Blue Vinyl, patient ride, was able to sweep to the lead, and as you said, 10-8-3-1 unofficially here in the chairman's plate as the favorite. She could not even hit the board.
And I wonder a little bit if Javier realized it coming from there, and I don't have any sense of the racetrack, if he's thinking, I'm not going to be inside of my next 2 mounts today. Probably not the reason she lost. She just did not fire today at all.
Yeah, it was a disappointing, rare performance from her, but as we are soaking in the sunshine, we're hoping that our counterparts in New York are staying warm as we welcome Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori to the show, guys. It'll be good to hear your voice, but I'm having fun here with Andy.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it's a little warmer down here, probably.
I think it's impossible not to have fun if you are in Jamaica for Mouttet Mile Day. Good to have you both on, see the work you're doing. Tremendous, big one obviously still to come with that Mouttet Mile. Winningest rider in the history of this racetrack here on an incredibly important day and a bit of a bittersweet day in our final Cigar Mile we're going to have here at the Big A.
I'm really impressed with how many racing fans and owners and trainers have really embraced how important this day is, being the last time we're going to run these races here at Aqueduct. The equestrian is packed. There's a buzz about the building, and it's just really, really great to be here.
Yeah, you can really feel it, unlike what we see on a day-to-day basis here. That energy is here for this Cigar Mile Day. It's our ABR race of the week, race 10 on this Saturday card, 3:37 Eastern start time. Big scratch with Doc Sullivan. The New York bred coming out, but still loaded with talent, including the 2 on the outside. And I think one of the more interesting stories on this entire day, Phileas Fogg, who's really turned into a specialist, going longer at 1.25 mile distance, cutting back to a mile with his speed, putting blinkers on for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, that's the question. How is that turn back to a 1-turn mile going to translate here? Now, he is has run twice at the mile distance with a win and a second. One of those was around 2 turns, though, and the other was against much easier company. But he's in good form. He tries hard. He's adding blinkers today, Greg, and I think that's probably to try to offset or balance out the fact that he's turning back in distance.
He did run, as you said, a couple of wins at this distance, or one win, I should say, and a runner-up, but one of the fastest races of his career at a mile here in September of 2024. So it's not like he's not capable at this distance.
No, and he's well drawn towards the outside. He only has Bishop's Bay, who I happen to fancy today, but he should get the right kind of trip. He also picks up Hall of Famer Joel Rosario for the first time, so I'm sure Joel will have him in the right place. So Joel is so good at allowing horses to run up into his hands. I think it'll be a good match.
We will get to that to come. We also have the Kentucky Derby Trail. Final big start of this two-year-old campaign before we turn the page for these 3-year-olds to 2026 in the true Triple Crown Trail, but points on the line for the Derby in that Remsen to come. Race 7 is going to start the late pick 5. 1-turn mile, entry-level allowance race, and 4 to 5 life and times. Worth the wait, wow, for this horse to finally make his debut. He didn't start until late in his 4-year-old campaign, back on November 1st. He ran huge first time out.
That was a big effort, and he's a half to already some very accomplished runners, including Restless Rider, who is a Grade 1 winner. So that mare has been shown to be very productive.
Here is Weightless. Linda Rice, Ruben Silvera, really big effort, but it was going a little longer, 1 1/8 last start.
Little longer, and a horse that's going to be closing, but he does get the inside, not the greatest position going 1 turn.
Commuted, likes to be forward, adds blinkers.
And you get Irad Ortiz Jr., and I see Irad here today.
There's Butta. He just ran a huge effort 2 starts ago.
Really nice New York bred here, trained by Gary Siaka, has speed.
Playa Del Mar, Belmont runner, New Gelding.
Yeah, kind of a work in progress. Finally broke his maiden in his 5th try, and now, or 4th try, excuse me, and gets the makeover today, being a gelding.
Life and Times went by, made that big splash with that huge debut.
Very impressive.
Landoro, Miguel Clement coming off a win.
Real nice effort that day, too, this New York-bred son of Medaglia d'Oro.
I'm surprised he's such a big price. He was on the morning line, too. Finest Con, huge long shot goes by. Here's the 9 Filoso for Chad Summers.
Yeah, a horse that has a little trouble getting away from the gate cleanly, big price, but I actually think he has a puncher's chance.
Dreamlike. Linda Rice trains, coming off a 3rd, was behind Weightless, long way back.
Yeah, another one, more of a closing type.
Carlos Martin Barn has Flavian Prado, My Matoli.
Horse got a couple of efforts that were good, particularly going the 1-turn mile here at Aqueduct.
And a little tough to see with Rule 62. Won the debut at Colonial and has struggled 2 tries against winners.
Yeah, he would be a surprise. We'd have to see a race that we just haven't seen from this horse as of yet.
Late pick 5. You see the pool there, lower right-hand side of your screen. It's getting up there on a sequence that will include the Remsen with those Derby points on the line for next year. And, of course, our ABR race of the week, the Cigar Mile. Caymanas action is still to come as well with the main event, that Mouttet Mile, with beautiful weather out in Kingston, Jamaica. Here is Weightless as we get set for this late pick 5. Linda Rice, Ruben Silvera, one of a pair of runners for the Linda Rice barn. You can play this pick 5 by getting signed up right there. Bonus 200, that code to use for new members at NYRABets.com to get that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus. Let's check in downstairs for more here on the 7th with Megan Burgess.
Well, hey guys, nice to at least hear you both in my ear. I haven't gotten to see you today, but this allowance group, I thought, large field, ultra competitive, and it kind of runs through, you could say, the number 6, Life and Time, coming off a flashy debut victory where I will say this, earlier, David Argona, our morning line maker and handicapper and reporter for the Daily Racing Form, had mentioned out of that race where he did get the best of time to win that day, the Beyer team had upgraded those Beyer speed figures. So Life and Time, the past performances does not reflect that because they were printed prior to this adjustment, but now shows a 104 Beyer speed figure upgraded from that debut race. So that's incredibly big considering the competition that he faces in this particular group. And if he runs back anywhere close to the domination that he showed on debut, I think he's going to be very tough to get around in this group. It was a fast race. It was a fast time, 1:35.2 on that debut, where, as I had mentioned, Time to Win came out of that race to run a big one here this week. But a price that I thought was incredibly interesting was the number 7 Land d'Oro up there for at 15-1 for the Miguel Clement barn. And one coming off the layoff last time out against Statebreds. And that was his first win in quite some time. And yes, he did run flat in a short field here prior to the layoff back in April. But last time out back in October, it was a lukewarm group. Overall, this is certainly a test, but credit to him, though. Markedly improved off of that layoff. He was 3 wide early, forward just off the pace. And I thought physically he looked right in this group as well up there at a price, Greg.
4 to 5. Will we see more of that brilliance that we saw in that debut from Life and Times? It's a big ask. I mean, obviously a huge debut. Now he's got to do it against winners, multiple winners, and it's just the second start of his career.
Yeah, but he was impressive, and the fact that they upgraded that buyer speed figure, I think he'll win. I like him. I thought the 8-horse Finest Kind was a little interesting. The mare has produced 6 foals that won on dirt. So there is dirt pedigree in the family, and he comes off a bullet, best of 155 works going a half mile on the Belmont training track at a huge price.
54-1, dirt debut. See what happens here. 4 to 5 Life and Times. If he's anything close to what he was first time out, this field could be in trouble. He is the 6 for Todd Pletcher. Jose Lezcano rides. There he is, stepping in to kick off this late pick 5 on Cigar Mile Saturday from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Club 62 goes in, all set. And they're off. Speed from Commuted towards the inside, and Butta in the early mix 2. Life and Times from in between horses now asserts, and Life and Times is going to challenge this leader Commuted in the pink blinkers. They are head and head as they get set to come out of the chute. Commuted will show the way. Commuted. Butta is in between horses in third with close-up Life and Times in that second position. Out wider is Finest Kind in fourth. Up on the far outside here, trying to warm to the task, is Rule 62, and towards the inside of them, Land d'Oro. It's a leisurely tempo right now. It seems like tight hold on some of these leaders, as down towards the inside is Playa Del Mar, who's that shared 6. My Matoli is out in the center of the racetrack. Towards the back end of the field is Dreamlike, Waitlist, and the trailer, Filoso. 23.21 for the opening quarter mile. Commuted with a head advantage. Life and Times right there in the 2-path. 3 wide Finest Kind. 4 wide, no choice. But here comes Land d'Oro, and Land d'Oro's on the move, is coming for the leaders now. Butta is well settled in 5th, right in behind the leaders. Playa Del Mar is shoved along, not making up ground, and here comes Dreamlike. Dreamlike just took 6 and is after the leader, but the leader is in hand, and it's Life and Times. Life and Times approaches the top of the stretch, has barely been asked by Jose Lezcano. Just nudges Life and Times, and a confident look back, and Life and Times is just cantering away. A furlong left to go. Life and Times will do this very easily, and Life and Times, impressive. Life and Times wins it over Dreamlike up for second. Land d'Oro, Butta, and My Matoli in 1 minute 35.32 seconds.
We are extremely early in the career of Life and Times, but we're already getting to the point now after start number 2. We have to start talking about him as one of the better horses in the country.
And he did this with just absolute ease. He turned for home. You saw Jose Lezcano take a long, languishing look back, and he did this on his own courage coming into the stretch, and he just pulled away readily under no urging whatsoever. He took
gear down to a walk in the end.
Just galloped under the wire. I mean, went out going 7/8 and 22 and change, 22 and 3 basically, and pulled up a mile in 1:35 and won. This was a star kind of performance. I think he really just threw his hat in the ring to say, watch out for me as a 5-year-old.
Wow. We said that debut obviously worth the wait. We have an emerging superstar in this sport right now. Life and Times, 2 starts, 2 incredibly dominant wins. I think this was probably more impressive than the debut.
Well, he's facing winners for the first time, and he did just what he did on debut, maybe even easier today. This is a very exciting prospect. And guys, I got to say, with Jose Lezcano, tough injury earlier this year, he came back like he didn't miss a day. Sometimes there's a little bit of an adjustment period. You got to get your timing back. He came back like he didn't miss a day. Not an easy thing to do coming off a tough injury.
He's such an underappreciated, consummate professional veteran who, you know, we've said it for years, he's one of the best turf riders maybe ever, but he does it all well.
Consummate professional, no drama, no histrionics. He just comes to work every day and does his job.
6'10", 7'4", Life and Times. Remember that name for the Hall of Famer right there, Todd Pletcher. This horse could be a serious horse in the older horse division as we get set for 2026.
Absolutely, and the mare, Silky Serenade, she's already proven to be a prolific kind of producer, already has produced a Grade 1 winner. But if this guy stays healthy, Life and Times, I think she'll have her second Grade 1 winner.
Another great thing, you know, Travers Day, whatever day it is, Kentucky Derby Day, other stars emerge on the undercard, and I think we just saw one here.
But doesn't it feel like connections want to put their best foot forward on these kind of days, right? They want to make an impression. You always see a good maiden debut on Travers Day, and now you've got this guy, Life and Times. Oof, very impressive.
That was fun to watch. Let's go back to Caymanas Park. Blue Vinyl with the victory in this 10-8-3 finish in the Chairman's Plate.
Nice effort. One pretty easy rider was standing up, galloping over the line. So are the other three riders behind him as well, though.
4-1 on your winner. Returns $10.36 for the victory. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with champion jockey at Caymanas Park, Radish Roman, and a great win here aboard Blue Vinyl, upset victory as well. You were very patient today, and boy, he responded beautifully through the lane.
Yes, thank you very much. Blue Vinyl, I've been riding him from 3 years old, so I kind of know him inside out, so I just come, try to get a clean break and pick a good position and relax him as best as possible. And I know when I ask him, he will give me what I ask him for.
He was there for you every step of the way. I have to ask you about your mount in today's big race, the Mouttet Mile. Nautical Star, a horse that you're not that familiar with in the afternoons, but that you've been on in the mornings. What can you tell us about him?
Well, he's a very nice horse and he's willing in the morning time and he's working exceptionally well. So I think he will do his best out there a little later from now.
Well, that'll be icing on the cake, I'm sure, for you. Well, congratulations here with the big win.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
Nautical Star, very interesting horse who, you know, we mentioned it yesterday in the program and competed against Forte in the Florida Derby. Graded stakes placed. We saw him in the Gallant Bob and a wet track at Parks. So he brings in some very solid form in the U.S.
Yes, some solid credentials and a horse that, you know, we're more familiar with. So it's always, you know, you can always be attracted to horses that you've seen compete. And he's faced some very good horses here stateside.
That Trainers Championship race on the line. Anthony Baba Nunez, he will send out Nautical Star. Chance trailing Jason DaCosta right now with 6 days remaining in the meet. But, of course, this Mouttet Mile going to go a long way in determining who wins it. He's got a big shot to overtake DaCosta. We'll have the story of Anthony Baba Nunez when we come back as we get set for the Mouttet Mile from Kingston. Cigar Mile Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2 here on America's Day at the Races. Look at Bryant Park and the Winter Village up. Always fun to drop in during the holiday season if you're near Midtown. We're underway in the Late Pick 5 here in New York. We just saw a star-making performance. Life and Times did not debut until November 1st of his 4-year-old campaign. It was a debut that turned a lot of heads, how easily he won the huge figure he earned. This win in his second start, maybe even better.
Maybe more impressive. And he is a gelding. So he's not like he's going to get rushed off to some kind of a stallion career. And maybe one of the best geldings, Kelso and Forgo, he's the horse that got me in the game. So I'm hoping we see this guy around for a little while.
This was just how easily he did it and completely geared down late, and what in the end was still a very fast final time.
You know, Jose Lezcano had taken a couple of glances over his right shoulder, asked him a little bit leaving the 3/8 pole, took another look back and said, wow, I left everybody, and then he just galloped him home. This horse won in a canter.
He deserves a big horse, doesn't he, Jose Lezcano?
100%, and I'm very happy that Todd Pletcher allowed him to ride this horse back, and now he's 2 for 2 on him. That bodes well for him keeping the mount going forward.
Cruise control for Life and Times. Now 2 for 2 and on to much tougher company, I would think, after this performance. As we move on to race 8, New York Stallion Series, 7 furlongs, this Fifth Avenue division for 2-year-old fillies. And O brings in a perfect 2 for 2 record, including a debut win to Breaker Mint at Saratoga this summer.
Yeah, bred by William Butler, Buck Butler. Last year, New York Breeders' Breeder of the Year, and he did that with a very small broodmare band. They're breeding good horses with a lot of quality. The concern for me with O, Greg, 6 furlongs at Saratoga. She had a 4.5 length lead. She hung on and won by half a length. 5.5 furlongs at Finger Lakes, had a 2.5 length lead, hung on and won by half a length. Will 7/8 be her enemy, stretching out? Because it does seem like she's losing ground the last 16th in both of her first 2 starts.
All right, we'll have much more on this field for these 2-year-old fillies in just a little bit. The main event still to come out in Kingston, Jamaica from Caymanas Park. 4th running of this Mouttet Mile. And a look at the odds for the big one still ahead, still a few races away. And with that trainer's title on the line, and Anthony Baba Nunez, for 3 consecutive years, he was a champion trainer in Jamaica. He grew up in the sport with both his father and brother, fellow champion trainers. When the health issues gave him a scare, it changed his entire perspective on life and in the sport he loves.
I was always going to be a racehorse trainer, so we started in 1994 as a racehorse trainer. My grandfather was the head of the jockey club in Jamaica, so in those days you didn't have the racing commission, you had the jockey club, and he was the president of the jockey club. He didn't want my father to become a racehorse trainer, but he went against his father's wishes and became a racehorse trainer. I've had heart issues, I had prostate cancer, so obviously that has changed my outlook. I got the heart attack when I was still fairly young, so I don't think that changed me really. The prostate cancer changed me. You know, I have a wonderful family, beautiful wife and 2 girls, and they just said, Dad, we want you around, and so we did it. We took it out, and thankfully for them, the early parts were difficult, but we're here, and I'm very grateful that we did it. I went through a long period of running second in the Trainers' Championship, I think 11 times before I won. So winning the championship was a big deal to me and my family because my dad was a champion trainer. My brother is a champion trainer in Barbados. So my dad passed away when I was 15 years old, but my mom has always been my greatest supporter. And she was now in her 90s. Her health was going down. And she wanted me to win the championship while she was alive, and I wanted it. So that drive and having to win it, and we did it. We did it before she passed on. I would say since my prostate surgery, it's a little different. I've won 3 championships since. I've won every big race in Jamaica multiple times other than the Mouttet Mile or the Diamond Mile. So that needs to be checked off at some point. but it's not the end world for me anymore, meaning I love training horses. This is not a job, this is my passion and my love. I love coming to work. And I love training good horses and competing at the highest level, but the championship is not what defines me anymore. What defines me is to be a good person, really good to people, if you know what I mean. That's what has changed me. I can't tell you how important that is to me, that when you leave here, that you can say, you know what, Mr. Nunes or Anthony or Baba, he's a good guy. Not that he's a good trainer or a bad trainer, but that he's a good person.
Clearly loves what he's doing, grew up in this sport. It's always what he wanted to do, and he's become one of the very best out there.
Absolutely. I think he's a great horse trainer and seemingly a great human being. I love that interview. You know, it's interesting how your priorities get straightened out, particularly when you go through a crisis like something with your health.
He'll have 2 chances in this year's edition of the Mouttet Mile. Tis talk, and of course, Nautical Star transferred from Safi Joseph Jr. Let's head back to Caymanas Park with more from Andy and Maggie.
Yeah, Greg, let's talk a little bit about Nautical Star shipping in here, Andy. Obviously, there is a quarantine process. It's actually 2 weeks that they have to spend at the airport, and then they're allowed to come here. So obviously enough time to acclimate, as his last race in the States was back in August. The problem is, they weren't that good.
Yeah, it does feel like his form kind of eluded him lately. It's amazing looking at his PPs. You don't have to go back that far to see Mage, Forte in the Florida Derby, where he ran just his 3rd start. And he's obviously run races that would make him way too good for these horses. But it's a little bit hard to believe he's the same horse.
I agree. Where do you think he lies as far as his best trip? This 1-turn mile feels like it actually might be one of his better distances.
Yeah, I mean, he feels like a horse that can easily put himself in the race if he needs to do it. It's just, I mean, I think it's really just a question of him is, do you trust him? If you trust him to come here and run one of his good races, I mean, this horse that was running Buyers in the 90s, his last 2 figures were low 70s, high 60s, which aren't going to be good enough to be competitive in this race. It's a tough race. And it's interesting, I think one of the things I've seen has evolved here in the 3 years I've been coming. This race has been getting better and better every year. And this is absolutely the strongest running we've seen. So it might not be such easy pickings to come from out of town and win.
Well, as they once said, I think Wayne's World, if you build it, they will come. And I feel like that's what they've done here with the Mouttet. Well, I'm quoting Wayne's World.
Field of Dreams, Maggie.
Field of Dreams.
It's a baseball movie.
I think they quoted, they said it in Wayne's
The
World.
Orioles
Anyway.
weren't winning when that movie came out.
Right, I wasn't paying attention. I know. Anyways, but Nautical Star, Greg in here, he has looked exceptionally well training here at Caymanas in the mornings.
Well, we know your homework. You need to watch some Kevin Costner movies. It's an interesting read with this horse. You know, to their point, I don't know how you trust this horse. You don't know what kind of performance you are going to get.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair point. You know, I was telling you off camera, I've got a rooting interest in Nautical Star. He is by Dixie Chatter, a horse that I won a Grade 1 on in California for Richard Mandela. And he was also a graded stakes winner on turf as well, so dirt or turf, so kind of interesting there. I just think it's such a great, it just seems like such a great event there, right? You know, we have our buzz going on here, the excitement. It looks like they are just, everybody is so into it. And we know how, in Jamaican culture, how into the racing they are.
No better fans in this sport, and we've seen it grow the few years it's been on our air, and they're trying to make it sort of like what you see Melbourne Cup Week or for Breeders' Cup Weekend. They want to make it a whole week-long event. It's certainly growing in stature each year we've had it on, and we'd love to see it get even bigger. As for Anthony Baba Nunez, real quick, and now we're getting back to New York here, don't count out his talk, too. That's a horse who seems like he's kind of rounding into form for him a little bit as we get back to this New York Stallion Series in this 7-furlong event for these 2-year-old fillies. It is right now the 10. Hot Currency, Linda Rice, who is favored. Flavian Pratt will ride. Remsen Stakes with Derby points on the line for next year's Kentucky Derby to follow. And then our ABR race of the week in the Cigar Mile.
Yeah, just a really nice card of racing. And what people should know, the Stallion Stakes, this field is all New York breds, but it's for New York sired horses. So you don't necessarily have to be a New York bred to compete here. I actually won one of these for Todd Pletcher on a New Jersey bred, but she was by a New York sire in Jersey Girl. So you got to look into the conditions, but these are horses. You have about 1,000 New York bred foals a year. These horses exclusively by New York sires. So that's even going to limit the gene pool a little more.
And, you know, some of these trainers have talked about going to sales looking for a horse specifically for this race. But you win a race like this, it's a $500,000 purse. That can make your entire year with that horse.
Absolutely. So, you know, you have these at your disposal, and it's just a great outlet. Listen, the New York bred program's phenomenal. This is another layer to it.
So here's the current favorite, Hot Currency. Wow, just took a big hit down to 3-2 right now for the Linda Rice Barn, coming off a pretty dominant win back on November the 6th on this racetrack.
Yeah, she was impressive. The thing that stood out to me about Hot Currency is in this field, I'm very, very sure that she's going to relish the 7 furlongs, where I'm not convinced there's several others in here that will. There seems to be good speed on. She's versatile. She could set up shop just off the pace. And I thought this was a big step forward her last race. By Central Banker, prolific sire here in the state of New York, stands at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. She finished with her legs underneath her here, going 6.5. 7 should not be an issue.
She was not slowing down. And that was, you know, she's had a couple of starts to build off of, a little foundation too now. This will be her 4th career start.
Yeah, and Linda's horses tend to get better with racing. You know, she's great at the claiming game. But with her younger horses, she kind of lets them develop and race into condition.
So 7-5, Hot Currency. Meanwhile, to the rail, and this one is yet to lose. Won the debut at Saratoga, then won a stakes race on a wet track at Finger Lakes, a little bit softer circuit, and she was an odds-on favorite that day. Let's go back to the debut, though.
Yeah, you start kind of a little bit of a bumbling beginning, a little bumping going on, was sent along. That's when a horse just needs direction. They're not 100% certain of their job. And the fact that she has this much natural speed from the rail, you have to believe Ricardo Santana's going to use it.
No question. With that draw, with her speed, there's some other very quick ones, though, in this race. So it's going to be interesting to see who ultimately is the quick of the quick. I'm not convinced it's her.
Well, the 7/8 is the issue, right? Now she's got a nearly 4.5 length lead at that point. Now she jumps back to her left lead, and she's gasping for air at this point. She's not waiting on horses. She's trying. She's digging in. She's just getting late. And then she did the same thing at Finger Lakes, going a half a furlong shorter. Listen, she's a player, but she's going to take pressure, and she's got to negotiate another furlong.
The 2 next door has speed. The 7 has speed. I think the 12 might be the speed of the speed.
I agree with you there.
Daniela Marie.
Yeah, she's very, very fast. And I know Roddy Valenti, her owner, personally. This was always their plan. They ran her open company first time out because they wanted to get a race into her. Then she comes back, breaks her maiden. They were pointing for this before she ever even started.
Let's go downstairs to Megan.
Well, we kind of had this a delay earlier in the card, as we see a bit of a delay here as the number 13 is being attended to for a change in shoes. Now, I will say, guys, I haven't fully investigated. It is obviously the reason for the delay here, but I'll check in and see if perhaps it was a glue-on shoe situation. Obviously, those glue-on shoes are a bit, they're tailor-made to horses, so it is a bit bigger of a deal, but 54-1 here on the number 13, getting a shoe change here in the paddock as we wait for these jockeys to climb aboard these fillies in a very competitive New York Bred Sire Stakes.
Yeah, we are a little behind here. Post time was scheduled for 2:39. They're not out yet on the track, obviously, so it's going to be a little bit here.
You know, for people that don't know, they're obviously attending veterinarians, examining veterinarians, and there's a blacksmith stationed in the paddock that is there just in case a situation like this. A horse blows a shoe or turns a shoe in the paddock. They're there to fix it, and it's not an easy job. You've got a racehorse on rev. They know why they're in the paddock. They're there to race, and now they got to hold them still so you can tack a shoe back on or put a glue-on back on. Not an easy job at all. I tell you what, these young ladies seem like they're all handling themselves pretty well, though.
Yeah, riders up, and then we're going to come to this post parade here. I jump ahead real quick for the boys' version of this race that's going to close out our card. Does Parker Boone for Butch Reed look like just an absolute standout?
I'm sorry, let me get to the race real quick. Yes, this horse does look like a standout here.
Huge effort in the debut. It was at Parks, but I know Butch Reed's very high on this horse.
Yeah, and Butch Reed does not ship to New York unless he really likes them. And this horse got a high buyer figure and beat Open Company by better than 12 lengths. Going to be
That's
tough.
to come, the boys' version of this race to close out our card. Here's undefeated 2 for 2 for trainer Mike Maker.
Speed from the inside, should be up on the pace, and she's been perfect so far.
Turf sprint speed with fancy lights, even though cutting back a bit. It's very quick.
Does have one sibling, a 2-time winner on dirt, and that was 0 for 4 on turf, so maybe dirt will be okay.
Galilean's girl just won on a muddy surface at Finger Lakes.
In fact, has never set foot on a fast dirt track. Is going to have to improve, but maybe that fast dirt track will do it.
This kind of money, you take a shot. Start number 2 for a maiden here, Kaz Farm Girl.
Yeah, maiden that was well beaten, but like you said, you got to take a shot.
Greyjoy, turf debut for the 6.
Yeah, just saw her take off with a big aggressive warm-up, trying dirt for the first time.
More speed with a 7, Unmistaken, who comes off a win on a race taken off the grass. The 8, Braver Than You Believe.
Yeah, should be sitting just off the pace. You get Joel Rosario, TriStar Farm. They had to scratch Doc Sullivan a little later today.
Got a big figure in that first out effort. Hot Currency, still your favorite, 3-2.
Think she's the one who's going to appreciate the 7 furlongs the most here.
This is a talented filly right here for Chad Summers, who's having an incredible meet. And she might be, as we said, the speed of the speed.
She is very quick. They used her first start to propel her forward. It's a perfect example of using races to get your horse in peak condition.
I thought Life Is But a Dream just a little interesting for the fact that she's never been on a fast surface yet.
Well, she's also a closing type in a race that feels to me, Greg, and I'll ask your opinion, loaded with speed.
It does look like we talked the 12, the 7, the 1, the 2. It looks like they all want to go in here. So, yeah, certainly could set up for her. Hot Currency, though, is your favorite. 8-5, been favored throughout. Linda Rice, Flavian Pratt. Let's go to Megan.
Well, that's where we'll start with the number 10, Hot Currency, taking favoritism here, and she looks incredible, guys. This can kind of be akin to the Breeders' Cup or the Kentucky Oaks, per se, for those New York bred juveniles here in this filly division, but the number 10, Hot Currency, looked absolutely incredible in the paddock. She was very professional on debut as well, and the blinkers were very much key per Linda Rice, really waking her up, sharpening her, and keeping her to task, but she was the ultimate, consummate professional right back again here in the paddock, and I think she does loom large, but this is an extremely competitive group. I'll touch on the number 8, Braver Than You Believe, for trainer John Ortiz, and I got to catch up with him a bit in the paddock, and he really loves what he's been seeing from her. A bit of a quicker turnaround, broke her maiden here back on November the 22nd, and physically she looks like a sprinter. I think she'll be able to handle the 7 furlong distance, which none of these fillies in this group have gotten just yet. Bit of an equalizer there, but again, relaxed, another classy pro in the paddock, and I certainly liked what I saw from her, getting some value there at 7-1. But I agree wholeheartedly with Richie when it comes to the number 10. I think that in terms of watching her races, she's incredibly vulnerable, trying to go an extra furlong, and she just doesn't tower over this group. Although she is undefeated, she's gotten tired in both of her starts with very straightforward trips, and as you mentioned, there's plenty of speed signed on that she will have to deal with on the front end. But quickly touching on the number 12, Daniela Marie there for the Chad Summers barn, has had an incredible fall, capturing the Grade 1 Champagne earlier in the meet, and she was extremely professional, got a little tired on debut in that race where we saw For the Ladies come back and win, and I think she will turn in yet another impressive effort here. I wanted to take a little bit of a price in a wide open group of New York bred fillies vying for a very lucrative purse prize, $500,000 up for grabs. Greg, I landed on the number 8 here.
All right, thank you, Megan. We got a quick look at the 12, Daniela Marie, and I was talking about, with this lucrative purse, some connection. They look for races like this, and that's exactly what Chad Summers with the 12 was doing when he found this filly for Ronnie Valente. They had this race in mind.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, it's a $500,000 race. You're planning it out over a year in advance to get to this, and they got there.
3-1 on Daniela Marie. You can play this race, all the action, by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. Bonus 200. Again, that code to use at sign up to bet any track, anywhere, anytime. as we get set for this New York Stallion series. 3-2 favorite. Real quick, too. Hot Currency's been favored throughout. We just got to look at, she looks tremendous, doesn't she?
Her warm-up, she just framed up so beautifully, got into the bridle. When I say a horse frames up, the way they bow their head and use their stride, look the picture in the warm-up.
Chris Griffin with the call.
Hot Currency, Daniela Marie. There's Great Joy. Life is but a dream. Fifth Avenue Division, $500,000. 21st running, the New York Stallion Series. All set. And they're off. Unmistaken broke sharply, and also Fancy Lights towards the inside. Hot Currency, Daniela Marie is right there in the early mix too. Fancy Lights is now a nose in front. Here comes Hot Currency, splitting rivals is 3 wide at the rail, that's O. So tightly packed on the front end, Fancy Lights and Hot Currency 1-2. Daniela Marie, well settled third, just off of them. At the rail, it's O. A tight hold here, Braver Than You Believe, is tucked in between horses in fifth, then 6 out wider, is Life is But a Dream. Then in seventh, shoved along trying to keep up is Unmistaken, who travels in tandem there with Grey Joy, Kaz Farm Girl, and the trailer, Galilean's Girl, 22.56 for the opening quarter mile. Fancy Lights is still there. Here comes Hot Currency, 2 wide, and 3 wide is on the move is Daniela Marie. Daniela Marie is ready to challenge Hot Currency. Fancy Lights is right there at the rail. Braver Than You Believe is in hand and just gliding in behind horses as they've got a quarter mile left to go, and they turn for home, and Hot Currency is asked the question. Daniela Marie, Braver Than You Believe is on the move for Joel Rosario on the grandstand side. The top duo have it right now for a final furlong. It's Hot Currency. They brush shoulders Daniela Marie in between horses, and Braver Than You Believe is now thrusted to the front, and now it's going to be Braver Than You Believe to win it for TriStar and the sire, Honest Mischief.
Braver Than You Believe had a very good effort on a wet track in the debut. Now perfect 2 for 2 as connections celebrate the moment. John Ortiz, their winning trainer, and celebrate this hefty purse.
Big purse, $500,000. Braver Than You Believe was brave. Joel Rosario down the middle of the track. TriStar Farm, they might have had to scratch Doc Sullivan out of the Cigar Mile, but boy, what a nice win here. So Chance Marquette down there, he manages TriStar Farm. Just a really, really nice effort here. And you know what? It kind of figured for a horse that could come from off the pace in a race loaded with speed. The 1-0 didn't show her customary speed, but the 10 Hot Currency and the 12 Daniela Marie staging their own battle. Here comes Braver Than You Believe to win the war.
Joel Rosario maybe getting warmed up for more success to come later on the card. We're going to see him on board Phileas Fogg. Now 2 for 2 for this 2-year-old filly by Honest Mischief. Let's go back to the start, Mig.
Yeah, big field here, bulky field. The one horse, she broke in a step, but I thought a fairly clean start for a big field of 2-year-olds. I didn't see anything that would have compromised anybody's trip enough to make an excuse.
8, 10, 12, 7, and red cap. And a big late finish from Braver Than You Believe. Now 2 for 2.
I tell you what, Joel Rosario, when he's on, he is so good. $500,000 race. He didn't even think about turning his crop over until they were inside the 16th pole. He gave her 1 tap to keep her to task, and she got it done. And believe me, from experience in a $500,000 race to be that cool, this guy has ice water in his veins.
8, 10, 12, 7. Braver Than You Believe, John Ortiz, TriStar Farm. And Joel Rosario, your winning connections, now 2 for 2 with a big win under her belt. Maybe bigger things to come when we turn the page to 2026 in her 3-year-old campaign. We'll be back.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch at Hot Springs to win it.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locke, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Cigar Mile Saturday here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. We just saw a very strong performance from now this undefeated filly, Braver Than You Believe, comes from off the pace to win under Joel Rosario for trainer John Ortiz.
A really nice effort. Congratulations to the TriStar. The Lestrito family. Joe Lestrito had passed away. He was a longtime trainer, owner on the New York circuit, and this was a nice effort, and boy, I just enjoyed watching Joel Rosario, the way he finished on her.
Last really final opportunities to get to see him here before he heads off to Hot Springs, Arkansas for basically the entire meet.
Yeah, I was talking to Joel earlier. I'll be there March and April. We've already made our dinner plans to go to DeLucas.
I would hope so. Braver Than You Believe, Rosario, as you said, to steal phrase from someone long ago, cooler than the other side of the pillow.
He's cooler than the other side of the pillow. That's a perfect way to explain Joel Rosario, and it's not an easy thing, man. You're in the battle for a $500,000 purse. The jockey's cut of that is $30,000. Right, $300,000 to the winner. The rider gets 10% of the winner's share of the purse, and he's just as cool as could be. Hand ride, hands and heels. When he needed to, he gave her one little tap to say, "Hey, honey, let's stay on course here," and got it done.
Got to feel real good for this trainer too, who grew up on the Belmont backstretch. Megan with John Ortiz.
Well, I echo your sentiment, Greg, as John Ortiz, you grew up around here. And now, TriStar Farm, you mentioned to me earlier in the year that they were, the New York bred program was gravitating you to have more of a full-time presence. How special is to be able to win this kind of race and for them?
You know, it's just been incredibly special. You know, I want to thank the Lestrito family. It's, you know, it's such a generational family in horse racing. They mean so much here in New York. And I like to feel, you know, grateful for being a part of it, just being a local New Yorker as well. And, you know, having my brother up here has really, you know, everybody's flourishing here. I got a good group of kids here working. Daniel's taking lead. Luke, he's our main rider here. He's doing fantastic. And we have Axel, who's a great foreman. And just the whole family, and even Chance Moquet has helped bring this great opportunity in our barn.
Well, she obviously, you mentioned that she had really flourished and you were just really pleased with how she had been doing. Were you expecting her to come out and be able to run down those quality New York breds in this spot?
You know, I don't want to sound so cocky, but yes, we actually been believed in this filly since Saratoga. We had her up there. She gave us one work, which is unbelievable. But she got sick and we had to give her some time off. And then when we brought her back, we were ready to roll. This is exactly what we thought about her since Saratoga. So, yeah, it's expected, and I'm very proud of her and the whole team.
Well, best laid plan certainly worked out. Incredible win, and it looks like you will be joining me down at Oaklawn as well. How excited are you to get back down to Hot Springs?
I'm excited, actually. You know, we'll be down there on Wednesday and get ready to get the meet started. It's again, that's another home for me, and you know, just excited. It's just a special meet.
Well, congratulations, special win here, John, and best of luck as we approach Oaklawn coming up next week.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Big win for the Ortiz barn with the number 8, Braver Than You Believe.
We're seeing that barn start to win bigger and bigger races on this New York circuit, and we're going to see him win a lot of races in Hot Springs.
Oh, absolutely. He just does a terrific job, trains some horses for John Ed Anthony. Now he has TriStar, the Lustrito family here in New York with the New York bred program. This is like a really cool homecoming for him, right? To grow up, his father working on the backstretch for Bill Mott, going up in the shadow of Belmont Park. It's just a really good story.
$18.18 for the victory. Now 2 for 2 for Braver Than You Believe. And we've had 2 really fun performances to watch to kick off this late pick 5.
Yeah, now we're coming with our potential future Kentucky Derby or Triple Crown Trail kind of horses in the Remsen. And to me, the Remsen is a great barometer. 9 furlongs for a 2-year-old to negotiate.
It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift with the 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Sire, this year's Derby, Belmont, Travers winner, of course, Sovereignty. Here we go. Yeah, 10 points to the winner. Top 5 finishers earn points for next year's Kentucky Derby. Mile and an eighth for just about everybody in here. First time ever going that distance. As we go down early, this Kentucky Derby trail for 2026 in Paladin, $1.9 million son of Gunrunner, whose debut wound up second beat ahead, but elevated to the win via somewhat controversial DQ.
Well, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is Paladin. It was his first start, so there could be obviously improvement. He's 6-5. Renegade, who beat him's 4-1. And even though by the letter of the law, Renegade did bump him late, I think the race was decided at that point, and Renegade was the best horse on that day. Now, that was Renegade's second start, so maybe now that kind of puts them closer. But the disparity in price to me is not warranted.
Rematch coming up in this Grade 2 Remsen. We'll have it coming up on the road to next year's Kentucky Derby. In the meantime, we're going to get back to Kingston, Jamaica, and Caymanas Park as we still have 2 more stakes ahead, including the Mouttet Mile. Let's go to Andy Serling.
Well, if you've been watching the race at all at Caymanas Park, you know this man well. Michael Caine, he says he's just the racing analyst here, but he is so much more. You do so much great work, and a trainer of the biggest long shot to win this year at Caymanas Park.
Yes, definitely. That was Hio Primero, 75-1, ridden by Jaheim Addison, of course, and that was a thrilling victory. My biggest odds winner in my short career so far as a trainer.
I'm not going to lie. I got a text from Michael shortly after the race bragging about the win. I don't blame you. So, Mouttet Mile, big day here. Tell us a little about the race, who you like, who you think the couple horses are to beat in the race.
Well, I think that Supernatural Power, the handicaps, 51 kilos, getting 6 kilos from the highly thought of Nautical Star. She's going to be getting 3 kilos from Fun Can Done. She's going to be getting 4 kilos from Legacy Isle. So she's getting weight from all of the major contenders. And she has run the fastest mile time, 136.2, this season and for many seasons prior. So she looks to be the type that should be in the catbird seat. What her second to be is a strong pace, and she should be able to pounce and make the lead. Whenever she makes a lead with that weight, they're going to have a lot of running to do to get back to her.
And looking at the race, going through it, it looks like a very competitive running of the race. Certainly the strongest running we've had since we've been coming down.
Definitely. So the speedy Dothraki, he definitely going to play the speed trap for the other horses who would want to be for the place. And of course, the other Jason Acosta horses, Fun Can Done, the defending champion from last season. And there's also Gorvano, who's improving at the right time, and he has also beaten Fun Can Done. So he's going to be a deep closer, that Gorvano. So there's a lot of depth in the race. We have speed, we have pace, we have stock, we have deep closers, we have it all.
Well, Gorvano's my long shot pick in the race. Michael, when are you coming up to Aqueduct to do Talking Horses?
Well, I'm looking forward to doing so next summer.
All right. We'll love to get you up here, Michael. It's always great to see you. Good luck today and a successful Mouttet Mile Day.
Thank you very much, Andy.
Great answer. He picked the right time to come to New York to do that at Saratoga.
I think, you know, he knows where the side of the bread is buttered.
He was talking about a filly, too, that she is in incredibly sharp form, supernatural power. She is very fast early, and she's going to get significant weight in the race, too.
Yeah, and you can't discount that. You know, filly's carrying far less weight than the boys, and I've said this to you, I'm having a little bit of a hard time deciphering, you know, which direction to go because I'm not as familiar with the horses, but we'll lean heavily on Andy and Maggie.
That's still to come. Mouttet Mile, 4th running from Kingston, Jamaica at Caymanas Park. Up next, the road to next year's Kentucky Derby. There's Paladin, $1.9 million, son of Gunrunner, who crossed the wire second, but got the win via DQ in his debut. His second test is up next.
Gary Stevens, and Cresa draws into contention running 4th. Ave's flag switched to the outside for the run into the final furlong. Western Echo is the leader. Thunder Gulch is now 2nd. Mighty McGee 3rd toward the inside. 5 lengths back to Cresa and Ave's flag. Western Echo trying to hold off one more challenge from Thunder Gulch, and Thunder Gulch has taken the lead at the 16th pole. It's Thunder Gulch in front, Western Echo 2nd, Mighty McGee 3rd. Thunder Gulch prevails by a head.
1994 Remsen, first start being moved under the care of D. Wayne Lucas. Gary Stevens hopped aboard, and a Remsen win for the eventual champion 3-year-old male, going to win the Kentucky Derby in Belmont Stakes the next year.
And you see a young Todd Pletcher and his wife Tracy there. He was assistant to Wayne before going out on his own. The horse was purchased, a private purchase from John Kimmel. Howie Bagel's one of the owners, and he was lugging in pretty bad there, JK.
All I can see is Todd's pea coat. I've been thinking about getting a pea coat. Todd's looks good there in that shot.
Didn't he?
Produced a pretty good one, too, later in his life at stud, Point Given.
Very good one. Maybe, one of those horses that Yeah, that could have, should have been a Triple Crown winner. He was the dominant 3-year-old of his generation. The Derby just didn't work out for him.
He's the kind of horse, though, point given, that makes the Triple Crown special. Because even when they're that good, when they pop away from there, you still know there's a chance they can get beat.
Absolutely. Risen Star's another one, right? Kind of a similar scenario. Both didn't get it done in the Derby, came back to dominate the Preakness and the Belmont.
Take a look at the road to the Kentucky Derby from here in New York a couple years ago in this race. We had Dornick, Sierra Leone battle it out. Sierra Leone might have been best in that Kentucky Derby, just missed, wound up winning the Breeders' Cup Classic. Dornick would go on to win the Belmont Stakes. But here's the road ahead after this Remsen, the Jerome on just after New Year's Day, Withers, Gotham, and then the Wood on April 4th.
And again, the 1 1/8, 9 furlongs. And this is a quality laden field. There's some really high-priced purchases and great pedigrees here.
Like this one here. That's the horse we've been talking about, Paladin, $1.9 million. Son of Gunrunner, and this is just start number 2. Off a horse who got moved up to a win via disqualification against Renegade, the 9. They will meet again. Back with us on the program. Let's head downstairs. Acacia Clement.
Greg, I'm thrilled that we get a chance to see both of these horses coming back in the Remsen, and they get to settle the score out on the track, starting off with Renegade, who did actually cross the wire first in that race last time out. Then he drifted in the stretch, hurting, it's called, into Paladin, resulting in the disqualification. Watching that live, felt like the decision could have potentially gone either way. I do think on the day, Renegade was likely the one that was best, but 2 very big performances. They've made an equipment change on Renegade since that last race. He's going to be outfitted with a cage bit today, or Houghton bit, power steering basically, and for a horse that drifted in the stretch, no surprise to see that extra equipment on the bar underneath the chin and a straight bar that goes through the mouth, so a lot more control for his rider. But this is a horse that mentally has made such huge strides in his short career. He nearly took out half the paddock acting up on debut. Way more settled last time, even more composed and settled today. I have no problems with the stretch out for him. The second dam is Grade 1 winner Dame Dorothy. I think he's going to make a good account of himself again. The number 2 Paladin, though, elevated to first through disqualification, and by contrast, he was on debut that day and he was very green prior to the race, and that had been a little bit of my concern. He'd been screaming, he was very distracted, he was bad loading. Huge change today, so much more focused. He's still a big burly individual, he's definitely a good doer, but I see a big mental change from him. Being a son of Gunrunner, he too should like an extra addition of ground today, not to mention he did show a bit more speed that day. I'm very interested in the 7 Igniter for Rick Dutrow. Reading quotes in the Daily Racing Form, Rick said that the 10 weeks in between races was by design. They wanted to point for this Remsen and get him out to the 1 1/8. He should love every bit of that distance. He is big, he's imposing, he's a horse that I always thought was really physically mature and good looking, and he's continued to develop and fill out in all the right ways, Greg.
Here's our post parade. Thank you, Acacia. There is Paladin moving by. Start number 2, graded stakes debut.
Yeah, it was good on debut. Should improve with that race under his belt.
Grittiness, big number at 71-1.
Yeah, Grittiness is one of those horses who's been around the block a few times. He's been running in these spots, but he hadn't quite gotten it done yet.
Chambersville, the only one of the field who's gone this distance. They came on grass.
Yeah, he's been running on grass. We've seen that a lot this week, it feels like, here at Aqueduct, but this is some pretty deep waters.
It's another for Todd Pletcher here. Courting, big pedigree dam, produced Clairiere, multiple Grade 1 winner.
Royally bred, a $5 million sales purchase.
Incredible. Igniter coming off a maiden win for Rick Dutrow Jr. He's very high on this horse.
It looks like the type of horse that's going to love the 1 1/8.
Concarneau
would be a surprise.
Struggled last start against winners. There's Renegade for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, he was best, I thought, last time, but these are developing 2-year-olds that can turn the tables.
Here's Balboa. The dam also had produced Fighting Time and Adrian's Time.
Yeah,
well named.
The horse with the most foundation is making his 6th start. He's got a puncher's chance.
Here's Talkin. He was just a distant second to one of the fastest 2-year-old performances we've seen, Napoleon Solo.
Yeah, he ran into a buzzsaw that day with Napoleon Solo. He's run well enough. I don't quite trust him.
I did, Mike Maker.
This is definitely the best named horse in the group out of, I think I saw Pueritat.
Joel Rosario will be aboard as we get another, 8-5 on Paladin in just the second start of his career now.
And he himself, a $1.9 million sales purchase. In fact, 8 of the 11 horses going to the post here in the Remsen were sold at public auction. And if you added up all of the purchase prices for those 8 horses, $10,385,000.
There's a whole lot of money on people with their eyes clearly on a Kentucky Derby. As we get a look at the horse who outfinished Paladin in that debut. There's Renegade, but he got DQ'd and was placed second in that performance. Let's go back to the start of that race.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on Renegade. And the thing that I liked about Renegade's effort here was, he broke in. Actually, the horse outside him broke in and kind of accordioned him and the horse inside of him to the inside. Jonathan, I like when a young horse takes kickback, rallies through traffic, and shows bravery, because these are dress rehearsals for eventually a 20-horse field in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, you look at his chest. He's covered in dirt. You know, Paladin has a clean chest. And I think that when you have these young horses that are able to understand their job, listen to their riders, shut on, shut off, and then be able to go through gaps like this after taking a lot of dirt, it says a lot about their constitution and their classiness. That's one thing you have to really like about Renegade. And he got his line. He got his head down first here, even though he was disqualified.
Well, watch the head on here. Now he's splitting horses, and he's got momentum. He's coming with a full head of steam now in his second start. He's going to come out late. But to me, he's the horse.
Purple cap on the inside.
Purple cap on the inside, a left-handed crop, Johnny Vasquez. They brushed a slight bump late, but to me, he had the race won at that point. I don't see that the other horse was going to battle back and beat him. By the letter of the law, justifiable disqualification. I think he was just a better horse on that particular day. Now, maybe Paladin, with a race under his belt, turns the tables.
It's one of those DQs where if it went the other way, I wouldn't be upset, and the way that it went, I'm not upset. And so those it's the other ones that really hurt the heart. But yeah, I mean, you're 100% right, Richie. I mean, Paladin can turn the tables. Not only can Paladin turn the tables, all of these horses can jump up. We saw a little bit earlier with a horse that won the Demoiselle Zany. She jumped up and ran a huge performance as a progressive 2-year-old. These horses can change overnight.
Progress rapidly in your 2-year-old season when you're just getting started. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And taking a look at a couple of other ones, one who has faced Grade 1 company is Talkin, who finished that distant second in the Champagne behind Napoleon Solo. He was just taken for speed that day. And while I will say, physically, I liked him much better last time than I do today. I felt like he's maybe lightened up a little bit, lost a little bit of that muscle mass that I did see from him. And I want to see that strength because it's a very good looking group of individuals in here. I will say that he has such an even running style to suggest he should be able to go a bit longer. I, just like I said, wish that I saw a slightly better appearance versus what I have to compare it to last time out. The number 6, Courting, if you thought some of the other ones were expensive, Trey, $5 million as a yearling, being that full brother to Clairiere. Yes, distance is going to be the key for him. He doesn't look like one of those quick, athletic type of speedy early individuals. He has finally filled out and started to strengthen a little bit, and I do think the fact that he was able to get forward last time, though in a short field, was promising. He should be able to handle going longer. I just do think he's facing some deep waters today. The 3, I did. At least he has some experience with some distance, going a mile and a 16th last time out. He was so wide every step of the way. He never saw the rail, and I thought actually ran okay, all things considered. I think he has a little bit of secret foundation at 19-1. But your favorite, Paladin, have to give credit to our director, Mitch Levitis, for this tidbit, Greg. There's a show called Have Gun Will Travel, and one of the main characters was named Paladin, being a son of gun runner. Pretty fitting.
Ah, well named. Good job, Mitch Levitis, finding that out for us on that expensive son of Gunrunner, who is the 9-5 favorite. JK, did you expect to see this horse take this much money in the race?
It's connections, in my opinion, that have led to this. Connections, rider, hot rider. I think there's hard to separate the 2 and the 9, and because of that, I would much prefer the 5-2 on the 9.
Meanwhile, there is the 8. Huge price next to you. Brought up Igniter. He's by Volatile, who was a sprinter.
Yep.
Rick Dutrow with the set. He's very high on this horse. He thinks he'll like this distance. If he does, thinks he could be incredibly dangerous here.
Yeah, but he's out of a Malibu Moon mare, right? So that's how a lot of times what they do with breeding. They'll take speed on top and try to find stamina on the bottom to get it. Because you want both. You need both to win the Kentucky Derby. You can't just be a plotty type. You can't just be too fast. You need a combination of both. So
speed and stamina. And there's a strong stamina influence on the female side.
Kentucky Derby points on the line for next year's first Saturday in May. 10 points to the winner. Top 5 finishers all receive points to get into that starting gate. And the rematch here between Paladin and Renegade after that DQ put Paladin into the winner's circle. It's the grade 2 Remsen. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Talkin' will be the last to load. A mile and an eighth. $250,000, grade 2. It's the Remsen right here at Aqueduct. All set. And they're off. Slight stumble for Chambersville. Speed at the rail, day 1 starter. Paladin is a well-settled third now, as joining this leader from the outside is Balboa. Balboa and day 1 starter. They're far apart, but they're a clear 1-2 as they work around this first turn. Paladin is right in behind them, is in third. Towards the outside is Talkin, who had that far outside draw, is now in the 2-path in fourth. Just behind them, that's Igniter, who's in 5th, and at the rail, I did in 6th. Just behind them, that's going to be Renegade in 7th, who's 3 clear of Grittiness, Courting. Second to last, Chambersville and Concarno is the trailer. In the 112th running of the Remsen, it's day 1 starter with a half-length advantage. Day 1 starter and Balboa is a comfortable second, just stalking this pace setter. Day 1 starter and Balboa through a 47.47 half-mile time. Paladin, right towards the inside, begins to move forward as a neck in front of Talkin, and here comes a 3-wide move from Renegade. Renegade is warming to the task, is passing rivals quickly with less than a half-mile to go. Day 1 starter, Balboa, ready to challenge and confront the leader, is now a neck in front. Renegade is 3 wide. Paladin is scrubbed along here from 4th. Courting starts to make an appearance here, is taken 5th outside of Talkin. Grittiness will be wide. Igniter is starting a rally as they're approaching a quarter-mile left to go. Balboa and day 1 starter are still there. Renegade and Paladin, they hook up again on the grandstand side. It's Balboa who's in front. Paladin and Renegade battling on in between horses, and the boys are at it again. It's Paladin and Renegade. They've got a 16th left to go. Paladin to the outside edge is clear. Paladin will win the grade 2 Remsen. Paladin wins it over Renegade. Balboa finished 3rd, and Courting in 1 minute 50 and 4.
Rematch goes to Paladin, and he takes a move forward here in just the second start of his career. Grade 2 Remsen win.
A lot was going on. The race within the race riding, guys keeping an eye on each other. Renegade made that a little bit early move, but that was because he wanted to get first run on Paladin and make him have to come back, get around him. You see Paladin's inside saving the ground. Renegade moves. Irad wants to keep those 2 riders together, doesn't want them to spread the rail. So now Paladin gets cast into the position. He's got to tip out and follow, and he just outran him there. I understood the thought process by both riders. We got a budding rivalry here. It's not exactly affirmed in Aladar yet, but these are 2 very talented colts, and I don't think a lot's separating them right now, but Paladin gets it done, and he was best on the day.
Interestingly run race, though, right? I mean, they both looked in trouble for a while. You know, Paladin, I thought for a second when they needed to kind of pick up on the turn, he felt like he was a little empty. Then he got into the clear, and he started to produce that run. Then it looked like Renegade wasn't going to get anything. And then when Paladin came to his outside, Renegade re-engaged, and then that's what gave you that stretch duel that you got there. They both ran extremely well, and this feels like one of those editions of the Remsen that is going to lead to a really good 3-year-old.
Got to be incredible in both these horses, but certainly Paladin, who wins this race now. Just the second start of his career. He's not slowing down late in his performance. Obviously can handle the 2 turns, the 1 1/8 miles, and going forward to next year, what do you think of his prospects?
Oh, I like him a lot. I mean, this to me, I learned a lot more about him today than I did on debut. And look at him galloping back. He's a pretty boy, man. He got his head bowed, got that long mane bouncing in his face.
He costs $1.9 million. He better be pretty.
Yeah, right? Well, but in racing, pretty is as pretty does. He's proving that the purchase price was justified. And I agree with you. Renegade kind of made that premature move. And again, I know the thought process, what Irad was doing, and that made Paladin wait and come out. But then Renegade almost flattened out until he felt Paladin there, and he was like, oh, I remember you. You know, it was like me and Albie around the corner. We were going to fight.
Let's look ahead a little bit here with a race like this to the Kentucky Derby, right? I think when you think Derby, one of the biggest question marks on the first Saturday in May is these horses, which one of them is going to be able to handle the mile and a quarter? As the distances get longer, that's a question they all have to answer. Paladin, in December of his 2-year-old year, has answered the question that more ground is not going to be a problem for him.
To be able to do that, mile and an eighth, 2 turns in just the second start of your career, very impressive.
Very impressive. Got beautiful position early, saved all the ground, had to wait, came out, but he's not going to have any issue going further.
Flavien Prat for Chad Brown, Magnier, Tabor, and Smith. Connections that have won the biggest races all across this planet. Now with a confirmed Kentucky Derby contender for 2026 with Paladin.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Who's still a nose in front. Koru is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Koru, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on Cigar Mile Saturday. Big tourist spot, the Oculus, and its incredible architecture, but JK loves it because there's a Shake Shack there.
There is a Shake Shack there. There's also, you can get on the New Jersey Path if you want to go over to somewhere in Jersey. I've done that a couple times. Went to Hoboken.
Just exploring, or?
We have a friend who lives in Jersey.
Oh, okay, they had a reason.
Sinatra's hometown.
See, exactly. And then what else? It's a cool picture too. It's an unbelievably interesting building to look at.
This
really
was
cool.
Quite a performance from a horse with sky-high expectations with that purchase price to win the Grade 2 Remsen here, Paladin, and much made about this rematch with Renegade. This one goes to Paladin.
But they delivered. They both showed up. They both ran hard. They ran 1-2 again, and I love rivalries. Budding rivalries capture people's attentions. These horses are, kind of throwing it down. And you know what? The Clips Award for jockey is still wide open. Flavien Prat battling down to the wire with Irad Ortiz, who broke their single-season money mark yesterday.
They were 1-2 here. This one to Prat on Paladin. Let's go down to Acacia.
And I'm so thrilled to be joined by Jane Lyon of Summer Wind Equine, breeder and co-owner of Paladin. Jane, we know that you can breed a good horse, of course, Flightline coming to mind, but how special is it with a 2-year-old winning the race like the Remsen like this?
Well, I'm so excited and so happy for the horse and all the partners. He was one of those foals that the minute he came out, he knew he was special, and he is.
He really has that presence about him, doesn't he?
He does, yes. Yeah, I had another one like that one time.
Oh, I can imagine. But of course, sold very well as a yearling, a son of Gunrunner who's been remarkable. The hopes are high. But how meaningful is it for you and your team who's put so much in from the very beginning, before the beginning, to see it come to fruition on the track?
It's unbelievable and just, it's a blessing. I can't take credit for it. I don't. But it is a blessing to have a horse like this.
Seems like the future is very bright. We can't wait to follow him. Congratulations today.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
Greg?
You breed a horse like Flightline, that's a mic drop moment. One of the fastest horses we've seen in the history of this sport. I think people remember that Pacific Classic. Jake, I don't know where you were watching it, but I couldn't, I was speechless.
Yeah, it was one of the most devastating performances I've ever seen. The way that he did it, you know, the pace, and then his Breeders' Cup Classic wasn't too shabby either. He had some remarkable performances.
You know what you have now, Mig, with this horse. He is a legitimate Kentucky Derby contender for next year. Where do you bring him back?
Well, and I guess what they'll do now is look at the Derby and work backwards where they need to be. You know, this is late for a horse to start, December. So where do you give him a little bit of break? They don't leave training, but light training and point. I would imagine with Chad Brown being based in South Florida, the Florida Derby would probably be on the docket, but I think they'll just try to work backwards from the Derby, probably 2 more preps before it.
Look, I don't know if they'll do exactly what they did with Sierra Leone, but I would imagine that the goal would be Sierra Leone's final prep, which would be the Bluegrass. Maybe try to work backwards from there. I don't know, but oddly, Sierra Leone went to Fairgrounds twice.
Yeah.
Or went to Fairgrounds once after the Remsen. Maybe Chad will do that again. Big horse, long stretch. We'll see. But I would think Bluegrass.
Seemed to sort of prefer that as his final prep.
He's done that. Zandon, I think, did that. You know.
Well, you get to Kentucky, and these horses are changing a great deal that period of time. And it just seems like they start to blossom in Kentucky, right? The grass comes in. Their spring is a little bit earlier than ours. They get to, be outside, graze, get sun on their back. And we've seen Wayne Lucas use that tact for many, many years, the late, great Wayne Lucas.
Exciting horse as we get set to turn the page to going down that Derby trails. These 2-year-olds turn the page to 3. Paladin, now a graded stakes winner, collecting 10 points to get into that Kentucky Derby starting gate for next year in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. $5.76 for the victory. Renegade Balboa at a huge price. Put in a bit of a fight.
Well, I told you in the post-race I thought he had a puncher's chance. You didn't react.
Oh, I knew he was going to get that in no matter what.
It's so offended when we don't just praise him for it. It was very good, Mick.
No, I don't need praise. Acknowledgement. That's all.
2 legs left to go. We have an $18 horse already in the sequence. And now our main event, AVR Race of the Week coming up in the Cigar Mile. We briefly touched on that New York Stallion Series to close it out, where Butch Reed could have a heavy standout, but here we go. Grade 2 Cigar Mile, final Cigar Mile with all its history that will ever be run here in South Ozone Park, New York. First won by champion and 49er, and of course was the second win in the most famous win streak of all time for the horse that this is named after.
Yeah, Cigar, tour de force, and his Naira Mile at that time, ultimately renamed in his honor. Yeah, great race. One of the few races I didn't win here. Was second in it, I think, like 5 times. Boy, Bishop's Bay, 2-5.
That will change.
Yeah, it's a little kooky, but it's early money. Pari-mutuel game. The market will normalize.
Bishop's Bay bringing an incredible record, though. 8 wins, 3 runner-ups, and 12 career starts, but has some real foes to deal with in here, including Phileas Fogg, right to his inside, who's cutting back to this mile distance, really has blossomed at 1.25 miles. He'll shorten up, put blinkers on, but there's Bishop's Bay. Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt. We'll look for win number 9 for this 5-year-old when we come back.
As we get ready to say goodbye to this historic racetrack, we thought we would take a look back at the great races, moments, people that have defined Aqueduct Racetrack over the years. And what better place to start with one of its most signature races, the Cigar Mile. It began in 1988 as the Naira Mile, designed as a year-end showcase for the best milers in the country. A one-turn mile on the Aqueduct dirt, fast, fair, and often decisive. Then came 1994, and a bay colt named Cigar stormed down the stretch and dominated by 7 lengths.
And Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile.
That win ignited one of the greatest streaks in racing history, 16 straight victories, and forever linked his name to Aqueduct. 3 years later, the Naira Mile officially became the Cigar Mile, honoring the champion whose legacy began right here at the Big A. The Cigar Mile has crowned some of racing's finest. Discreet Cat in 2006, setting a blistering record time of 1:32.46.
And Discreet Cat with another dazzling performance.
Kodiak Cowboy, who used his 2009 win to clinch an Eclipse Award.
And it's Kodiak Cowboy!
And Tonalist, the Belmont hero who proved his versatility in 2015.
The 4 of them come down to the line. Look like Tonal has got there.
Year after year, the Cigar Mile is a final proving ground for the best sprinters and milers before winter settles in. And as Aqueduct prepares for its final chapter, the Cigar Mile remains a living reminder of what makes this place special: tradition, toughness, and timeless performances.
Just an incredible history in this race. Well done, Meg. This year's edition, again, going to be the final one run here in South Ozone Park, New York, before we have that beautiful facility up at Belmont Park, but its history will live on.
Today is really kind of made me take pause and reflect on all of the historic races that have been run here over the years, how many years I've been coming here, and mixed emotions, excited about a new era in New York racing with the opening of the new Belmont Park. But this is a place I'm going to miss. It holds a lot of great memories for me. I grew up exactly 8 miles from here, and Aqueduct played a big part in my career.
I mean, as a newer horse player, and I say new, a fan of the game and being involved compared to your time in it, Aqueduct was always kind of like a secondary thought, at least for me recently.
Sure.
But I certainly recognize the history of it. Just talking to people, if I see some 50, 60-something-year-old fella in New York City, he wants to talk about Aqueduct.
Right.
Surely he'll talk about Saratoga too, but they want to talk about Aqueduct, and I think that's one thing that gets forgotten, is that the history of this place is very rich. It's not the same that we see on a Wednesday in the winter. The history of Aqueduct is something that will be missed.
Absolutely.
This year's group for this Grade 2 Cigar Mile, we were a little shocked at the odds we saw going to break. Part of that is the man who's aboard, Flavien Prat. Consistently gets over bet just because of how much he wins on this circuit and nationally, and headed for potentially a second straight Eclipse Award as Outstanding Rider. He's going to ride this one, Bishop's Bay, 3-5 right now. Things should even out between him and Phileas Fogg, you would think, the 6 by the time the gates open. Let's go down to Acacia.
And maybe Bishop's Bay being over bet right now, but he looks best here in the paddock. As we often talk about, sometimes at this time of year, you will see horses start to lose some of their muscle mass, drop off in their hind end in particular. Their coats start to get a little bit longer or duller. None of that is the case with Bishop's Bay. He looks sensational coming in. And he's a horse that sometimes can be a little bit aggressive prior to his races. Very calm, cool, and collected here in the paddock, which I appreciate, as I found that some of his better races do come when he's able to hold it together beforehand. He has the half-brother to Catching Freedom, who Brad Cox also trained and was good going longer, so I can understand with pedigree, and he does have some good size to him, why he was previously running longer distances. But he's shorter coupled throughout his back, very powerful in his hind end, and I think that the mile suits him perfectly. I know he just won last time, but I think that this Cigar Mile is at the best spot for him. Now, the number 6, Phileas Fogg, is getting an equipment change today. Blinkers going on. I'm sorry, guys, I went out of orders. I was supposed to go to the 4 next. We're talking about the 6, Phileas Fogg. Blinkers going on, just a shortcut cheater blinker. Now, he is one that is starting to show a little bit of signs as the cooler temperature comes, coat getting a little bit longer, a little bit more drawn up than I've seen in the past, but that's typical for him. He's a 5-year-old. He's been on this NYRA circuit for a while. I know him very well, so that's very much in character, so I'm not too concerned about it. He's gotten sharper once they put those blinkers on. I certainly will say that. A little bit more on the muscle, and he knows it's game time. Now, he's not the biggest, and looking at him again in comparison to his company here, if I was just blindly looking at him from a physical perspective, I would say the mile actually suits him. I just do wonder, with him being able to get comfortable on the front end in those longer races, if going shorter actually is better. His trainer, Gustavo Rodriguez, said they're adding the blinkers today because while he's been winning, he felt that he was starting to get short and stopping at the end of his races. You can even see that when he won the Suburban. We'll see if those blinkers do help him to have a little bit more punch at the end, Greg.
Yeah, we will find out. His trainer has been aboard him with the equipment change, as has Joel Rosario. Got to take a test run with the equipment change. Here's Micah, who just became a completely different horse in his last start. If he can run that again, he's right in the mix.
Well, that was some effort there, and this is a horse that should have speed from the inside.
Pentathlon for Shug McGay. He proved he's not just a Saratoga wonder.
Yeah, he ran well last time, but man, this is deeper waters.
Crazy Mason, he comes from another zip code to try and win his races.
Yeah, but I think shorter, it intensifies his closing kick. Going a mile would mute it just a little bit.
Long shot, brazenly. John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, aboard.
Yeah, his style, if it sets up for him, it feels like Crazy Mason's the much better closer that you want.
Mile and a quarter, Grade 2 Suburban winner from earlier this year, cutting back Phileas Fogg.
In really good form, adds blinkers, trying to probably keep him a little sharper, turning back to the mile.
And a rider change to Joel Rosario has already had a winner today. Bishop's Bay with Pratt 4-5 for Brad Cox.
He just feels like that kind of schoolyard bully that, you know, when all the smaller kids are around, he kind of goes to the front of the line and kind of pushes himself around. But then when the ninth graders come in, you know, he's in the back of the line. He kind of slows, you know, a little bit more shy.
Hated those guys. Hated those guys.
Bet the Cigar Mile today with a money-back guarantee. Hit a $20 win bet on the Cigar Mile at Aqueduct. Get your $20 bet back if your horse finishes second. You got to opt in to take advantage. At NyraBets.com, little insurance for you. As Brad Cox with Bishop's Bay. There he is, 4-5. Looking pretty sharp on the track right now.
Yeah, making a nice, you expect good horses to look good on the racetrack. He came off of a bit of a freshening when he was just, I think, run off his feet a bit in the Grade 1 Forgo by the likes of Bookham Dano. But then he rebounded with a nice effort here in the 49er, and the 49er is a prep. 49er, the first winner of the Naira Mile for the Naira Mile, and I think they got everything they wanted from it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't mean what I said about him being kind of like a bully to be disparaging, right? I mean, he's a horse I'd love to own, and I'm sure his connections are very proud of him. My point is that when he gets into the deeper waters, he hasn't been the same horse he is when he's facing horses and he's better than.
But those faces aren't here.
Well, I understand that. However, there is some Grade 2 types in here. I think he's more of like a Grade 3 listed stake kind of bully. Now, it's entirely possible that he's turned the table. I mean, he showed back in the day in the Peter Pan when he almost beat Arcangelo that he was a good, talented horse. He just hasn't gotten over that hump of consistency and beating horses that he's not better than.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm going to chalk out here. I thought, like I said, back in the paddock, and it furthered my opinion out on track. Bishop's Bay just really looks sensational today. But taking a look at the deep closer, Crazy Mason, I'm a fan of this horse, as I know we all are, because he's so exciting when he comes to that big late run. And often he comes without switching leads. And I remember speaking to Manny Franco about him, who's ridden him in the past, and he said he just has so much momentum. I don't want to get in his way. You just kind of let him have his head. You let him come running, whether it's between horses, which he's done before, or closing on the outside on that left lead. Now, sometimes I've seen Crazy Mason, and he's acted very quiet prior to his races. That did include 2 starts back in the Forgo, where he ran well coming from off of it to finish third, but I don't think it was one of maybe his better races. And then in the True North, exceptionally quiet beforehand when he was beaten that day too. This is the normal Crazy Mason. This is what you want to see from him, where he's energetic, bouncing, really on his toes, prancing out there. I love what I see from him. It's funny, with all that energy, it does not translate to speed out on the track. He'll be closing from off of it, going longer. We have seen him win, going 1 mile and 40 yards at Tampa with the 2 turns. We'll see if the added ground does not dull his late kick. Now, the number 2, Micah, I don't know where that race came from last time out. He goes back into the Mike Maker barn. Mike had him at the beginning, tried him on the dirt. He ran terribly first time out, though, going 4.5 furlongs as a 2-year-old, and then switched him to the grass. But this is a horse who went to the front last time, and he just extended the margin every step of the way. And I bring him up because I think it could be very interesting as to how the pace plays out in here with Phileas Fogg, who is going shorter, but we know always likes to go out to the front end, and with the likes of Micah in here, who has so much early speed and clearly is able to sustain it going a distance of ground. He stacks up from a physical perspective, very eye-catching individual, but he does add an interesting element because of his early speed in that impressive last race. Greg?
Keisha, thank you. There he is. Miggy, it's a hard horse to trust. This performance sort of came out of nowhere from this 2 Michael last start, who became, a horse who deserves to be in a race like this, but we'd never seen it before in 6 prior starts.
Well, listen, first time out, 4.5 furlongs. He went off at just over 3-1. So he had already shown he probably trained well in the mornings. A lot of horses don't want 4.5. It's too sharp. Then he went right to turf. Gets back to the dirt and off the turf at Delaware Slop. gallops, comes back with an incredible performance. Maybe he just wanted to go a mile or better on the dirt all along. He's Mika, is maybe named for Mika Zibanejad, plays for the Rangers?
Maybe.
Even money favorite Bishop's Bay, trying to win for the 9th time, 13 career starts. Meanwhile, Phileas Fogg, you expect Rosario to fire out of there and try and establish the lead early?
I think he's going to try to find position. I don't know if he'll find himself on the front end. It might be too quick for him and have to hustle him that much. You don't want to get him too uncomfortable.
Final running of this Cigar Mile here at Aqueduct as Phileas Fogg steps into the gate with new pilot Joel Rosario. Bishop's Bay, your favorite, to the outside. Let's send it upstairs to Chris Griffin.
All set for the Cigar Mile. And they're off. Bishop's Bay breaks sharply from the far outside, and here's Mika with those pink blinkers. Mika is now a neck in front. Phileas Fogg is in between horses, content to sit in third. Pentathlon is right off of them in fourth, but it's an unopposed leader right now. Mika brings them out of the chute and hooks up with the Aqueduct backstretch, and Mika is the leader. Is up by 3/4 of a length on Bishop's Bay. Pentathlon travels in tandem with Phileas Fogg. Off the pace, is right there in fourth, now 3 off the leaders. It's another 5 back to Crazy Mason, and the trailer is Brazenly. Mika went 23.10 for the opening quarter mile. Gets some separation on Bishop's Bay, who's still a clear second, less than a half mile to go, and Mika, the long shot, is in front. Bishop's Bay right there in second. Pentathlon patiently ridden at the rail in third. No move yet from Phileas Fogg in fourth as Mika's trying to upset the field. Crazy Mason's the gray. Starts to commence the rally for a Rat Ortiz Jr. from the back, and the trailer is Brazenly. They approach a quarter mile left to go right here at Aqueduct in the Cigar Mile, and it's a big long shot in Mika who's trying to upset this field. Bishop's Bay is in full pursuit, but Mika is showing no signs of stopping so far. Bishop's Bay will have to dig deep inside to catch this long shot Mika. Mika has a 16th left to get, but here comes Bishop's Bay with every single stride. It's gonna be Bishop's Bay to get up and win the Cigar Mile. He did it here in New York, and he did it at the one and the only Aqueduct. Bishop's Bay won it. Mika finished second, close for third in 1 minute 34.62 seconds in the Grade 2 Cigar Mile.
Long shot, upset, denied. Bishop's Bay grinding away at Mika under Flavien Prat. Now back-to-back graded stakes wins to end his 2025 campaign.
Wow, what an effort by both your winner, Bishop's Bay, and your runner-up, Mika. Mika made him work for it. He stretched them coming off the turn. I like what Manny Franco did. Don't let them get right on top of you. And it took him the entirety of this Aqueduct racetrack, the entirety of the Aqueduct stretch, I should say, to finally wear down Mika, who was ultra game as the Rangers were, losing in overtime today to Colorado. Mika showed the last race was no fluke, JK.
No, absolutely not. And Bishop's Bay took a step forward today, right? I mean, you look through his past performances, he had been a 3-time winner in Grade 3 races, and then he pulls off a Grade 2 win in the Cigar Mile, but a Grade 2 that's a little bit more elevated, got a little bit more to it. Let's not forget that for the longest time, the Cigar Mile was a Grade 1. It's not a Grade 1 currently, but still has a lot more. To me, it's like a Grade 2 plus. And I think that Bishop's Bay getting this done sets him up very nicely to go on to 2026.
Obviously a big effort to grind away and run down this sort of. Mika ran huge in this performance. Strange what we saw from Phileas Fogg.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and this is one thing that you understand when you ride Joel Rosario or your wager on Joel Rosario. He likes to get horses to settle, and he eased back out from behind, or from between, I should say, Bishop's Bay and Mika. And Phileas Fogg has already shown that he wants to be involved in the race, and he was a flat effort because I just don't think he got the trip that he wants.
Yeah, and then it's also entirely possible that Phileas Fogg is one of those horses that needs longer, needs a slower pace, needs to get comfortable on the front end. It's entirely possible that a more aggressive ride could have gone poorly for him too.
And maybe that's what Connections wanted.
Maybe, yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not laying any blame here. I'm just saying that one thing that, you know, Joel is, I think, more comfortable when he gets horses to run into his hands and doesn't have to send them off their feet.
We had that huge performance earlier in the card by Life and Times. This 0.70 seconds faster, as you would expect, integrated stake.
And he was doing that in his second start and won just in a gallop.
Geared down. Still was impressive.
We may see him in next year's Cigar Mile at the new beautiful Belmont Park.
Bishop's Bay, Pratt, back-to-back. Remsen, Cigar Mile. What a performance here to run down that long shot. Miko gave it all he could, trying to pull off that 14-1 upset, but it's Brad Cox and Pratt in the big one.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2:57.
We each have our own motivation.
Mullins lead the way to the second private hurdle.
History, heritage, a desire to win.
Graham Waters may never do anything but win.
A shared vision, without which success has no meaning.
Just about 2 seconds they have here.
Brown Advisory, investing in the present to raise the future.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now, $650,000, $1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000, thank you.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And race 10 at Caymanas Park. Bruce on the Loose Sprint Trophy. Set to break from the gate. Let's go to Andy and Maggie.
Back here for the Bruce on the Loose, Andy, as we do see 2 horses vying for favoritism. We'll start with the horse who does make his Jamaican debut, and that's Of a Revolution. He's so untrustworthy, in my opinion.
I agree with you. We talked about it last night, you and I was looking at it more last night, and I totally agree. Obviously, he's capable of winning this race. He draws well towards the outside, but I just don't think you can totally trust him, especially at a short price.
Last time we saw him in the States was back in late August. He was on the synthetic. He was chasing a very fast pace, and before that, though, I thought his last dirt race was really bad.
Yeah, like I said, could he win? Yeah, but I think you and I want to go in a different direction. We're also a little surprised to see how much money Desert of Malibu is taking in here. The number 2, the 6-year-old mare. Well, we're interested in a filly in this race, but it's not Desert of Malibu. Not that she can't win.
No, of course. She did finish second to Ride All Day, who will be one of the favorites in the Mouttet Mile. It does feel as though she's probably best here at this sort of, kind of sprint distance. She can go out to a mile, I would say. She did finish up her last race lugging in and on the wrong lead.
Well, that's your specialty.
I'll
leave you with that. And Maggie was watching replays while I was sleeping, or betting on Mika in the Cigar Mile, but I'll complain about that another day. We're both interested, actually, independently in the same horse in this race.
And she is a 3-year-old filly who is fast, Andy. She comes out of 5 furlong races that are run on the straight, so almost quarter horse style, and she won her last race by 7 lengths, so really dominating.
And it feels like she's a 3-year-old filly that's really improving a lot. I mean, she's been spectacular lately sprinting, and I definitely think she's a player in this race at least a decent price as opposed to the other 2 horses. Javier Castellano's mountain here, maybe not his best mount. He's probably going to be favored in the Mouttet Mile. A bigger price in here with Wall Street Trader, and I have a feeling that Javier won't be going anywhere near the rail again.
Yeah, that didn't work out for him in the Chairman's Plate, so we'll see. Do you think there is any sort of bias here?
I don't, it's hard to say there's a bias. I mean, you're not familiar with the horses, but it just seems like the best running has been banned towards the outside. I mean, I'm not looking to fault Javier. He hadn't really ridden here. There's no really way of knowing that, but it just felt, watching that and the way that horse didn't run well, and then watching a couple more races, it just seemed like the best running was towards the outside.
Now, do you think Mighty Gully is the speed of the speed in here? Will she be in front? She does get in very light being a 3-year-old filly, 109 pounds.
Well, I mean, that's not an easy thing for me to judge around here because I don't have the benefit of the time form pace projector. I'd like to encourage them to do pace figures for these races, but I'd love to see her forward. She certainly can be forward. Do we think there's a ton of speed in here? I didn't think there was an enormous amount of speed in here.
No, there isn't. And Of a Revolution, kind of getting back to him, he's not that fast, though. In the mornings, Andy, he has been virtually running off with Radish Roman in the irons, even in the mornings, and he's a very tough horse to handle. He can get very high-headed, and I wonder if he just puts his hands down and lets him go.
It's possible from the outside, and it's not a good situation, obviously, for the horse that we like if he does that, because then he's going to be pressing on her. Now, maybe she can take back, but it'll be interesting, and you should say, if he's been running off in the morning, could run off in the afternoon as well.
So, Mighty Gully for you?
I'm with you. I'm sticking with you with Mighty Gully. I thought she was interesting. We independently managed to come up with her for better or for worse.
And she's up there currently at 7-2, which is actually shorter than I thought she would be.
I agree. I'm surprised, especially how much money both the 2 and the 12, are taking in here.
Choice.
But I'll take 7-2 on her. I think she's dangerous.
All right, we'll send it up to Brian Rickman with the call of this Bruce on the Loose.
Of a Revolution at 3-2 in the betting, comes into 12. Is that a fact? Is in at 11. We wait on Desert of Malibu to load at 2. This is the Bruce on the Loose Sprint Trophy. Desert of Malibu in, field in line, 6.5 furlongs. Michael Sims is ready. They're off for the Bruce on the Loose. Fair start, interesting times ahead, misses it, left at the back. Mighty Gully took off fast on the far side. California Crown is moving quickly. Desert of Malibu is right there too as they sort themselves out. Desert of Malibu now gets that lead. Florindia looks to be on the outside of California Crown. Of a Revolution chasing. They're just about 3 lengths separates that group. Wall Street Trader races up next as they make their way, leaving the 5 and head toward the half mile. Out in front, Desert of Malibu. Of a Revolution moving right down alongside her. Just in behind those, Florindia and a California Crown. Mighty Gully has made progress. Toward the outside, is that a fact? Racing up with Wall Street Trader. A Money Market races up next. Mamma Mia has been left out of it, Supremacy and Get a Pepsi toward the back. Interesting times ahead is last as they have turned for home. Desert of Malibu and Of a Revolution matching strides, and Of a Revolution looks to have the head in front. Desert of Malibu not finished, she's fighting back, but Of a Revolution continues to just hold a slim lead. Desert of Malibu is there, Mighty Gully trying to close up. It is Of a Revolution now driven out and beginning to get the upper hand. Of a Revolution and Radish Roman, he'll have his second win. They take it from Money Market. Desert of Malibu, California Crown, and Supremacy in a photo in behind.
Of a Revolution, Andy, the class did prevail here.
It was, and I'll tell you something else. Nothing wrong with the rail there.
No.
We saw the second horse come up the inside, the third horse who battled down the inside, and Ever Revolution really deserved that win. Both he and the other favorite, the other horse taking money, battled the whole way. I thought our horse, both you and I, were doing a little cheering for Mighty Gully. She just didn't have enough and came a little empty at the end.
Yeah, it looks like it is 12-9-2 unofficially here. Desert Malibu kind of dueled into submission by Of a Revolution, who honestly was just best. And maybe this is a sign of good things to come for this team of Radish Roman and Anthony Nunes.
We've seen good things from him so far in today's show, so we'll see what happens to Mouttet Mile. And the second place finisher, you and I didn't get a chance to talk about. That horse has now run second seven times this year with just one win. So found exactly what he wants to do, Money Market. And here we were surprised what a big price he was. We were talking about it. He got up for second, but there's no doubt about it. The winner was best.
9-5 over 33-1. So nice exacta here in the Bruce on the loose. But speaking of miles, Greg, the Cigar Mile, that was a show by Bishop's Bay and Micah.
Yeah, the big long shot trying to pull off this upset after that big win in Maryland, but Bishop's Bay able to run him down under Flavien Prat. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Winter Mix Sale, scheduled for February 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Main catalog entries close December 15. Enter now at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Impressive here to try and chase this horse that got loose, Mig.
He was cast into that chasing position. Mika ran hard, gave him all he could handle, but Bishop's Bay was relentless, and now 9 wins from 13 starts.
It's impressive, and like I said, this is his biggest win to date, right? When we saw him run with Arcangelo, we saw Arcangelo do what he did, winning the Travers and the Belmont. I think we thought Bishop's Bay was going to be winning races like this, and he finally has. And I would imagine there'll be some big races next year they'll try to target off of this.
Pretty productive Saturday for Flavien Prat. He's got a Derby Contender going into next year, and another big win here on Bishop's Bay as we go to Acacia.
So happy to be joined by Flavien Prat, who piloted Bishop's Bay to victory. Flavien, you know this horse well. It felt like this was one of the best performances we've seen from Bishop's Bay thus far.
Yeah, it was a great run. I mean, he's honest as they come, and he's always show up. Just a dream to be around him, honestly.
You were telling me that the horse that set the pace, Mika, it felt from a riding perspective like he wasn't stopping on the front end. What's that feeling like where you think, I've got to try and catch him?
Yeah, honestly, at first, I thought the horse inside of me, the horse of Gustavo, was the horse to keep an eye on. And but yeah, when I saw Manny going, on the lead, and it looks like he was going very comfortable, so I kind of changed my plan and stick close to him. And but as I say, he's so consistent. He's always giving you his effort. And yeah, Brad has done a great job managing him, and it's for a new connection, so it's great.
Yeah, they just purchased him after his last win in the 49er for $1.3 million, so paying off already. But winning the Cigar Mile, the final Cigar Mile to be run here at Aqueduct. I know New York has become your home, and staying here has to be special, winning this marquee winter race.
Yeah, it's very special. Honestly, I didn't even thought about it, but yeah, that's going to be the last Cigar Mile here. So yeah, it's very special, and honestly, I love that track. It's a good track, and I think when you have a good horse, it's a lovely track to ride on.
We had a good horse and a good ride today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Bishop's Bay, pretty remarkable record. 9 wins from 13 starts overall, but as you take a look at the Late Pick 5 follow along, when Pratt is aboard, this horse has never lost. 6 for 6.
Yeah. Undefeated with Flavien Prat.
Yeah, best friends.
1 leg remaining in this Late Pick 5. New York Stallion Series, Great White way back when Mig and I first stepped on. JK, we talked about Parker Boone. Very impressive for Butch Reed in that debut at Parks. Does this race go through him?
I love him in this spot. I like to say that because I get to leave, so I don't have to be here if it doesn't go well. No, I do. I really do. He earned a fast number, and he did it with fast pace figures. That, to me, signifies a good performance when you have both of those parts of the equation.
And then add into the fact that he ran against open company. So about 18,000 roughly foals a year in North America. 1,200 of those are New York breds. 500 of those are New York sired horses. So the gene pool that he had to compete with has shrunk considerably, now basically running against less than 500 because these are for the boys. So about 250 out of the first crop, that 2-year-old crop.
A $500,000 purse on the line, too, in this race. We'll see if Parker Boone can get the money for Butch Reed. That's it for JK. Good having you on.
See you guys tomorrow.
Had fun. Indeed, we will. We're going to take a timeout. Big one still to come from Jamaica with the Mouttet Mile. The nightcap, there's Parker Boone, the one to beat in the Great White Way New York Stallion Series division coming up for Butch Reed. Stay with us. Back in our Cigar Mile Saturday coverage from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, New York. And we close out this card here in the Big Apple with the New York Stallion Series, Great White Way Division, and Parker Boone. Butch Reed, based out in Bensalem at Parks, comes with great regularity to New York to win some pretty big races.
Yeah, he doesn't ship from his home base unless he feels like he belongs, and Parker Boone was ultra impressive on debut. I mean, he just tow roped this field and kept drawing off with every stride through the stretch. And the way he finished, he was ridden out. He wasn't as though he's just cruising. Michael Sanchez is riding him through the wire, but certainly didn't look like his stride was deteriorating. I don't know. I think 7/8 will be well within his scope.
He's quick early, too. He did that on the lead. 3-2, very short price here for start number 2 as he comes to New York off that debut lights-out victory at Parks. Is the one to beat. And our post parade here coming up in a moment. And he's really just dominating the wagering here. The 7 Spirit of New York. So, of course, getting on dirt for the first time, but, we thought highly of early on this summer at Saratoga for trainer Adam Rice. What are we going to get on dirt?
That's the big question. Looking at him from a pedigree standpoint, I'm not really getting a good handle on whether it's going to be a negative or a positive.
Back-to-back huge wins. Remsen, Cigar Mile for Flavian Pratt. He's on Chummers here for Ray Handel.
He's going to have to show that he can replicate his turf form, okay efforts on grass.
Here's the big favorite. Showed you that debut win at Parks for Parker Boone.
Very much the horse to beat, not only facing New York breds, but New York sired horses for the first time.
Fruscian, blinkers on, Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez.
Hall of Fame connections, adding blinkers.
Quick, early, Diamond Child, big price with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Going to have speed, going to be forward for sure.
Stakes placed as well. True Legend, George Weaver barn, first time on dirt.
Another one, but by Honest Mischief. We saw the Honest Mischief filly win the filly division of this.
Michelle Nevin barn and went long on the grass in the debut.
Yeah, and kind of made a middle move. I don't know how this is going to translate to dirt.
The aforementioned Spirit of New York stakes winner on the grass.
You understand why they're giving this a try. 500,000 reasons to give this a try on the dirt.
Here's Muscle Shoals, who comes in from Finger Lakes. 2 for 2.
Undefeated, one on fast track, one on the slop. Is going to have to continue to improve, but could.
Yeah, one was a stake, but slowish figures. We'll see if he can step up. Sunday Boy, Jimmy Ryerson.
A maiden, a closer, would like to see a fast pace.
Skip to the 11, Hey Pal, another one with a little bit of early speed.
Yeah, stretching out to the mile essay in the mud, dominated. This is a lot tougher.
Takahama, Dalilo Rivera, rider change, blinkers on.
Yeah, it just feels like this one's going to be a big surprise if it was happening to pull it off.
Combat Mission, blinkers go on, trainer John Kimmel.
It's a horse that has shown ability in the mornings. He's been a bit green, so maybe the blinkers is going to get this horse focused.
99-1 at least. The maiden, Hurricane Kaz.
Yeah, when they see 99-1 on the board, that's as high as it can go. So most likely considerably even higher.
And back to Dingy Bar. Katie Davis for John Terranova, this one making the dirt debut.
Yeah, by Galilean, who was a stakes winner on dirt and also a stakes winner on turf. Very small sampling from horses by Galilean. Has run okay in the 3 starts.
2 minutes to post. And this Great White Way New York Stallion Series event for the boys, 2-year-olds, going 7 furlongs with the 6-5 favorite Parker Boone for trainer Butch Reed. Off that big debut at Parks, you could bet this race, play all the action at Naira Bets and get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus. With that code at sign up, bonus 200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start with the favorite, Park. He'll be very tough in here, despite, I should say, in addition to running an incredibly impressive and fast race on debut against Open Company. I just always pay attention to the horses that Butch Reed brings here to New York. They are usually very live, and this horse gets in against New York Stallion Series companies. I think he's going to suit perfectly in here. Stacked up beautifully. In fact, one of the standouts, and he has some good size to him. I like the extra furlong as he gets out to the 7/8 today. I really think he should appreciate it. Alert and bright back in the paddock, but a big warm-up, and he really perked up quite a bit and moved beautifully out there on the track. Now, several horses, as you can understand, being eligible in this race, taking advantage and trying the dirt for the first time. One of them taking a lot of attention, the 7, Spirit of New York, as he cuts back in distance. I did not like him trying to go long last time out. Everything about him physically says sprint. That being said, he does look more like a turf horse overall. He has a flatter hoof on him, a little bit more built turf, but he is a very efficient mover, and clearly he's shown something in the mornings and has been working well enough over at Belmont over the main track. We'll see if he can handle it. He does have some pedigree on the bottom side, at least, to be able to say that he should. There was a sibling that won twice going long on the dirt, though, at Finger Lakes. I like the cutback more than anything to the 7 furlongs into a sprint distance. I respect the horse and his talent. I think he's very good. I just do wonder as he is getting onto the main track for the first time. The number 9, Sunday Boy, is still a maiden, but I think he's run good races, and he actually is getting a chance to turn back slightly to the 7/8 today. They added the blinkers last time. He does wear short cut blinkers, and I think it made a difference for him. He is a horse that has pedigree to be a good one, being the full brother to Sunday Girl, multiple New York bred stakes winner who is effective on turf and dirt. This one handled the turf okay. I think he's a better dirt horse. Has some good leg in him, but he's one that I think mentally has taken some time to come to hand. This is the best that I've seen him look, too. He's a generous price on the board, and I think a very intriguing prospect with the pedigree and second time with blinkers, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Here we go, about to load up, and now Parker Boone, odds on, make it 4-5.
Yeah, I really couldn't see past him. He just has run considerably faster than anybody else on this surface. And Butch Reed, you know, he's trained a Breeders' Cup winner in Bequist. He's trained over 1,000 winners. He had a Grade 1 winner in Poseidon's Warrior, winning the Grade 1 Vanderbilt in Saratoga. He is a guy that knows where his horses belong, and he only ships if they are the real deal. This horse is 4-5 now. Off that debut, got to be tough.
So loading up, here we go for what has been a terrific send-off on Cigar Mile Saturday here at Aqueduct. And no question, this race goes through this 2-horse Parker Boone. Michael Sanchez back aboard for Butch Reed. Odds on now 4-5. Things can change quickly, though, just from even that first to that second start for these youngsters.
Well, you know, absolutely. Listen, they're young horses. Something happens at the break. They don't get away cleanly. Then they've got to deal with kickback. Then you learn not if they're talented, but if they're brave as well. There's a confluence of things that comes together to make a top-class racehorse, and it's courage and the ability to overcome adversity.
But
he just looks like he's the best
He may
horse.
not even need to move forward to win this race.
No, as long as he gets away clean and gets the right trip.
Chris Griffin, New York Stallion Series, Great White Way to close out Cigar Mile Saturday from Aqueduct.
2 out, Spirit of New York and Hurricane Kaz. Spirit of New York. Spirit of New York, or Rat Ortiz Jr. Going in, Hurricane Kaz, last to load. The New York Stallion Series, Great White Way Division, all set. And they're off. Very slow beginning for Fruit 10, who's at the back end of the field. Parker Boone and Michael Sanchez right to the front, and they quickly sprint clear. Parker Boone is up by a length and a half. Up on the far outside, Hurricane Kaz is in that mix. They are lined up in behind the runaway leader. In the 2 path comes Diamond Child. Also in the mix comes Muscle Shoals, is in the green silks as Hurricane Kaz now claims second. Tightly packed field, and At the Rail Chummers moves forward. So the leader is Parker Boone, followed by Hurricane Kaz to the outside in second. At the Rail, that's Chummers in third. It's a shared third with Diamond Child, who's in between horses. Also 3 wide as they get set to move into that far turn. That's going to be Combat Mission and Kendrick Carmouche. Tight spot there at the Rail, Spirit of New York. Nowhere to go yet. And rallying on is Dingy Bar trying to run on there, also with Muscle Shoals. Towards the back end of the field there, dropping back comes True Legend. Just got passed to the outside by Sunday Boy. The back marker's trying to pick it up. Sicilian Dancer, also right there, Dingy Bar. And Fruit 10 is at the back end of the field with Takahama. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, 45.71 for the half-mile time. Parker Boone is in front and trying to run away. But here comes Combat Mission catching with every stride, and Sunday Boy grandstand side. Sunday Boy has enveloped the field, and Sunday Boy from off the pace has a 16th left to go. The Great White Way division of the New York Stallion Series to the Sunday Boy by Central Banker, and they win it impressively in final running time, 1 minute 24.90 seconds.
A maiden, no more. This is the maiden breaking win, and in Stakes Company, Sunday Boy on Cigar Mile Saturday for the win.
Break your maiden in a $500,000 race. That's a nice way to get it done. And Christopher Elliott, patient ride, storms down the middle of the track after a very contested pace. Your favorite, Parker Boone, just did not see out the 7/8. He took some pressure from Combat Mission, who actually put him away, ran by him, but Sunday Boy was big on a Saturday afternoon.
9-13, maybe the 8, Muscle Shoals at 34-1, just sneaking up to steal third. It was close, but this horse exploding in the stretch.
Yeah, got pace, came with his run, had 5 starts to figure it out, and Central Banker, he is as good a sire as we've had in New York. He's along the lines of Freud and horses like Tout going back over the years, and Christopher Elliott rewarded with the biggest win of his young career.
9-13, 8-2, 12-1 over 17-1 over 34-1. And Sunday Boy, that is quite a exclamation point way to get that first win of your career here in start number 6.
I mean, you know, listen, and the question always is distance, right, with these horses. Parker Boone saw it out going 6 against maidens. Now here in the Stallion Stakes, 7/8, and they set fast fractions. There was no doubt about that, but well, you got to give the winner credit. Sunday Boy, he stormed down the middle of the track.
Prices from Sunday Boy's win to close out this Cigar Mile card here from South Ozone Park. We'll be back right after this, and the Mouttet Mile still ahead.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Friday on America's Day at the Races, join Lafitte Pinkai and Megan Burgess for opening day at Oak Lawn Park. Kick off the season of full fields and great racing live from Hot Springs, Arkansas, Friday, 1 Eastern on FS2. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Back at our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2, and the main event in Kingston, Jamaica is still to come, but this was a big one as well. The Bruce on the Loose goes to Of a Revolution. These connections will team up with Nautical Star in the main event. Anthony Baba Nunez, Radesh Roman, and Nunez, this is a big win for him with that training title coming down to the wire. Cuts that margin about in half with this win alone against Jason DaCosta.
Yeah, I always like when those kind of jockey or trainer races go down to the wire. Of a Revolution, we heard Maggie and Andy talk about this horse being outside. Maggie said it gives the rider an opportunity to put his hands down, use themselves efficiently. And congratulations to the rider, Radesh Roman. And one thing I really like what they do, Greg, they put the groom's name in the program
Love
there.
that.
So congratulations to the groom, Tafara Wright, as well. I really hope we adopt that because the grooms are such an integral part of the whole game.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Baba Nunez, who sent out Of a Revolution to take down this Bruce on the Loose. And Baba, a horse that you got from the States, truly had some back class, and he showed it here today.
Yeah, he really did. We got to thank the owners, One Guy in the Racing, for giving me the opportunity. Sorry, and of course Safi Joseph, because he suggested to the owners to give me a shot, and I really appreciate that. So thanks to his entire team.
We saw the feature on you earlier, and how much, taking this all in stride, the success that you've had, and surely horses like this coming along, including the one in the next, Nautical Star, making life as a trainer pretty special.
Yeah, it's really nice when you have horses like this to wake up to come at 4 o'clock in the morning, and a good 2-year-old and a good older horse always gets you here.
How about Nautical Star in the next?
Well, he's trained really well, obviously. I mean, just like Of a Revolution, he got a little tired in the end, and that's what worried me, is that we came in October. They'd only really run twice for the year. And so I was a little nervous about that. And obviously, that's still a question mark in the back of my head, but he's really trained nicely, and he's been pretty straightforward on everything we've asked him to do. And so, you need racing luck.
It's always the truth. It comes down to that. Well, congratulations here and best of luck in the next.
Thank you so much.
One more look down the stretch. Reddish Roman aboard, and that's who will be aboard Nautical Star for Anthony Baba Nunez in the Mouttet Mile.
Well, I tell you what, great job by our team down there in Jamaica, doing that feature on him, and then obviously him having this success. So they must have did some good handicapping even before.
Huge win for this barn, who had won 3 consecutive training titles and now in chase mode a little bit, trying to catch Jason DaCosta, who's won the last couple. And it's going to come down to the wire. 6 days remaining in this meet. Big one here, and this is going to go a long way to determining who is going to be the champion trainer in the Mouttet Mile. Anthony Baba Nunez with 2 in here. He's got Tiz Tuck, and the aforementioned Nautical Star will make his local debut.
Yeah, but this is an interesting race, and right now Javier Castellano on the favorite, number 11, Ride All Day. But I think this is great. They're turning this into a racing festival in Jamaica, and it just looks like everybody's having such a good time.
Ride All Day, pretty good mount for Castellano in his first trip to Caymanas. 7 for 9 lifetime, and it's going to be, looks like, the one to beat. We'll be back with the story of Jamaica trying to put themselves back together. Over 100 emergency shelters still remain open. Several 100,000 plus households without power. That story next. Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. For more information on this New York Bread program, go to nybreads.com. Tremendous show put on this Saturday afternoon on the last real huge card in the 2025 calendar year here in New York. Sunday Boy with an exclamation point to close it out. Jimmy Ryerson Big win here for young Christopher Elliott, son of Stewart, who won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown on Smarty Jones back in 2004.
Well, you can see how pumped up he is there to win a $500,000 race. A young rider who's actually, I think, improved dramatically since losing his apprentice allowance. And I think a lot of that has to do, Greg, with the fact that he could ride 5 pounds heavier, just made him that much stronger.
$27.10 horse to close it out. Let's go down to Acacia.
I'm very pleased to be joined by trainer Jimmy Ryerson, who sent out Sunday Boy, who came flying late. What a thrilling finish, and what a way to break your maiden.
Yeah, he's been a little bit of a trip, whether to turf or dirt. He can really do both. But the way the race came up, as we mentioned earlier, I thought, on a dirty fit, I have a bunch of turf horses, and trying them on a dirt, you think they think they can, and a lot of them don't. So that gave us hope that maybe we could beat a couple of these horses. And then Butcher's horse looked like a very nice horse, but he's shipping, he's running for the second time. He's 14-horse field. He had a lot to overcome today, I think.
And as it kind of fell apart in the late stages as well. But this was also the second start with blinkers for Sunday Boy. What kind of difference has that made?
Well, he's always been a little bit of a handful in the gate, and he has a hood with a little bit of blinker the last 2 starts. And I think he's been a little better, and he's been a little, and he focused a little more. And his last showed, I thought Rudy had a nice horse that beat us the last time, and showed he could dirt. And then you go in the Stallion race, and a lot of the horses aren't eligible, and so you are, and you say, okay, let's go.
Like you said, to be eligible for a race like this, you got a nice purse, and as we mentioned, you've had a really good year with New York breds and New York Sired Series horses as well.
Yeah, Joe DeRico went to the sales, and Tony Perry, and we came, and Alfonso Camarado, but his wasn't a New York bred, but we've had a nice year with the babies, and almost all of them were New York breds.
Well, good to get another big win here today. Congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Good for this barn to get a big win like this late in the year.
So good. It's good to see Jimmy Ryerson with a good horse like this, a big win like this, I should say, closing in on 1,000 career victories. For people that don't remember, he was the trainer of Unbridled Song. He also trained a Pennsylvania Derby winner, and he knows how to get it done. We always see the big names. They're consistently in the limelight. There are a lot of trainers that people are unaware of that are just terrific horsemen.
Great job here with Sunday Boy. You saw that finish from this horse. Take a look at how things closed out in this pick 5. $1,165 with Braver Than You Believe in this horse. Sunday Boy being the prices, and you could have really got skinny the rest of those races. Life at Times obviously was a massive standout, ran like it, looked like it off that debut. Paladin went off a big favorite, and Bishop's Bay, short price for a moment, looked like was not going to get it done, but able to run down Micah.
It took him the length of this long aqueduct stretch to pick up Micah, but yeah, I think you would have had a spread fairly deep in these New York bred races, even though there were some, shorter priced favorites, just big fields with young horses.
Well, the main event still to come at Caymanas Park with that Mouttet Mile. We'll get you back out to Kingston momentarily. More than a month after Hurricane Melissa wreaked havoc as one of the most disruptive storms in history, many communities across Jamaica are still facing dire needs. While approximately 280,000 people have been reached with humanitarian assistance, over 90,000 households remain displaced, but the community remains resilient, determined to get back on their feet.
So the reality of this storm was that we had a few days of preparation more than we normally do. It was very slow going. We weren't sure where it was going to hit. And we weren't sure how strong it was going to be when it was going to hit. We had quite a few days of developing of the storm.
Hurricane Melissa, now a Category 5 storm.
A Cat 5 storm with max winds around 160 miles an hour.
What country could be prepared for 185-mile-an-hour winds and an historic hurricane?
This is definitively the biggest storm I've ever seen in my lifetime. This is one of the strongest storms in history. Our first initiative was to pack care packages. There are immediate needs after a storm. People need water, they need food, They need hygiene packages. They need some kind of shelter. So far, we have done over 1,000 care packages to over 18 communities across the hardest hit areas of the island.
We limbed trees to an extent, but there are quite a few, so we did what we could near to buildings. We boarded up all of our houses with ply on the windows, made sure water tanks were full, checked and serviced generators, and made sure that vehicles were parked in safe places, all fueled up and ready. When it got really bad, about 132, and it was like 185 plus, that's when roofs started to lift and move and go. But it was pretty devastating to really see it. I rebuilt this place after Gilbert in 1988, and Jamaica as a whole got very badly hit because it traveled from one end to the other. This kind of just came across here. It was just me and my father at that time rebuilding. Now I've got 2 boys to help us with, and my wife, who has been absolutely amazing. She's held us together. She's provided direction and focus. We just provide the energy. So my wife has been amazing. My 2 boys, Cameron and Douglas. Incredibly proud. The guys of the community, our workers, have rallied around. They've been here long hours, hard work. Chainsaws, well, just, it's been a struggle, but they've been amazing.
Jamaica is an incredibly blessed place. We are truly unique. I think we are one of the smallest countries with the biggest impacts globally. We have a tough road ahead of us. The important thing is that we're all ready to work and we're all ready to get back to where we were. So certainly while it's not going to be a short-term recovery, it's certainly going to be a recovery where Jamaicans are committed to getting back there.
It's been a struggle. But I'm very proud of everybody.
Just devastating what happened out there. If you want to do what you can to help, and any little bit would help, go to supportjamaica.gov.jm. Over 144,000 households remain without power right now. Almost 100,000 households without reliable water, so they are still in the thick of this.
Yeah, but you see the resilience and the spirit of the Jamaican people and how they've gone through similar things in the past and the way they band together. You know, community is everything, particularly when you have disasters of this nature. And, you know, the fact that they were able to pull off you know, having this, you know, race that they're turning into a racing festival, again, speaks to their resiliency and their spirit.
We'll have a moment to, yes, celebrate this moment on the racetrack, and an event that's, for Jamaica, is getting bigger each year, and we're proud to partner with them to bring you this Mouttet Mile. That is coming up next. About 13 minutes to post in their main event on the card. We'll get to Andy and Maggie in just a little bit. Stay with us. Mouttet Mile, 4th running from Caymanas when we come back.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we're set to take you back out to Caymanas Park in Jamaica with 10 minutes to post in the main event, the fourth running of the Mouttet Mile on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon in Kingston, Jamaica. Let's head out to Maggie Wolfendale with a special guest.
Here with Fiona Fennell of the Jamaican Tourism Board. And Fiona, you guys are sponsors of the Mouttet Mile. Why is this race so important to Jamaican tourism?
Well, I mean, it's a segue to Kingston, which is one of our resort areas. So you can come watch this race at Caymanas Park, and you can go anywhere else. Devon House, you can go downtown, you can go to Skyline Drive. It's a lot of activities for tourists in Kingston. We're like the cultural capital of the Caribbean.
I could not agree more. I've gotten to partake in some of those adventures. What is your favorite thing to do in Kingston?
Wow, I would say eat.
Same.
There's so much food everywhere. Last evening we were at Mystic Thai and the vibe was awesome. Families, friends, everybody just sitting having a meal. There's music and it's just relaxing.
I cannot agree more. It's my first trip here. I will definitely be coming. I will definitely be coming back, and thank you for being a sponsor of the Mouttet Mile. Yes. It's truly a wonderful event.
Yes, it is. And it's a niche, and you see individual enthusiasts, you see families, you see generational people getting together because they love horse racing. They bet, they drink, they have fun. I love it.
Guys, come to Jamaica and have fun.
Seems pretty hard not to from the scenes we've been getting from Caymanas as we get a look at our post parade here, and Pack plays at a big price.
Big price here, just stretching out after sprinting in November.
Here's Tiz talk for Anthony Baba Nunez, Dane Nelson, local rider aboard.
Well, got a top horseman in his corner, and his horse is coming off of a couple allowance races wins this year.
Legacy Isle with Emsel Jaramillo.
Yeah, and this horse looks like he is going to be a handful. Just a nice record he's compiled with 8 wins from 22 career starts.
Saw outsider champion Bubbler go by here. Is Nautical Star. Radesh Roman, Anthony Baba Nunez connections won the last race.
Yeah, horse that's 3 for 11 lifetime, but he ran against some of our better horses here stateside.
Here's the speedy filly who is coming off the fastest mile run at the track this season.
That makes her interesting.
Supernatural power.
Makes her interesting right there. She's already run the fastest mile there.
Sensational Soul, one of 2 native bred runners in the field, the 9.
Yeah, did win the Guineas early in the year, but has not won since that race June 8th.
Big price, main mistress, excuse me.
Does have speed. Won her last 2 starts gate to wire. Her 2 starts gate to wire recently.
Ride All Day the 11 coming off a win owned by that all-female partnership that includes one of the top sprinters in the history of the Olympics, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price.
Yeah, was it the Castellano mount? I'm sorry, did we skip?
Yeah, Ride All Day the 11.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We have the trainer, 45 Jamaican Triple Crown race winners. He was a Bob Baffert of Jamaica.
And Mojito, the 15, we saw go by, another of those Jamaican-bred runners with that outside slot.
Yeah, won this race last year, right? So, no, the trainer, won this race last year. So it's a little hard for me to read these PPs, Greg, but I'm getting there.
7 minutes to post in the Mouttet Mile. Favorite right now, Nautical Star, Anthony Baba Nunez, Radesh Roman looking to take the last two stakes on this card, Mouttet Mile, when we come back. Back with you, overhead view of Caymanas Park in Jamaica. Mouttet Mile to come. Just 3 minutes to post. And right now, Legacy Isle, co-favorite, along with Nautical Star. Let's send it out to Caymanas with Andy and Maggie.
I'll tell you what, guys, the energy here, it really is electric. I mean, the fans are truly the best in the game.
It's amazing. It really is. I mean, I say it every year. It's not exaggerating. It's just a great group of fans here. A lot of people having a great time and a huge day. And I can't say enough how much they've done to build up the Mouttet Mile to the big race it's become. Terrific running this year. Much better than any of the other runnings.
And we see it with the quality of horse that comes in here as number 7. Nautical Star will look to give Radesh Roman and Anthony Nunez, Baba Nunez, of course, back-to-back wins here. You know, Baba expressed to me he's concerned about fitness levels. Well, I'll tell you what, Andy, looking at this horse in the paddock, he should not be. This horse looks ready to go.
Yeah, hasn't obviously run since late in August, and he's another one of these horses that has big races going back. I think the bigger question, I know he ran second in the Oaklawn Mile, or I should say third, I think. I don't know, is he really necessarily best this distance, or is he better going a little shorter?
That's true. Oaklawn Mile, though, around 2 turns. Does that have any bearing on that?
Well, it's actually
sentiment?
better because it's a 1-turn mile. So, you know, similar, obviously, to we run at Aqueduct and Belmont. So I guess it won't be a real problem. The real question becomes the pace. I mean, how much speed does he have? Because I find it hard to believe they're not going to be moving a bit up front here.
And one of those horses that could be forward is number 4, Legacy Isle. He was the beaten favorite last year in the Mouttet Mile. He comes in here in pretty good form, riding a 2-race win streak.
He's been sensational this year. 8 starts, 5 wins in 1 second. One race he didn't finish, so when he's finished, he's got 5 wins in 1 second and 7 starts. And as you say, he's stretching out, so it's hard to imagine he's not going to be forward in this race, and it doesn't hurt to have MSAL Aramillo riding him as well.
No, that's very true. As another rider that we're familiar with, Javier Castellano, he's looking to get Ride All Day, the 3-year-old by Vacoma, home here. Andy, I know this horse has a lot of, kind of rooting interest with Solomon Sharp and the group of ladies that he's put together. They are hyped and ready to go to root home their horse in here. But Ride All Day, he's a 3-year-old, and he's taking on some pretty tough rivals, though he has held his own, I think, against many of them.
And he has won at the mile distance. He's been running more shorter races, and it's interesting about him. I remember when he broke his maiden, his first time out here on Mouttet Mile last year. I remember saying, there's a Vacoma that can really run, they told us. It was him, and now Ride All Day is one of the favorites in the Mouttet Mile a year later. It's pretty cool, actually.
It really is cool, and he has been consistent as they come. Another horse, watching him run, he's trying to go further, but I think he's going to be able to do it based upon his action and the way he's put together.
And I was able to finally get onto my Naira Bets account through the little bit of internet issues.
Hey.
And I bet a few bucks on our horse, the 13 Gervano. I think we're both hoping the pace is hot because she comes from well back.
Yeah, he's another.
Excuse me.
He's another 3-year-old in the mix here. And last time we saw this great late surge. That was going 9.5, so it's actually a cutback for him today.
Well, you know me, I'm a sucker for a cutback, especially 2 turns to 1 turns. And interesting, they talked about speed being really good here.
It hasn't.
I've seen plenty of horses making runs on this track, so I'm not overly concerned the track's carrying anybody. It's a pretty fair racetrack here, and man, it's just electric here. I mean, you don't have to manufacture the excitement for Mouttet Mile Day. I mean, imagine what it's like when you're a track full of Jamaicans.
And we were talking, every track in America has a Jamaican crowd. And, obviously that's amplified here, but they are the most well-informed, well-educated racing fans, I think, in the game.
No, it's true. I mean, it's true of the fans that we have in New York, where we obviously spend a lot of time with them, and it's very true here. I mean, they obviously watch the races in New York a lot. We spend a little time in the simulcast area where they have all the tracks going, but this is their day. I mean, we had a big day in New York today, and thanks to everybody to support us, we had a record handle day, based on, or at least not a record day, but a great day, almost $16 million, and they're rocking it today in Jamaica at Camanas Park.
They are. I have a total bomb for you, just one that caught my eye in the paddock. I cannot make her whatsoever on paddock. On four. In fact, she's 99 to 1 up there, Andy.
The 14?
Champion Bubbler.
Oh, okay. I gotta find that one.
She is number 6. I know. You can make a little bit of a case for her. She was actually in pretty good form earlier in the spring. She went off form. She had a break. She came back. She had an improved effort, second off the bench. Now she's third. And furthermore, I was having a really nice chat with her owner. So
well, that's usually a very winning strategy to talk to the owners. The biggest concern for her at 99 to 1, there's always concerns. Can she go this far?
Yes, and that is honestly a question mark for several of these. Will Ride All Day get better with more distance? I think that's a question for her. But no matter which way you shake it, Andy, this is a great edition of the Mouttet Mile. It is the 4th. It is $300,000 US on the line. We send it up to Caymanas track announcer Ryan Rickman for the call.
At 5 to 2, we'll load at 11. Ride All Day coming up to gate 11. Ride All Day is in. Field in line for the 4th running of the Mouttet Mile. Starter ready. This is the one we came here to see. Still waiting. They're off for the 4th running of the Mouttet Mile. 'Tis talk misses it with fun can't done. Digital One took off fast. There goes Legacy Isle now with a kick, and Legacy Isle is the one that leads them past the 7. Pack Plays racing down in 2nd as they make their way toward the 6. Legacy Isle tugging hard. Pack Plays are right alongside as they charge away toward the 6. Dothraki, as they leave the 6, now makes progress. Ride All Day in behind them with a Digital One and a Main Mistress. Supernatural Power is asked to make some ground. Fun Condon and Mojito race up almost as a team. Garvano on the outside of a Nautical Star. Unspun is next. Then Tiz Talk, Champion Bubbler, and Sensational Soul brings up the rear as they charge past the half mile and run away now toward the 3 furlong. Legacy Isle on that lead by 2 lengths. Pack plays in chase and under the pump. Ride All Day is there. Supernatural Power races back and forth as the field strings out. Digital One just in front of Mojito. In behind them, that's a Fun Condon asked to make ground. Watch Nautical Star now. Satellite on the outside, but they're coming into the lane. It is a Legacy Isle. Has he escaped them in the Mouttet Mile? Pack plays continues to pursue over against the rail. Here is Ride All Day now kicking in, but Legacy Isle drifting off a true line but still holding that lead. Ride All Day is there. In behind them, Pack plays. They race past the furlong pole. Legacy Isle and Ride All Day in a battle, and Ride All Day now snatches the lead inside the final 16th. It is Ride All Day and Javier Castellano making short work of the field. They win by almost double digits. Legacy Isle and Fun Condon come next. Could be Supernatural Power out wide of Digital One.
Ride All Day, Andy Javier Castellano up the rail. We have some happy people down here around the winner's circle. This horse didn't just win, Andy. He destroyed this field.
Absolutely huge performance by him, and also a very good performance by the runner-up, who set an extremely fast pace and never really collapsed. But Ride All Day, an amazing story. A year from breaking his maiden first time out, gets it done, and Solomon Sharp so excited, he took his wig off.
He took his wig off. He was riding with his wig as he galloped up and down the stretch here. But Greg, what a performance from the 3-year-old colt by Vacoma. Ride All Day, Hall of Famer in the irons.
Worth the trip for Javier Castellano, riding for 14-time champion trainer Philip Fiani, and owned by the all-female syndicate that includes one of the greatest sprinters of all time, Shelly Ann Fraser-Price, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, that's very cool. I love when we have that crossover from other sports. And Javier Castellano, I think it's pretty safe to say, the only rider in history to win a Kentucky Derby and a Mouttet Mile.
And the celebration is on. Yeah, I would say you were right with that. Party time now in Kingston, Jamaica. What a performance. I mean, this horse, this was not even close, puts this field away.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, they did. The leader did set a very fast pace in Legacy Isle, and you could see he was getting a bit leg weary through the stretch. But here come Javier towards the inside. He's going to go at a left-handed crop. His horse swerves a little bit. He corrects him before he got to that horse, and then he just drew away at will. This was a good, big performance, and I guarantee you Javier is over the moon with this win. It's always cool when you go to a place, a new place, first time, you're part of this whole festival, and then you come out on top.
He's going to be celebrated, too. After this one, he'll be a popular man. This one coming off a win in the Port Royal Sprint. 8 for 10 lifetime now for Ride All Day, who just off the record alone was probably the horse to beat going in.
Yeah, and by Vacoma making an international impact. And how about Phil Feeney? 45 Triple Crown race winners, 10 Jamaican Derbies, and 5 Triple Crown winners overall. Wow.
Let's go to Maggie.
I am pleased to be joined by one of these 7 ladies who now own Ride All Day, Jackie Stephen Leckler. And Jackie, honestly, you were a wonderful host yesterday to me and everybody else on your boat, but we were talking about what if this happens. You're actually a little more subdued than I thought you would be.
Well, this is crazy. I'm an owner of a horse for 3 days, and my horse won! Ride All Day is the best. She's awesome. And I'm now hooked. You told me I was going to be hooked.
I did. I told you all it takes is a win. How this feeling? I know you just jumped into this industry, but to come out a winner on a day like this, there's no better feeling.
This is very special because it's a very big sport for Jamaica. 5 weeks post Hurricane Melissa, Jamaica's in a bad way, 30-40% of us. So to just be here with Jamaicans trying to build our sport, enjoy it, this means a lot to me. And I'm happy to be part of it. And we won!
We won! I'm so excited for you. Congratulations. And go get that picture, and you'll definitely have more champagne.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
This lady, man, I'm a fan of hers, Greg. She has been so fun, and Ride All Day really proving he was much the best.
You could say that most times he is lined up. Again, 8 for 10 lifetime mark and wins the big one here in the Mouttet Mile. And Javier Castellano up the inside with a big victory to close out the day.
Very cool. The excitement is infectious. You could feel it through the TV, just how thrilled. It's a very, very cool thing, and they have created a race that I hope we're covering for a very long time.
We're going to take a timeout. Javier Castellano, all smiles. Been trying to get him to Caymanas for a few years. Finally made the trip, and it pays off on Ride All Day.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back in our Fox Sports 2 coverage, Mouttet Mile 4th edition. It is Ride All Day with a win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Javier Castellano, guided Ride All Day to a big victory in the Mouttet Mile. And Javi, wow, ride right up the rail. You had to be excited with the pace you were getting.
I knew it's going to be a lot of spin the rail. I got a good position outside and let him develop the horse. He made me remember Vicoma. That is the... We have a lot of success together in the past. I won the Bluegrass with the horse, and the Mid-Mile, the Care. We have a lot of great one races for the horse. He's like a dad, you know. He's a beautiful, wonderful horse. Develop it himself. He got really good kick. I don't want to go wide just to cut the corner, save all the ground. The rest is the same.
Javi, nice first trip to Jamaica, huh?
First time. I think it's meant to be. I was supposed to come twice. I didn't make it, but now this is the right time, the right place. I'm so excited and happy to be here.
Excellent. Well, guys, well done. Congratulations to the whole Ride All Day team.
Javier Castellano, 4-time Eclipse Award winning rider. Been trying to lure him to Kingston for a few years, and worth the wait.
And for a horse like this, you might be able to lure me out of retirement, but congratulations. Terrific ride by Javier. And congratulations to the connection as well as the groom, Devin Biggs. It's right there in the program. I hope we adopt that here in New York. The grooms need to be recognized.
14-time champion trainer Philip Fiani and Ride All Day. What a career this one's starting to put together. 8 for 10 lifetime. Wins the Port Royal Sprint last time out and now takes the Mouttet Mile. And, you know, this, as we've said, 4th running of this race, but this was by far the strongest edition.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and I think the race is gaining traction where people are seeing what a great vibe it is there, the excitement level, and want to participate. Now, he won the Port Royal. Wasn't that where Captain Jack Sparrow in those, pirate movies? He was in Port Royal, wasn't he?
Was he?
I believe so.
I have to look back. I'll trust you for it. What a day we had. Your takeaway from Cigar Mile Day and what we saw today.
A great day of racing. I think the Remsen is going to prove to be a very notable race heading to the Triple Crown this year.
Paladin, legitimate Kentucky Derby contender?
Absolutely will stay classic distances.
And Life and Times, maybe a new star in the older horse division?
Phew, man, 2 for 2 and impressive.
Hope you enjoyed it. Mouttet Mile, it's ride all day. Final Cigar Mile card held here at Aqueduct did not disappoint. And the Demoiselle for 2-year-old fillies, zany, proving she indeed could stretch out a Rat Ortiz Jr. for Hall of Famer Tad Pletcher as she turns the page to next year's Oaks. She's a contender, as is Paladin on the Derby Trail. Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown collects 10 points to get into next year's starting gate for that run for the Roses in the Cigar Mile. Bishop's Bay undefeated with Pratt aboard. And in the Mouttet Mile, it's ride all day.